Chapter 50, Take What You Want. Ta no Kuni, remnants of Otogakure base. Kabuto looked over at Karen as Suigetsu and Juugo flanked her on both sides. The lab they were in was now a wreck, but it didn't matter to Kabuto. There wasn't much there worth fretting over. You asked me what I think about your team? He asked, surprised at their appearance, but not very concerned with them. Sasuke was their knockout power, and without him they were still pretty dangerous, but he could still handle them on his own. Cornered though he was, I think you should all just get out of my way before I shove one of you back into a test tank and put 2 more of you 6 feet under. Do you really think this was a good idea? I think it's a pretty good idea, Suigetsu said in amusement. 3 of us against 1 of you seems like a brilliant idea to me. Kabuto laughed and pushed the glasses up on his face, the side influenced by Orochimaru in clear view, with more of his body having assimilated his remains. It normally would be, if you 3 didn't suck so bad without Sasuke. What do you think you're going to do to me? You're the reason. The reason that Kimimaro went off to die and the reason that Kimimaro's will, Sasuke Uchiha, is gone as well. Juugo allowed the curse seal to take over part of his body, notably his right arm, as he turned it into a piston. You aren't leaving this room alive. Kabuto pretended to shake in fear. Ooh, I'm not leaving this room alive. Please no. Spare me. He then quickly lifted his hands up at them with a smirk on his face. Not. Seen Ayashu, hidden shadow snake hands. Kabuto shot snakes from his sleeves at the wayward team opposing him, forcing them to dodge out of the way of the door, allowing him to sprint towards it and begin making his exit. So sorry. Maybe next time. He taunted as he began running away. Karen growled and got her team in order. You can't run forever, Kabuto. No matter where you go I can find you, and you won't be getting very far anyway. With that they pursued Kabuto through the seemingly endless hallways and corridors that was the hallmark of any Otogakure base. Right before they turned a corner, Karen picked up a new chakra signature that wasn't human, although the hissing noise also gave away what it was. Juugo. Got it. As Juugo ran ahead of the rest of his team, his arm still in its piston form, only now jets had formed on the back of it. A massive snake that encompassed the entire hull turned a corner and came right towards them, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow them whole. Get out of the way. From the jets he had formed, chakra emitted from them to quickly boost him towards the snake, punching it in the head hard enough to slam it through the wall and clear a space for his teammates to get through. Suigetsu chuckled at the motionless snake they ran past as they continued after Kabuto, watching as it cancelled its own summoning and returned to its own realm. Sorry, but all of you snakes are just cannon fodder anyway. You're lucky that Juugo was being nice. Or that it wasn't me she asked to get you out of the way. Karen snapped at Suigetsu and is gloating. Would you stop preening and get a move on? I'd like to catch up to Kabuto today, you know. Juugo's got him, damn it, Suigetsu insisted, as Juugo used the jets he had formed to speed himself forward towards the surface of the base to cut Kabuto off from escaping. As they reached near the entrance, the sounds of booming and the slight shaking they could feel told them that he had managed to catch up. Told you. And what good are you going to be in a fight anyway? I'm not sitting this out, Karen said, resolutely narrowing her red eyes as they gazed upon the sunlight of the upper world once more. This bastard is a part of the reason that Sasuke-kun was killed. As they reached the surface they saw Kabuto avoiding a punch from Juugo that hit the ground with enough force to leave a crater. My Juugo. All of that power and absolutely no finesse to go with it. What a shame. He then noticed the others coming out to face him as well and began to laugh. It's so pathetic. You think you can just walk up to me and kill me? I've taken down ninja that were 5 times better than all of you. You could never take me on, especially now. Suigetsu looked around and cursed. Fuck. There's no water nearby. Not even a rice paddy's worth to use. I don't even have a sword either. Either a sword or water would have been enough for him to want to fight, but he had neither to work with. Poor Suigetsu, Kabuto said sarcastically as he still kept himself out of the way of Juugo's attack. He could see that Suigetsu wanted badly to jump in and attack him as well, but with no water for his better ninjutsu and no sword to engage with, he had to pick his spots to say the very least. Having gained enough distance away from his enemies, Kabuto made a come-hither motion with his hands. Come on, I have other things to do besides humiliate all of you. Karen grit her teeth. He's just toying with us. She moved forward as if she had an answer for Kabuto making child's play of them before Suigetsu grabbed her by the arm to keep her back. Let go of me, Suigetsu, she said angrily until she saw how intently he was looking at Kabuto. Suigetsu moved forward in front of her, still staring at Kabuto. This isn't even the real Kabuto, is it? The grin that came across Kabuto's face was all the answer he needed. Sorry, Kabuto's been long gone. I told you I had better things to do than humiliate all of you. Kabuto said before his body changed appearances to the form of one of the deceased auto ninja that he had done away with inside of the base. The corpse then dropped to the ground, lifeless once more. Juugo allowed himself to turn completely back to normal as Karen and Suigetsu stared at the dead ninja that had been required to masquerade as Kabuto posthumously. So now what do we do? Karen took a moment to actually think about that. Even if we caught Kabuto again, what would we manage to do against him? He made this look easy the entire time. I wish that Sasuke-kun was here. Suigetsu just grunted irritably, as it wasn't like there was anything else they could do. They couldn't even touch a corpse reanimated by Kabuto. What would they do against the actual Kabuto if he had been forced to actually fight? In this case, it was a good thing for them that Kabuto was so willing to cut and run and wasn't so bloodthirsty. I need a sword. I need some kind of sword. Any kind of sword until I can get to a 7-swordsman weapon. He then snapped to the defensive as something emerged from the ground in front of them. Hey, we caught the kids before Kabuto killed them. The white half of Zetsu said cheerfully as he fully stood up and the black half spoke. PSSHT, he probably left because he didn't feel like getting his hands dirty here. Zetsu then looked at the remnants of Team Hebi. Anyway, there's work for you all that needs to be done. You were allowed to roam on your own to handle your own affair, and as I can see, you failed. You have orders to head towards Kirigakura and wait for orders. We'll be watching. Zetsu then descended back into the ground, leaving the team alone once again. After a moment, Suigetsu let out a chuckle. Well, doesn't that just fall into line with what I wanted? I wonder if I can make a detour. It's been so long since I've been home. With Naruto, Mount Myoboku. Naruto looked around his new surroundings and took it all in. He and Jiraiya now stood in an area that seemed to be flush with nature, all kinds of rivers and other bodies of running water abundant, lots of plant life, more than he would say that Konoha had, both in variety and in quantity. And in front of the two stood Gamakichi and Fukasaku. Welcome to Mount Myoboku, Naruto-chan. This is where we'll be training you for the time being. Jiraiya took a deep breath, inhaling the mountain air and patting his chest with his one arm. Smell that mountain air, Gaki. Fresh, clean. This is nature. Savor that. Because this is all you've got until you finish your training. The mountain wasn't a bad place to be at all. Naruto actually quite liked his new surroundings. It was pretty quiet and a more peaceful area than he was used to. The kind of nature he was accustomed to was the forest of death. And as long as there weren't any man-eating spiders conditioned to hunting down and killing shinobi here, he had to say that things were infinitely better on Mount Myoboku. After getting his fill of looking around, Naruto turned towards Fukasaku with an expectant look on his face. Not that I want to seem ungrateful for the opportunity or seem like I'm in a rush. But I'm in a rush. What am I going to be doing while I'm here? His answer to that was Jiraiya putting a hand on his shoulder. When Naruto turned to look at him, he saw a huge grin on his face. What's the matter? How about you and I have a spar for old time's sake, Naruto? The frown that crossed the teen shinobi's face at hearing the tone that Jiraiya asked him with was obvious. Jiraiya never asked Naruto to fight, it was always the other way around. He had only asked Naruto to fight him once, the first time they did. It had been years since then. It's really just to show you what you're going to be learning, but I wanted to see how you could do now anyway. Naruto thought about it. What if he sees the Sharingan? Mei, who says I have to use the Sharingan? I'll just fight him without it, I don't need to turn it on. A smirk came to Naruto's face. If you want it, you've got it, Uro Kyofu. Lead the way. Jiraiya let Oda chuckle and did just that, leading Naruto along through the wildery home of the Toad Summons. You know that I'm not going to take it easy on you even though you lost your arm, right? Take it easy on me if you want to and see if you don't wake up staring at the sky. Jiraiya quipped before looking back at Gamakichi and Fukasaku, who were following the two humans. We're going to need Shima-sama for this one to get the point of what we're going to be doing across to him. Gamakichi quickly threw up a webbed hand in salute. I'll go get her. I already know enough about how Naruto Ni fights. The elders don't, so they should watch the entire thing. With that, Fukasaku sprang from Gamakichi's back onto Jiraiya's shoulder as the larger orange toad went off to complete his self-imposed task. Eventually, they made their way to a piece of land surrounded by what appeared to be a steadily flowing stream that accentuated the peaceful feeling that the place kept overall. With the place for their battle found, Fukasaku jumped from Jiraiya's shoulder onto a large lily pad that was on the water. Well, Naruto-chan, let's see what you got. I'm expecting a show from you. And a show you'll get, Naruto said, shaking his arms out along with his neck as well as kicking his legs loose. Rules? Same as always whenever I decided to go and beat your ass, Gaki, Jiraiya said, standing at the ready. Now bring it on. Naruto let out a laugh as he set himself in a ready stance. I've gotten more than a few new moves down pat since we last fought. Hell, I've gotten new moves since you were with me in Amigakure, just like this. Naruto launched himself at Jiraiya using his unrefined form of Hertsu Seigen, burst limit, the refined version being him using his Sharingan, but there was no way he was revealing his implanted Dujutsu without just cause. Jiraiya was barely able to register Naruto actually leaping on nothing more than air as he came at him in a serpentine pattern. That's new to say the least. He lifted his single arm in defensive preparation, but in a strictly hand-to-hand sense not having an arm against Naruto's onslaught was not to be advised as Jiraiya quickly found out. Naruto's offense was fast and accurate, so much so that Jiraiya had to prioritize what he wanted to be hit by Naruto's flurry of fists and feet, deciding to take the hits to the body instead of his face. Time obviously hadn't dulled the force behind Naruto's physical attacks as Jiraiya could have attested to whenever Naruto landed a rib-rattling blow. Deciding to get the boy off of him by any means necessary, Jiraiya rolled through the one-handed seals he had memorized, Hari Jizu, Needle Jizu. Without the Sharingan active, Naruto wound up punching the steel-hardened hair follicles and punctured his fist allowing Jiraiya to get back and gain some distance, Hari Jigoku, Hell Needles. Shit. Naruto started backstepping in full retreat as the needles impaled the ground in front of him. Naruto created a quick cage bunshine behind himself to assist his evasion by throwing him into the air just as needles hit it and dispelled it. Naruto made 3 hand seals as he inhaled deeply and exhaled harshly, Fu-Uten, Shinku-Gyoku, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Several small bullets of wind flew from Naruto's mouth at Jiraiya, forcing him to put a stop to his own offense to avoid them. Jiraiya thought that they would be at a stalemate, as he would be waiting for Naruto to land on the ground to begin their battle anew, but he had yet to truly receive the memo that Naruto didn't need to be on the ground to fight any longer. Naruto rolled his body upside down in the air and formed air bubbles under his feet that both burst simultaneously, shooting him at Jiraiya forcefully. The damn kid's like a pit bull. He thought as he kept his hair as sharp as ever as a defense. Naruto linked his fists together at the thumbs and shoved both of them out at Jiraiya, Fu-Uten, Fuujin Seiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto fired off his jutsu and knocked Jiraiya back off of his feet harshly in a show of force. The momentum of him already flying towards the Toad Sage coupled with him unleashing a faster projectile jutsu was an effective combination of moves. Landing on his feet in a forward slide, Naruto came to a stop as he saw Jiraiya fall into the stream. I got him. I actually got him, and got him good at that. Alright. That's for 3 years of humiliation and there's more where that came from. Jiraiya's head popped out of the water with him taking a deep breath. Little punk is probably thinking he's hot stuff right now. Instead of seeing Naruto in the midst of a premature victory dance that even he admittedly would be doing if he had managed to nail his sensei the way Naruto just had, his blonde student was watching his every move with an appraising eye, looking ready to fight at the next prime moment. He wasn't even rushing in to follow up, expecting Jiraiya to have a counter prepared, or maybe not. If he's going to stay in that water I guess I have to show him that he's not safe there. Naruto thought as he formed 5 cage bunshine to protect him. My second element is perfect for that. He thought to himself right before his clones grabbed him and threw him directly into the air without warning. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed, not understanding until he saw a Jiraiya behind them that had emerged from the water from there with his palm on the ground. Underneath the clones still on the ground, they quickly sank into what was turning into a dark bog, drawing them in up to their necks. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Those clones are his eyes and ears when he doesn't have them on himself. With that thought shoved to the back of his mind, Jiraiya took aim at Naruto who was still hanging in the air. I'd love to see how you block this one, he said as he began making hand seals. I'll tell you how I'll block it. Naruto thought furiously as he used his aerial specialty to boost himself higher into the air. You don't let it happen in the first place. Naruto threw a shuriken from his supply pouch at Jiraiya and with a practice speed, knocked out his hand seals faster than Jiraiya could with his one arm. Shuriken Cage Bunshine no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single shuriken turned to dozens of metal stars flying through the air that Jiraiya dodged by jumping back into the water, taking cover to avoid them, never letting go of his hand seal until he jumped back out of the water and made his final one, just in time for him to see Naruto back on the ground, rushing at him with his sword drawn, Kaden, Enden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Bunshine Daibakua, Clone Great Explosion. Naruto's sword-wielding clone glowed and blew itself to smithereens just as Jiraiya fired off his own jutsu, the two respective forces sending the white-haired man flying back away from the explosion, blunting the damage. Kami, he's relentless. No mercy for a poor old man it seems. Naruto had been keeping himself in the air with his air bubbles, hopping out of Jiraiya's field of vision as he sent down a clone in his place. Naruto smirked as he finally decided to land back onto the ground. Thank you Itachi and thank you Sharingan for that beautiful clone jutsu. And that's why I only used seal-less jutsu in that fight against you guys and your copy eyes. Suckers. Jiraiya stood back up and chuckled, you've grown strong Naruto. You're not just some advanced kid anymore, you're top of the line for sure now, he said with a smile on his face, but you've still got room for improvement. I haven't even gotten started yet. Glad but somewhat perturbed that his sneaky new Kage Bunshine move didn't wound Jiraiya, Naruto could only return the sentiment, I know you haven't. Kick it up a notch why don't you, or are you finally saying that I'm better than you? That'll be the day. And as Jiraiya felt two weights settle on both of his shoulders he almost immediately felt the tide of the battle turn, unfortunately for you that day isn't today. Suddenly Jiraiya's nose grew larger and formed warts, he grew a goatee that hadn't been there previously, his eyes turned toad-like, and the lines under his eyes grew to encompass most of both sides of his face. Kid, I want to introduce you to Sage Mode. Shima smirked at Naruto from her place on Jiraiya, giving your tadpole a crash course in what Senjutsu's all about, Jiraiya-chan? I guess we'll have to help you with that, won't we? Naruto was confused when he saw Fukasaku and Shima take their places on Jiraiya's shoulders and was even more so when he saw how this had bolstered Jiraiya's confidence, seeming to take him immediately out of a defensive state of mind. Still, Naruto knew not to underestimate anything, especially anything that Jiraiya did. He also didn't feel like testing Jiraiya's offensive capabilities in this form, choosing to launch his own attack. Naruto held his sword in his hands and rushed directly at Jiraiya who wasn't moving at all, he's not dodging. He's not doing anything but waiting for me. Naruto had his sword poised to strike as he closed in, you'd better do something now Kyofu, I'm not stopping for you. I'll split you clean in two if you let me here. And then he actually swung the blade, and watched in shock as Jiraiya blocked it with the back of his forearm, huh? Who blocks that with their arm? No chakra flow through it Gaki? Jiraiya asked, standing in a defensive stance and blocking Naruto's sword swing as if it had been a kick. Oh that's right, you can't do that with your sword. You might have worried me if there had been something in that. He then proceeded to rap Naruto hard in the face one time with his fist, something that sent Naruto flying back away from him, forming a small trench. He then turned his attention to the toads on his shoulders, so now that you've seen him what do you think? Fukasaku answered Jiraiya's question, he's as talented as they come. If he can master Sage Mode then there's no tellin' what he'll be able to accomplish. Shima on the other hand took to scolding Jiraiya, did you have to hit him so hard Jiraiya-chan? Look at him. Naruto had yet to even try to pull himself up to continue yet, you really rattled that tadpole's brains with that one. He's fine, Jiraiya insisted, he's just milking it. On the other hand, Naruto was sitting in the trench that his body formed with blood coming from wounds on his face after just one direct punch. What the fuck just hit me? Did he summon Tsunade Bakken for a one-hit special or something? Kami, that was terrible. And he blocked my sword with his arm. Naruto finally stood up albeit shakily, and after wobbling around for a few moments he pointed at Jiraiya accusingly, okay, what the fuck just happened? Jiraiya smirked, what, the punching you in the face part or the blocking your sword part? Both, Naruto shouted back. The only thing he thought of that could do that was his four-tailed cloak. As a matter of fact he could probably keep on fighting if he tried drawing on that, but he'd be damned if he was going to go crawling back to the QB like that, especially over a spar with his sensei. Hell even the Sharingan would be a boon, though it wouldn't get him past a defense like that. Would he really have to step it up that much to do Jiraiya damage now? Jiraiya merely laughed boisterously, are you done yet? Not yet. Naruto muttered, looking at his left arm, in particular the seal tattoo around his left forearm. I've got one more thing I want to try and I'm sure you can survive it Kyofu. Jiraiya looked confused until Naruto charged towards him again, well. Maybe you'll be able to survive. I've never tried it out to see how powerful it could be. A straightforward attack against a superior opponent? Jiraiya expressed in disappointment, you know better than that. I guess it's time to check that attitude of yours one more time Gaki. I'm not trying to get the drop on you, this is just a test, Naruto shouted back as he made a set of hand seals ending in the half-tiger seal with his right hand and cocked his left hand back to strike, Fukahuin, Kai, fire sealing method, release. Jiraiya wondered what Naruto thought unsealing a few measly flames would do until the boy spoke up again as his seal tattoo glowed, flames of Amaterasu. Naruto's left arm up to his forearm was immediately covered in pitch black flames. Jiraiya's eyes widened, Remembering that fire from Itachi's escape away from him 3 years ago, how the hell did he get that? He yelled in shock rhetorically as the other two with him had no way of knowing themselves. Did he seal that into his own arm? You crazy little piece of... Kami, what's wrong with your head? It doesn't hurt. Naruto thought to himself, as he saw that the flames were being restrained by the seal around his forearm, keeping it in place and restrained from spreading or even affecting his body physically. I can't even feel it. It isn't even burning me. I've got nothing on me to seal that into. Jiraiya thought furiously as he clocked Naruto incoming. I'm not sure I can take that, even in sage mode. But we're about to find out because here he comes. He then noticed Naruto suddenly stop in his tracks as he stared at his flaming fist. What's the matter? Why'd you stop? Naruto scratched his head as he looked at his blackfire hand. Well, the thing is, I don't know what to do with this thing except punch you with it. As he stared at his hand, he didn't even notice Jiraiya facepalm. If that's all I can do. I mean, it would make one hell of a punch for sure, but still. There's got to be some way to use it differently, in a more useful way. Okay, that's enough then, Jiraiya said, sighing in relief when Naruto resealed the Amaterasu flames back into his arm. The two-toed elders hopped off of his shoulders, returning him to his normal appearance. You only saw just one advantage of what you're going to be learning here. You will be learning Sage Mode, he said in a gravely serious voice. I hope that little spar loosened you up, because this training will be harsh. XXX. Hino Kuni, route back to Konohagakure. Sai and Maki took Naruto's instructions to heart and kept a watchful eye on Naruto's very cheerful servant Hamako. She seemed in bright spirits as far as Maki could see, but to Sai, who knew her significantly better by way of his interactions with Naruto for years prior, he could see that something was amiss with her. Hamako-san, is there something wrong? You've been different since we've set out from Komagakure. Hamako turned to Sai and her bright smile returned, although there wasn't much behind it. It's nothing, Sai, I promise, it's just. Things are getting rather, I don't know how I should put this, scary? The things that we know are very chilling and Naruto-sama has to face them down all by himself. There's nothing that I can do in the end. Naruto-senpai isn't alone. Maki asserted, crossing her arms and looking away. She had attracted Hamako's attention with her comment, thus she continued speaking. He is Sai-senpai, Danzo-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Hokage-sama. He has so many people that are willing to help him. You are one of them as well, and there are things you can do that no one else can. Hamako thought about it and moved over to Maki, giving the raven-haired Root Kunoichi a hug that caught her off guard. People didn't hug her, ever. Thank you for that, Maki-san. And I'm very happy that there are people like you around to ensure that Naruto-sama's safe. How do you know him? He never told me how he managed to meet you. Maki recovered quickly after Hamako let go of her, curious as to how she knew Naruto. Naruto-senpai trained with me when we were children and he was my partner in my earlier missions. Then he disappeared. She finished on a slightly somber note before cheering up. He always looked out for me and made sure I was safe in the field. I always wanted to work with him again. My guide on relationships labels that as hero worship. Sai chimed in for Hamako's benefit, getting a mortified look from Maki. Maki-san missed Naruto-senpai desperately after his departure from Root. She barely left his bedside after we recovered him from Omegakure after his battle with pain. Sai ignored Maki's glare on him as she tried to mentally bore a hole through his head. It was not hero worship, Maki snapped back before reining herself in. I mean, he was sort of my hero, but all I wanted was really to repay him for all of the things he's done for me. He doesn't even register any of it as favors. Like protecting me was his duty. I never even got to prove to him that I could stand on my own 2 feet. Sai turned towards her with his smile on his face. And what part of anything you just said is not hero worship? Hamako chose to interject at this point in order to possibly save Sai's life, as she saw Maki's hand creeping towards her tanto. Alright, that's enough, Sai, she said in a calming manner. If Maki-san claims that it is not hero worship, then it is not hero worship. Maki gave a grateful smile towards Hamako right until the seal mistress spoke again. It's quite clear to me that she has a crush on my master. This elicited an indignant squeak from Maki, who couldn't find her voice at the moment. Before Maki could get her voice back, Sai pounded his hand into his palm in understanding. Oh, so that's why she would oftentimes refer to things she had done with Naruto-senpai, or reference some kind of advice that senpai gave her back when he was sealed. Relationships are extremely complicated. Maki turned her head towards Sai fast enough to whip her braids violently. But what about your relationship with him, Hamako-san? Maki tried to weakly insert herself in the conversation. Now wait a minute, you guys. Hamako merely waved Sai's question off. I may love Naruto-sama, but I am his servant first, no matter how much he tried to get me to renounce such a thing once upon a time. I am meant to look out for his well-being and act in his best interest. If other girls care for him, then they'll have to show him and get him to accept them. Yugito-san does, I can see that. There are others that do as well. Maki's cheeks began to redden. Hold on, I never. Sai began writing something down in a small notepad that he carried with him and reading it back to himself. Women are usually very indirect with how they feel. Case in point, Naruto-senpai's relationships with several of them, including my teammate. Side note to self, if there ever is a woman that I feel something for, I must be the one to initiate contact, because she more than likely will not. Sai snapped his notebook shut and tucked it back with his belongings. Good information to have, he said. Maki gave a deadpan look at Sai and Hamako as they both kept walking with smiles on their faces. There's nothing I can say to dispute that I like Naruto-senpai, is there? Both Sai and Hamako immediately shook their heads, eliciting a sigh from Maki. I didn't think so, she said, hiding her face with her hands. XXX. Naruto stared at a waterfall and a fountain that had been producing some kind of oil as Jiraiya, Gamakichi, and the two elderly toads stood ready to explain, an explanation that was headed up by Fukasaku. All right, Naruto-chan. This is where your training will be taking place. In order for you to learn Sage Mode, you will have to learn how to balance your physical and spiritual energies of your own chakra with the energies of nature. Naruto blinked after hearing the explanation. Okay. Well, how do I do that? Jiraiya then planted his hand firmly on Naruto's shoulder. You have to learn how to be still, he said with a huge grin on his face. Naruto's eye twitched as a frown formed on his whisker-marked face. I already know how to do that. I've staked out spots for days before Uro Kyofu. If I'd have moved, I'd have blown my cover. Jiraiya then switched to grabbing Naruto's cheek and pulling it comically. Really? I mean perfectly still. Like a stone statue. You can't move anything for even a moment. If you don't. Well, I probably shouldn't say. Shima then cut in, feeling that he had to know if he was going to do this. If you can't learn to be still and control the nature chakra, then you'll take in too much and turn to a toad and then a stone statue. She saw Naruto's jaw drop. Yep, that certainly changes things up a bit, don't it? Naruto didn't like how this was sounding. When he messed things up, he usually did it by going overboard. Going overboard in this instance would turn him into a statue, so I only get one shot at this? Get the way to do this down or turn into a toad statue? That sucks. Gamakichi moved towards his human familiar and got his attention. Nah, Naruto ni, it's not like that. If the elders figure that you're about to turn, then they can get you out of it before you wind up like that. Everything'll be fine. Fukasaku hopped onto Naruto's shoulder and pointed at the fountain, that their oil will help you feel the natural energy so that you can eventually learn to draw on it by yourself. Jiraiya-chan will be right here with you to help out. Nodding to affirm that he would be doing just that, Jiraiya gave Naruto a confident grin. This was my idea in the first place. I know that you'll have this down in no time, Gaki. What do I have to lose? Naruto said eventually, shrugging after he actually thought about it for a second. Well, I could turn into a stone statue, but worst case scenario on that one is that I die alone and Akatsuki can't get the Kyuubi out of me. He then stroked his chin and thought, hey, maybe I should botch the training on purpose just to end all of this? Not that it really matters to me, but does turning into a statue hurt? His answer was a hard shot to the head from three toads and his one-armed godfather that knocked him to the ground. Right. So I won't be doing that. Good. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, Shima, and Gamakichi said simultaneously, still glaring at Naruto for his stupid suicidal comment. There was no way in hell Jiraiya was leaving that mountain if Naruto purposefully turned to stone under his watch, not as long as he knew all the ways he'd die once he returned home. XXX. Sometime later, Kaze no Kuni. Inside of a cool cave that protected them from the blazing environment of the arid deserts, Itachi began pulling his bandages away from his eyes. Kisame, it's time. One of our targets is near at last. The shark-like man looked over at his partner curiously, but the Ichibi Jinchuriki is still miles deeper in the desert. We just stopped here so you could let your eyes heal from the surgery. There's no way we'd catch him outside of his village. Itachi finished disposing of his bandages, keeping his eyes closed as he made his way toward the exit of the hideaway. I know that, Kisame. I said our target, not Madara's target. Now let's go. Kisame put his predator-esque grin on his face as he quickly followed behind. Okay, I gotcha. Hey, whatever you say, Itachi-san. I'm right behind you. XXX. Having just entered the desert on their way doing the follow-up for Naruto's initial diplomacy mission, Danzo, Fu, and Torune made their way over the sands at the pace of their bandaged leader. Fu, Torune, Danzo said suddenly. Danzo-sama. Both men said simultaneously as they had long since been conditioned to do. I hope that you two are prepared for conflict, Danzo said, alerting them prematurely as they looked around at nothing. Not here. Later. Not too much longer though. Fu narrowed his eyes over the desert wasteland. Do you expect some sort of treachery from Sunagakuer? Do you believe there are some of their ninja hiding in wait to attack us? Danzo shook his head. No. Naruto-kun has done a fine job in establishing a relationship between our two villages. The Kage would not allow an attack on a Konoha diplomat by his own shinobi. That's not the type of trouble I'm anticipating. On the other hand, Torune was confused. If not the shinobi inhabiting the nation that they were in, then who would possibly be willing to attack them? He couldn't think of anyone willing to come after them at the moment. Who do you expect to attack us, Danzo-sama? I do not know, Danzo said, still not able to shake a foreboding feeling that had settled over him, but I do know that it will be a threat worth taking notice of, to say the very least. We should begin to speed our efforts to travel towards Sunagakuer. Perhaps the trouble will pass us over in that case. XXX. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Tsunade sat in her office thinking over the information that Naruto's clone gave her a few days ago. According to him and his team, Madara Uchiha was alive and spearheading the entire Akatsuki operation, not Pain. He was the figurehead leader, while Madara had been the benefactor for his schemes. Now it was more important than ever for the villages to come together in response to this threat. Kirigakure was eager to finish negotiations and served to be very receptive to the idea, surprising since Tsunade had switched out Naruto, a very affable young man that showed he had the skills to communicate with higher-ups with Danzo, someone perceived to be very prickly, to say nothing of his cold subordinates he chose to have with him. The last thing that a village recovering from an outright civil war wanted or needed was a group plotting to take over the world, nor did an alliance of villages not including them appeal whatsoever. Sunagakuer was a given to go along with things. Going there to finalize discussions was merely a formality at this point. Tsunade's rapport with Gara, Naruto not even being involved, was nothing less than cordial to say the least. Iwo was still a problem, what with Aniki refusing to budge on the matter of the villages teaming up, but eventually the pressure would ensure that he would fall in as well. It would be foolish not to. He wasn't the only nation in the alliance without any Jinchuriki. Takigakure had lost theirs as well as Kiri, having extracted the Sanbi from their last Mizukage Yagura, and with the Rakubi having been captured from their rogue host. However, both of those villages still wanted to take part. There's something we're missing about all of this though, Tsunade said to herself out loud as she drummed her fingernails on the surface of her desk before letting out a sigh, and so much of this could have been avoided with a better perspective from people like Sarutobi-sensei. But hindsight is 20/20. She looked over at Tonton, who was sleeping on the couch against the wall. You think I could have handled things better? She asked, half jokingly, not receiving an answer. Hey, maybe the Yondaime could have. Especially the whole Uchiha clan thing. She stretched her arms above her head and stood up, alerting Tonton as the small pig could hear the chair sliding back to break the calm of the office. Tonton hopped down and followed behind Tsunade, oinking a question as the Hokage opened the door to leave. Well, Tsunade said in response, I'm going to get some training in. Maybe some hands-on work in the hospital. I doubt things are going to stay quiet for long, and I have to be ready for whatever happens, don't I? XXX. Ow, goddammit, Naruto cried out in pain as he found himself smacked with Fukasaku's staff for what seemed like the umpteenth time this day alone. It had been a few days, almost a week since he had begun to train, and his training consisted of trying to harmonize himself with nature. To keep him from turning into a toad statue when his balance with nature was off, Fukasaku took to nailing Naruto with his staff to knock the nature chakra out of his system. Needless to say, Naruto was inspired to get this down quickly as he was sick of getting hit by a stick by some grandpa toad. Not that he would say that out loud lest he take a few more whacks for his trouble. Again Naruto, Jiraiya said, observing from nearby as Naruto sat back down in a meditative position. This is the way that it has to be until you get it down pat. When you can properly balance the nature chakra in your system, then we can move on to the next thing. He got a nod from Naruto, who understood and got right back to work doing so as he closed his eyes to begin his meditation process again. He's getting this far faster than even I could have anticipated. He isn't even using his clones. Well, it's not like he isn't used to meditating. Trying to sync with the Kyuubi for so many years must have given him experience. I wonder what happened between them, because in Kumo he seemed to be angry with it, angrier than I've seen him in quite a while. Fukasaku watched with his staff at the ready for any signs of Naruto attempting to turn into a toad so that he could jump in and stop him from transforming into a statue. Still, Naruto had taken to this training better than anyone thought he would have. As he noticed that it had been more than a few minutes and he hadn't had to hit Naruto yet, and this is without the oil too, so quickly. A smile came to the old toad's face. I think it's time to show you just what you're capable of with the use of Senjutsu. He pointed his stick over at a large stone toad statue 5 times a human size that Naruto was sitting right under. I want you to lift that. Naruto quickly hopped to his feet without any complaints about the seemingly insurmountable order and hoisted it right off of the ground. Whoa, he said in surprise at himself, I feel great. Better than I've ever felt in my life. This is what I can do when I use Senjutsu? Yep, Fukasaku said with a smile still on his face as Naruto held the statue up in the air with ease, but there's something you need to know about getting the nature chakra into your system. And Naruto found out what it was when he had to drop the statue and jump away from it or risk crushing himself underneath it. What the hell? Naruto asked in bewilderment as Jiraiya laughed and extended a hand to help him up to his feet. What just happened? I thought I had it. Jiraiya wiped a tear of humor from his eye as he began to explain, the thing about it is, you use your sage chakra up when you move or do anything. You only had a few moments worth when Fukasaku-sama asked you to lift the statue. You break the connection with nature when you move and you can't draw any more in while you fight. It has to be done while you're still. Naruto scratched the side of his face as he looked at the stone statue he had just lifted clean off of the ground. Well, I mean, it's super useful and all, but I have to stay still to even initiate Sage Mode, don't I? So how will I ever use it? He wanted to use Sage Mode so badly after he had felt just a hint of what he could be capable of with nature chakra backing up everything he already had. He wondered how strong he was in comparison to Tsunade when he used that. Fukasaku calmed Naruto down. Now Naruto-chan, we have a way for that to work. Jiraiya-chan wouldn't have made you learn how to do this if there wasn't a way for it to work. That made enough sense to get Naruto to wind down as he was still jazzed up from the statue lift. Now to make sure you can actually do it and that it wasn't a fluke, I want you to gather nature chakra again. Naruto sat on the ground and meditated for a few more minutes until he finally felt the feeling he had felt when he lifted the statue. Standing up, Naruto smirked at Jiraiya and Fukasaku. So how's that? Is that good enough for you guys? They both looked at Naruto in confusion as Jiraiya pointed at him and voiced the question on both of their minds. Naruto, why is only one of your eyes showing the effects of Sage Mode? What? Naruto asked, as he couldn't see that one of his eyes had the bar-like pupil while the other scarred eye was still the same as it always had been. Naruto reached up and pointed at the unchanged eye and got a nod telling him that it was the one that hadn't taken on the mark of using Senjutsu. It was the Sharingan eye that was covered by his contact lens. Is it supposed to show in both eyes? Fukasaku and Jiraiya both nodded. What's going on? You've got the basic process down, you have the nature chakra flowing through you. What's the matter? Jiraiya gave Naruto a stern glance. There were too many strange things going on with Naruto lately. He was keeping something from them and now it was something he needed to address. Naruto, what's wrong with your eye? Everything legitimately organic about your person is affected by Sage Mode. Both of your eyes should have the mark. Naruto let out a sigh. What possible lie could he concoct for this one? And lying to the man that was teaching you his secret techniques and the elder of your summoning creatures had to be a total no-no. Fine, if he had to know then he would. No one else would. Okay, the thing about that is, I lost my right eye when I was looking for Kubi Kiribushu for Kiri. He saw the skeptical looks on their faces as he didn't fight like a man with only one eye. This isn't my real eye. He channeled chakra to his lens to deactivate it and show them the real eye. This is now. He heard Jiraiya and Fukasaku gasp once they saw it. Yeah, it must have been pretty shocking to see his Sharingan out and active like that. Naruto, why is your eye like that? What's it supposed to be? Naruto gave him a strange look. It's supposed to be the Sharingan. Can't you see? You've seen the Sharingan before, haven't you? I got a hold of a Sharingan eye and implanted it into my empty socket. Jiraiya squinted as if he were trying to get a better look at Naruto's eye. Sharingan? That's not what it looks like, Gaki. What do you mean that's not what it looks like? Naruto said, somewhat alarmed at hearing that his Sharingan might not be. What does it look like then? I know what it looked like when I had Maki-chan put it in. I know what it looked like when I saw it after my fight with Itachi and Sasuke. What's wrong? I can't see it. Jiraiya pulled out a kunai and started scribbling out what Naruto's Sharingan eye looked like to him on the ground. He stepped aside so that Naruto could get a good look at it. Just so you know, half of it is red and the other half is yellow. He then watched as the blonde boy scrutinized it. Naruto's central pupil was a horizontal bar surrounded by 3 tomoe. Half of his eye was red while the other half was yellow in a yin-yang pattern. Due to Naruto feeling stressed out over the loss or mutation of his Sharingan, it was currently spinning, both the tomoe and the yin-yang red-yellow combination of his eye. Holy crap, how this happened, Naruto exclaimed in shock right before his nature chakra faded, returning his Sharingan to its normal 3-tomoed state. Wait, it's back to normal now. Can you tell the difference? Fukasaku asked, curious as no one with a Dujutsu had ever been able to use Sage Mode before, between your regular Sharingan and that one? I think so, Naruto said, still slightly freaked out. In reality, he had only been paying attention to what Jiraiya said, not what he could or couldn't do with his Sharingan. What now? He asked. Jiraiya shook his head and let the shock of Naruto having a Sharingan settle. Now you're going to tell me and Fukasaku-sama how you wound up with a fully matured Sharingan eye in your right socket. And don't leave any parts out. Naruto groaned and then planted himself onto the ground in a seated position. Jiraiya did the same and waited for him to explain, as did Fukasaku. GRR, fine. It starts off after me and my team took the mission to take back one of Kiri's swords. We wound up in the southern part of Hai no Kuni. XXX. Kaze no Kuni, sunset. Danzo and his escorting members of Root came to a complete stop, prompting Fu to take up the ram seal and begin sensing around for any signs of danger. After finding a signature, his eyes widened in shock. Danzo-sama. There's a massive chakra signature coming right towards us. Danzo turned towards his subordinate and gave him a careful glance. How massive a signature? More chakra than I've ever felt from anyone in my life. Except for maybe Naruto Uzumaki, Fu said informatively, prompting Tsunade to assume a battle position in preparation for potential conflict. Like I said, it's heading straight for us. What do we do? Danzo answered in his usual reserved manner, we make sure we're ready. Which direction is the individual coming from? Fu pointed in the necessary direction, and over the horizon of the sand dunes they could see something akin to a fin sticking out of the ground heading towards them. What on earth is that? He asked. The answer from Danzo was quick and precise, the enemy. I hope that you two are good enough to stand against the Akatsuki. As he said that, from the ground burst Kisame, swinging Seimata in a manner that separated Tsunade and Fu from Danzo. Instead of going after the brain of the three, Danzo, Kisame spent his efforts doing all he could to send Fu and Tsunade further and further away, ignoring Danzo altogether. Sorry. It's too bad for you guppies, but the big fish belongs to someone else, so you and I will have to play for a while, Kisame said as he dashed after the 2 Root members retreating from his dog pursuit. Danzo narrowed his visible eye as he watched his Root shinobi struggle against Kisame, getting pushed further and further away. The reason being, there was only one person fighting against them. Akatsuki operates in pairs. And the partner to Kisame Hoshigaki is. Hello Danzo. Danzo didn't even bother turning around to face his enemy as he already knew exactly who was standing there. Hello Itachi. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Standing with his back facing Danzo's back, Itachi stood calmly by. Yes, it has. They simply stood not moving for the longest time, Danzo subtly trying to undo the bandages on his right arm as he spoke. So it's come to this? I thought that you were working towards Konoha's benefit, even now as a member of Akatsuki. I am, Itachi said. I went out of my way to wait for you under the guise of healing my eyes instead of heading towards Sunagakure to attempt to take the Kage. But there are things that I want now. The status quo has changed. Your trained operative took away my salvation. You remembered our arrangement, didn't you? Danzo felt like sighing. Of course he did. It kept his hands tied from running damage control on Sasuke's psyche after Itachi's killing of the Uchiha clan. What a shame. If Danzo could have gotten to him, then maybe Sasuke would have ended up being Naruto's partner the way Sai was now, to keep away from your younger brother, or you would reveal our secrets to the other countries. Itachi let out a humming noise. And yet who was it that interfered in our final battle? Naruto Uzumaki. A boy that you apparently trained. A boy that had the garb of your Root operatives. Tell me how that was keeping away from Sasuke? You fool, Danzo said lowly. Naruto had no idea of what had transpired. He knew nothing other than that you were a member of Akatsuki, a group set on ending his life. When he saw Sasuke, he didn't see someone to protect per our agreement. He saw a missing ninja of Konohagakure. He saw both of you as missing nin and threats to our village. And like the Konoha shinobi he did what he could to end that threat. Though I thought he had finished you. Not me, Itachi said, finally opening his eyes, my brother. Naruto killed Sasuke in our battle. His Sharingan now had the appearance of its usual three-sided pinwheel with three intersecting ellipses overlapping the pinwheel around the center, and now I carry his eyes as my strength. I'm not turning my back on Konoha, I've lost too much to do so now. But I can hold a grudge against Naruto Uzumaki. And I will end his life the way he did so to my brother. Killing him will end everything. It will save Konoha, it will avenge Sasuke. A kunai planted itself into Itachi's grasp subtly. You should see this as the correct action to take. I will kill Naruto and grow in strength enough to defeat Madara myself. You can't, boy, Danzo said, shaking his head pitifully. You have been twisted by Madara even though you cannot see it. And you cannot defeat Naruto-kun either. He will grow far more powerful than either one of us. Even that leader of yours. Pain. He will fall sooner rather than later. Itachi remained silent for a second before speaking again. You say that I cannot defeat Naruto as if I'm going to make it out of this desert. Are we not about to fight ourselves? Do you believe that you're going to die here? If that is what it comes to, Danzo said, trailing off as he had nearly finished unlocking the bolts on the heavy braces that sat underneath his bandages. As if he would allow Itachi to finish him off here. If Itachi truly wanted to fight, truly wanted to destroy Naruto, Konoha's future, then he had to stop him here. Do you truly plan to kill Naruto-kun? He got no answer from the stoic Uchiha. Then I cannot let you pass, Itachi, no matter what it takes. With that, Danzo's braces that were on his arm fell to the ground. As soon as they made contact with the sand, Itachi burst into a flock of crows and Danzo disappeared in a sunshine. Chapter 51, For the Sake of the Future. Kisame kept rapidly pursuing Torune and Fu over the sunset sandy environment of Kaze no Kuni, chasing them further and further away from Itachi and Danzo. If Itachi wanted to take on the old man by himself, Kisame could deal with that. It just gave him two enemies of his own to deal with. Maybe he could kill them before Itachi finished the old man off, told him that they had what they came for, and made him stop fighting as was Itachi's nature. You two are really good at running away, did you know that? Kisame taunted, trying to goad them into a fight. But he knew that they weren't stupid enough to turn and fight him just because of an insult or anything like that. Danzo would have made sure the drones that traveled with him personally were far better than that. Meanwhile, the two root ninja didn't know how to go about countering Kisame's chase. Fu didn't have the time to set up his signature trap, so that left Torune to fight directly and maybe begin the counterattack. They needed to get back to Danzo, but they first needed to dispose of the ex-Kiri ninja. A daunting task indeed. Torune had already pulled the gloves off of his hands, revealing that they seemed to look purple. This was the sign of his Aburame clan Kikaiu, although his were special nano-sized insects that did something more devious than simply draining chakra. Torune and Fu looked at each other before wordlessly nodding and breaking directly apart away from each other, splitting Kisame's attention. Fu quickly threw a trio of shuriken at Kisame, who blocked with his bandage-covered Seimata. Torune then took advantage of Kisame's focus being diverted and launched at the man with his fist cocked back, ready to strike. Kisame simply smirked and the bandages on Seimata flew off, as it grew in size and bent around like a flail, stopping Torune's attack. Now that's more like it. Keep me entertained, why don't you? Seimata then snapped back to its normal position, flinging Torune away and keeping the Aburame from making contact with him. All of a sudden, a scarecrow-looking puppet with sickle-like limbs dove from the sand and rushed right towards Kisame. The Akatsuki swordsman jumped back as the puppet plunged, missing its attack and hitting a sand dune. Kisame tried to scan the area for Fu but was unable to see him. A growl from Seimata put a smirk on his face. Well, I found you. He then went off away from Torune and the strange scarecrow in a seemingly random direction. It turned out to be not a random direction at all, as Fu burst from a hiding place in the sand before Kisame could reach him. Hey, Seimata can sense your chakra, fool. Fu grit his teeth and tried to steal his expression. I couldn't even finish my jutsu before that bastard found me. It had been a long time since Fu or Torune had fought someone as strong as Kisame. They probably had never fought anyone as strong as Kisame, to be quite honest, and despite his reputation as a bloodthirsty musclehead, it would be difficult to catch him off guard. No one in Root's ranks except for Naruto, who was more of an associate instead of an operative at this point, had the brute power to match Kisame head to head. If he couldn't hide his presence, then his body was vulnerable when he tried his variant of the Yamanaka clan jutsu. Come on, boys, Kisame said with a boisterous match. Don't tell me that's all you've both got. I expected more of a fight from those little suicidal puppets from Root after what I've heard. They were most certainly not suicidal. But as far as Torune and Fu were concerned, Getting into a fight with someone better than them was not a suicidal action. After all, there was always a chance that they could win, slim as it may be. And en route they all knew that even if a chance was slim, as long as something was in the realm of possibility, they would possibly be sent on a mission to complete or obtain whatever it was. The best of them had their resolves tempered in the fires of hell, so to speak. And that's why they would not cut and run. Because they couldn't. Because they had faced down situations like this, potentially with odds that were worse. Because it didn't matter how much of a monster Kisame was, it was their job to deal with the things that no one else could. Even if it killed them. XXX. Danzo vs Itachi. When Itachi and Danzo blurred from sight, they had been prepared for a high-speed opening to their battle. That was not what occurred. Instead of trading offense, Itachi wound up staring at what Danzo's right arm looked like. Gray and discolored, but that was not the staying point of what was so intriguing. Horrifying. Well, viewers to what Itachi was bearing witness to would have to come up with their own descriptive adjectives for what he saw. Because embedded all throughout Danzo's right arm were 10 implanted, fully matured Sharingan eyes. You don't want to do this, Itachi, Danzo insisted as he brought his greatest weapon to bear. Not a single person in his employ, in all of Konoha, knew that he had these eyes. They were even bigger secrets than the eye he had in his right socket. That he could easily explain away, the others. Not so much. Ignoring Danzo's words, Itachi simply stared at the right arm of Danzo, not moving or saying a word. His eyes merely stared at Danzo's arm before they suddenly snapped up towards Danzo. I could accept just one. Itachi started to say, I could accept you using just one Sharingan the way Naruto did. After all, he wound up losing his eye before our battle. And I never held any ill will towards Kakashi for his own. The Sharingan is a powerful tool. But how do you think this looks, Danzo? This doesn't look like the death of my clan was for the good of anyone other than yourself. Danzo merely shook his head, not offended by Itachi's words. Believe whatever you wish, Itachi. This was done to truly keep our home safe. Home. Itachi shut his eyes as if he had been trying to remember what Konoha was like. I do not have a home any longer, Danzo. Do you regret any of it? Danzo asked. Itachi sighed and shook his head. Every day. But regrets are merely wastes of time, solving none of the problems produced by the actions that are remembered. Itachi then disappeared in a flock of crows as his voice echoed out all around Danzo. There are no reasons to have any regrets. What's done is done. Words to live by. Danzo admitted, or in this case die by. Because he seems to be intent on truly doing this. At the very least, I know what Itachi is capable of due to Naruto's recount of his battle with him. A wisp of sand kicking up for a second in Danzo's peripheral vision gave him the range of Itachi to himself. He then made a set of hand seals and inhaled deeply before spinning around and exhaling. Fuuten, Shinkua, wind release, vacuum blade. A blade of wind formed around Danzo and cut into a body, revealed to be Itachi. However, after being cut in half, the body detonated in a great explosion. Danzo, however, was able to see the explosion before the combustion spread, and he managed to blow himself away from the explosion faster by exhaling wind from his mouth. I am sorry, Elder, Itachi said, appearing suddenly behind Danzo with a kunai, but you broke our covenant. Naruto en route would always be Danzo's strongest weapon. In Itachi's mind, it was negligent of him to not inform Naruto. He believed that Danzo left him uninformed so he could have Sasuke taken out but still have plausible deniability. Danzo was devious like that, Itachi wouldn't have put it past him. Before Itachi could stab Danzo, Danzo turned his head directly down and blew more wind chakra from his mouth, kicking up a large cloud of dust to obscure Itachi's vision. A blind Uchiha was historically acknowledged as a dead Uchiha, especially in the later annals of the clan's history. Without those eyes, they didn't have much else to make up for the loss with. This, however, was not just any Uchiha, it was Itachi Uchiha, and while he might not have been able to defeat Danzo without his eyes, he could damn sure last long enough with them closed to avoid being blinded by sand to show Danzo that he was not to be trifled with. Danzo believed that Itachi was still in the cloud of sand, as his Sharingan hadn't caught any movement coming from it. Danzo took a deep breath and exhaled, planning on blowing the sand out of his field of sight and even more into Itachi's eyes, until he heard Itachi call his jutsu out. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Danzo's wind actually helped to fan the flames of Itachi's jutsu, turning his fireball into something akin to a firestorm as it came roaring at Danzo stronger than any other time he had seen the rather common elemental jutsu used. As the flames engulfed his entire body in an unavoidable torrent that gave time for the sand to disperse, Danzo's stoic outlook on things truly found itself put to the test when the sand cleared. "So you truly are taking this battle seriously," he said as his voice echoed out around the area, his body not visible. "I can't afford to save my energy against you, Danzo," Itachi said as the sand cloud finished clearing, revealing him covered completely by his Susanoo. "Luckily I am fully recovered from my injuries suffered in my last battle. And my illness has cleared up for the moment." Itachi's illness. Through his entire life Itachi had suffered in secret due to his incurable sickness contracted back when he was a Konoha shinobi. Not even anyone in his clan knew of his disease, as Itachi refused to allow anyone to discover such a detriment that could be taken advantage of. Not even the Hokage at the time himself was aware of it. Danzo knew of it simply because Danzo knew things about the people of interest in his village. His root specialized in discovering the dirty little secrets of others. It had caused Itachi's stamina, and by proxy his chakra reserves, to suffer in varying degrees depending on how much he exerted himself, the climate in which he was in, hell, even the weather affected him. All sorts of variables. It was quite cumbersome and a testament to Itachi's true skill and strength that he managed to become such a powerful shinobi with such a handicap. And as the large flaming ethereal warrior surrounded Itachi's body, Danzo reappeared, looked at the setting sun over the sandy wastes of the country. And at that moment, he really wished that he was fighting Itachi in inclement weather and that it wasn't a beautiful evening with even temperatures. Because unlike Naruto, he didn't have the advantage of crappy weather or even a person to fight alongside him to divert Itachi's attention. Naruto wasn't able to break through Susanoo even with his most destructive jutsu. Even though he could have, but he hadn't done it right. The way he had gone about attacking the Susanoo construct would have been impossible for even the mightiest ninja to accomplish. Danzo would not make the same mistake in this battle. His aim would be perfect. Unlike Naruto's. Because after learning of the Yata no Kagami, 8-span mirror, he knew exactly what to do. He learned a lesson after learning of Naruto's battle with Itachi and Sasuke. He knew just what to do, all he needed was an opening. XXX. Meanwhile, Mount Myoboku. Naruto was mentally preparing himself for the next day of training tomorrow as he sat in the house possessed by Shima and Fukasaku. He and Jiraiya were both waiting on dinner that was being cooked by Shima. Both hated what the elderly toad woman concocted night after night, but what could they do? Naruto took shoveling the terrible food down as a way to train his resolve. Jiraiya just held back tears whenever he ate it. All of a sudden Naruto grit his teeth and slammed his fists on the table. "Fuck. I'm stupid," he suddenly exclaimed, getting Jiraiya's attention as he was about to doze off waiting on food. "We knew that," Jiraiya quipped before getting to the meat of the situation. "What's the matter, Gaki? Something wrong?" Naruto moaned and dropped his head on the table. "Nothing but my hindsight," he admitted, thumping his head on the surface once before continuing to speak. "When I was fighting Sasuke and Itachi I fought his strongest jutsu, Susanoo." "And?" Jiraiya asked, trying to get him to explain further. He had already heard Naruto's account of the battle. It sounded like it had been a barn burner. "Tell me what you just figured out about the fight, kid." Naruto sat back up and drummed his fingertips on the table. "I was stupid when I attacked Susanoo. I took it head on and I couldn't get through to Itachi himself." Jiraiya rubbed his nose. "It's all right, kid. Nothing you've got, nothing I've got. Nothing anyone has can get through Itachi's Susanoo and that freaky shield that it has." "That's the thing," Naruto said with a frown. "I could have gotten through as long as I hadn't attacked head on. The shield was what kept me from cutting through Susanoo, otherwise I would have cut through that stupid ass thing like a hot knife through butter. Or like a spoon through Shima's fly soup." He smirked when he saw Jiraiya turn green just thinking about the food he had brought up. Jiraiya choked down his nausea and got back on topic. "So you could have decisively won that battle for sure without getting repelled the way you did?" Naruto nodded. "Wow. Do you think Itachi knows about that little weakness?" Naruto shook his head. Who else would he have possibly used Susanoo against to test it? He probably only trained with it to learn how to attack and to learn how to use the shield thing. Other than that, he doesn't know about the fact that there's one big ass weakness about Susanoo that I couldn't take advantage of while I was holding the Rasen Shuriken, and I'm not talking about all of the chakra it takes to keep it going. Susanoo in its complete form pretty much anchored him to the ground except for some lumbering footsteps. It was clear from the look on Jiraiya's face that he barely recognized what Naruto was referencing. Naruto blinked and had the bright idea to activate his Sharingan and use the only genjutsu that Danzo had been able to instruct him on, using the directions that he had gotten from the tablet in Konoha's Naka Shrine. After sitting there for a few minutes while he took in Naruto's explanation and the end of the battle through Naruto's eyes via Genjutsu, Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization as Naruto's point hit him, which means. Exactly. Naruto cut him off, knowing exactly what the old Toad Sage was about to get to. When Itachi used Susanoo, he couldn't move nearly as fast as he normally could, like he was literally lugging it around. If you were fast enough and had enough space to move and get Susanoo's back, then Itachi couldn't turn around fast enough to counter you. Susanoo was usually big enough to catch anyone with that huge sword it had. Its reach was incredible. Sigh, a whole lot of good that information does me now though. Once again. Hindsight was 20/20. As he looked outside, Naruto couldn't help but notice that the setting sun made the mountains of the toads look as if the place was drenched in blood. He didn't know why he thought such a morbid thought at the time and immediately cleared it from his mind. XXX. Kisame vs Torune/Fu. Kisame was grinning from ear to ear. The two were not backing down, but even they knew that they had a slim chance of touching him at all. Even so, they had drawn their tanto and were eagerly trying to cut him down, compounding their individual efforts to take him down. Still, he had been a member of the most elite force of swordsmen in the world. These two were intermediate users at best. It wasn't enough. Fu cried out in pain as he found himself slashed across the chest, with Seimata's scales shaving off the material of his shirt and the flesh on his torso. Torune tried to attempt a slash, but it wound up being blocked by Seimata, followed up with a spinning back kick from Kisame that sent him flying. Hey, come on ladies. That can't be everything you've got. I'm sick of going through the motions here. This was hopeless. At this rate the two of them wouldn't be able to even fight Kisame to a standstill. It was obvious that he wasn't even taking them seriously. He wasn't trying to kill them, he was prolonging the battle, confident in Itachi's ability to handle Danzo all on his own. He just wanted to get as much enjoyment out of this fight as he could. I hate this desert. Kisame commented offhandedly, it's so dry out here, there's no water for me to use. He then made the snake hand seal, good thing I brought my own so to speak. Suten, Bakasui Shuha, water release, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame opened his mouth and spat out an ungodly amount of water that formed a massive wave headed right for Fu and Torune. Seeing this coming right for them, the only option available for the time being was basically how this entire battle had started, with them running like hell. Except now, instead of just running from Kisame swinging a sword, they were running from Kisame swinging a sword while he was riding a tidal wave. Kisame was actually quite amused when he saw the two root ninja run from his tidal wave. He laughed to himself and made a tiger seal, Mizu Bunshai no Jutsu, water clone jutsu. 10 copies of Kisame formed from the still crashing tidal wave, all of them running after Fu and Torune. Run for your life, boys. You've got 10 Mizu Bunshine chasing after you. Don't slip up now. Torune turned around over his shoulder to see just how desperate his situation was. There was no by-the-books way to handle this one. That meant that he had to come up with something that came out of left field. That was the mindset of the masked root operative when he stopped running away and immediately turned towards the onslaught. His insects were not large enough to create a wall or anything like most Aburame clan members could do, not that it would do much good here. There was something he could do though. With his tanto he cut through all 10 of the weakened water copies of Kisame when they tried to engage him, insulted that the man thought that would stop them even if he was that much stronger than them on his own. His focus could not be shaken as he allowed the water to crash into him directly, taking the brunt of Kisame's tidal wave just as he tore the top of his outfit off. There was no way he was going to survive that kind of impact. Torune, Fu shouted in vain to his partner. What were the chances that he would walk away from that? What were the chances that Fu could even come close to beating Kisame on his own? In the end it didn't matter. His partner went down fighting, and if that fate was good enough for Torune, it was good enough for him too. Kisame laughed at what Torune had done. What had he been thinking? As the waves tapered out and subsided, they seemingly made a lake in what otherwise would have been a pit of sand that both Kisame and Fu now stood on the surface of. Kisame addressed Torune's attempt at whatever it was he had been trying to do, your partner. He fought hard. He fought well. I wouldn't have died though. That's just me. Fu could see Torune's body nearby floating face down in the man-made lake. He was not moving. But what Fu did see gave him a little bit of hope for winning. Torune had not just thrown himself at Kisame in a suicidal attempt to go down swinging. There had been a method to his madness that only Fu as his longtime partner could see. Torune's sacrifice had purpose. Until that purpose took hold, he just had to stay alive. He would know when Torune's last strategy paid off. XXX. Danzo vs Itachi. Danzo had to say, Susanoo was an imposing figure. There was no getting around that fact. Just the sheer intimidation factor alone of its finished form would be enough to convince a lesser ninja that they didn't have the firepower to deal with it. But Danzo did in fact have the firepower to deal with it, and he knew exactly how to do it, having learned from Naruto's mistake in his own battle with Itachi. He had 3 ways to win this. One would be to make this a prolonged battle of attrition. And as Itachi's gigantic armored Susanoo moved forward, he figured for now that would have to do as his primary plan. There was no reason to expect any openings to just automatically present themselves to make the finish any easier for his other 2 plans. He had to be ready for a long battle. Itachi forced Susanoo to grab its ethereal sword and unsheath it in an attempt to cut Danzo down, only for Danzo to jump high into the air, given a boost by him exhaling wind chakra through his mouth. What a versatile element you have. Itachi commented before guiding Susanoo to slash Danzo out of the air, but it stands to assert that Naruto's own mastery of wind is greater than yours and he could not defeat me. He did defeat you. Danzo commented before he again exhaled wind from his mouth in midair and avoided the attack on what was meant to be his prone position. He simply did not finish you. He accomplished his goals while you did not, or did Sasuke kill you and I'm fighting a ghost right now? He said, a jibe at Itachi's intention to give his life for Sasuke. Do you have any idea how badly you traumatized that boy? You should have simply let things lie as they were, Itachi. I don't need you to tell me that. Itachi remarked, barely hiding his ire as he sent Susanoo after Danzo, who was steadily backpedaling, using his wind stream from his mouth as a boost to move faster. Suddenly, the form of Susanoo vanished and Itachi began rushing towards Danzo. Today you fall. Danzo noticed Itachi trying to make eye contact, a no-no in a battle against Sharingan users even when one of the users had the Mangekyo Sharingan. There could be only one thing that he wanted done and it would probably have crushed Danzo, leaving him only one option as he focused his chakra towards the Sharingan in his right eye socket. You will not use that Tsukuyomi in battle. Using the power of his particular Sharingan, Danzo gave the subtle mental command to Itachi that he would not use his terrifying Genjutsu on him, as he was certain it would spell the end for him if he had. Genjutsu was not his forte despite his use of one particular technique. Itachi seemed as if he had a change of heart while he had been getting closer to Danzo, however this did not keep him from attacking altogether. He just didn't attack with Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, illuminating heaven. With that, Danzo's body immediately caught ablaze, signifying that Itachi's aim with the black inextinguishable flames managed to strike true. However, Danzo's body merely vanished from his sight instead of expiring before his eyes. I had a feeling this wouldn't be very easy. Itachi commented, not knowing where Danzo would resurface from, thus keeping his sharp eyes peeled for anything. He had to say, the lack of going blind due to using his techniques was very much valued. If only it didn't have to come at the price that it did. He had never wanted it to end that way with him and Sasuke. Are you letting your mind slip, Itachi? Itachi was broken from his reverie of his brother's fate and cursed. This was not the time to show his regrets in battle. It would end with him dying in the sands, Fuuten, Shinku-Gyoku, wind release, vacuum sphere. In Itachi's blind spot out of his peripheral vision, Danzo stood and fired several simultaneous small bullets of air at Itachi. You're fighting a proxy battle, Itachi. Danzo commented as Itachi dodged the attack, showing the depth of his speed and skill. Your heart isn't in this, you're just fighting for the sake of fighting. That is not the way to win. Taking offense at Danzo claiming that he had no real reason to fight him there, Itachi responded, my heart is the entire reason I'm here to fight. Or its lack thereof. My heart, my hopes, my goals were with Sasuke. I keep going for him, Itachi stated as he forced Danzo to burst into flames with another Amaterasu before that body vanished as well, forcing Itachi to narrow his eyes in suspicion. If that were true. Danzo's disembodied voice echoed out from seemingly nowhere around Itachi, then this battle really is lost for you. Your reason isn't much of a reason at all. Do you even know what you're doing here? Itachi noticed another appearance of Danzo and pursued him, intent on getting to the bottom of what his evasion technique was, tying up the loose ends of the village as well as my own. He said in a veiled insult to Danzo, your root needs to be pulled from the village's foundations. You are an unnecessary appendage sucking life from Konoha and the ninja world in general. Do you think I've never heard anyone insult my root before? Danzo said as Itachi drew closer. He doubted that even in his prime he would have been able to move faster than Itachi Uchiha. Well, now he was seeing firsthand that most certainly could not. Peace is not as free as most of you in the village seem to think it is. The enemy is always at the gates. Root just ensured that they would be a little further away. He began to make more hand seals. Too bad that Itachi was faster and finished his set before Danzo could, too slow. Fuuten, Shinkua, wind release, vacuum wave. Itachi had copied Danzo's earlier jutsu and had turned it against him, exhaling and spinning around rapidly to cut Danzo into segments with his wind blades. But once again Danzo's body vanished. After Danzo's body had vanished this time, cuts appeared on Itachi's body. Foolish. Danzo's voice stated, "This is why most of the wind techniques I knew were never used by my Uchiha clan team member years ago despite him having unlocked his Sharingan. Most of my special wind ninjutsu are dangerous to attempt for anyone without full mastery of the element." It was true, not even Naruto had been able to learn any of them in his youth under Danzo's training. Naruto could only learn one, the Fuuten, Shinkugyoku, wind release, vacuum sphere, the basis of which he used to create his own signature move later in his career, the Fuuten, Fuujin Seiken, wind release, divine fist of the wind god. Instead of a finely pressurized finesse-piercing attack though, Naruto's jutsu was just brute force. It didn't require hand seals to use though, which was impressive. Itachi nursed the cuts on his person, grateful that none of them were too deep. If the jutsu had been stronger then he probably would have suffered quite a bit of damage instead of just the shallow wounds he received there. He finally decided that it was time to cease the deep conversation and finish things. He knew what Danzo was using to keep himself out of harm's way and he had to say that he was shocked Danzo would use such a forbidden technique. Not even Itachi would have considered attempting it. Susanoo, he with the ability to help by all means. In a rush of ghostly flames, Itachi's complete spiritual protector took its place around him, keeping him out of any potential harm's way. The next time Danzo showed himself he would get the answer for certain of just what the old man was doing to defeat his own demise. "I always knew that you feared death Danzo, but to go this far to escape it. Your use of the Izanagi is ingenious. To say nothing of your moral faculties. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu." In the distance a bearded creature with the top of its head wrapped in bandages much like Danzo was usually seen that had the body and trunk of an elephant and the legs and claws of a tiger appeared in front of Itachi and Susanoo quite a distance out of its reach. Itachi didn't react much to the creature however, staying on his guard but nothing more than that. "Your Baku summon. You really are pulling out all the stops against me, aren't you?" Itachi said to himself. His rhetorical answer came when the Baku creature began inhaling as hard as it could, causing a powerful suction effect that drew in sand and seemingly more if there had been anything there. Itachi merely hunkered down and defended with Susanoo, shield out towards the Baku to negate its suction. You cannot break through Susanoo's Yata no Kagami, 8-span mirror. It negates all elemental attacks on it. Fuuten, Shinkuu Rinpa, wind release, vacuum serial waves. Itachi was unable to turn his back fast enough to move Susanoo and its shield towards the new threat. Surrounding the incoming Danzo's body was a torrent of massive wind blades, coming at Itachi from all sorts of different angles. He could see the blades actually cutting through the sand in the air. And once the suction from the Baku got to it, the jutsu seemed to grow even stronger. All in all there was really nothing that Itachi could do as the blades cut into Susanoo deep enough to actually cut into him. As Danzo witnessed the blood fly from Itachi's body and the young man himself fall to the ground, he had to give a nod of thanks to Naruto for laying the groundwork for his plan to even take shape. Thanks to his ability to deduce Susanoo's weak point from Naruto's telling of his battle, his strongest wind attack did not fall to Susanoo's mirror the way Naruto's had. XXX. Kisame vs. Fu. Finding oneself getting pummeled in a fight that one believed they had at least a 50-50 chance of winning is never a good feeling. The feeling of getting oneself pummeled in a fight that one knew right from the start that they never had the slightest snowball's chance in hell of winning was more of a hollow feeling, to be quite frank. The latter is what Fu was feeling at the moment. With the death of his partner Tsunade, he had no real offensive attack. Any ninjutsu he could have launched on Kisame's person would have ended with him having to leave his body to do so. Which left him the alternative of trading blades with the monster of the hidden mist. Fu's desperate attempts to bring Kisame down as they continued to fight in what would probably wind up being one of Kage no Kuni's new oases were not bearing him any fruit. Kisame was systematically dicing him up. Shredding would actually be the more accurate term for what was happening to him if he were to stop and analyze the situation. Kisame let out a few pleased chuckles at the sight of the blood dripping from Fu's frame onto the surface of the water. Seimata had been steadily devouring his chakra with each swing he managed to connect with. "You've fed my sword so well I think it has to work off some of its extra calories if you catch my drift." He had to say that this young root ninja was tough. No one could ever call them out for being spineless, that was for sure. Questionable in their actions? Definitely, but they would fight you as hard as they could if that was how things were to be. Fu fought off sweet unconsciousness, knowing that if he shut his eyes he would drop, and that would be the end of him with absolutely nothing to show for it. Torune's sacrifice to assist in Kisame's demise would have been in vain. But he knew that Seimata working off calories was code for "I'm about to hit you with a big ass jutsu. I'm just telling you in advance because I think it would be funny to see how you'd stop it." Kisame's hands, still clasped around Seimata, flew towards the ram seal as he began to build chakra, and Fu realized something important. Kisame didn't know that he was a Yamanaka. He had never actually seen him use his clan technique, he had just seen the scarecrow puppet and must have figured him to be a puppeteer. In reality, when he had been using the scarecrow, that was actually something that had his consciousness in it, meant to be a trap that Kisame never sprang out of sheer chance. Well, there was one jutsu that every Yamanaka could do, and Kisame's building of his chakra left him wide open to it. Fu's hands were just as fast as Kisame's as they flew towards his jutsu's specific hand seal, and unlike Kisame, he didn't need to build the chakra for it. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch jutsu. Firing off the jutsu, Fu made sure to fall backwards so that he could float on the surface of the water instead of drown face down. And just like that, Fu found himself inside of Kisame's body, allowing himself a smirk with the blue-skinned man's own facial features. However, his triumph did not last. Kisame's body had still been holding Seimata, and Seimata did not approve of this impostor of Kisame. He was not as strong as his actual user, and it despised that. Seimata forced spikes from its handle, stabbing into the hands of Fu in Kisame's body and forcing him to let go of the sentient weapon that then growled at him from the mouth at the top of its blade. It lunged at the impostor in its user's body and wrapped itself around it in a tightly constricting move that forced him under the surface of the water. What is this thing doing? Fu thought as Seimata began dragging itself along Kisame's body underwater. Is it really willing to damage its own user to get me out of it? In reality, Fu's body was being damaged by Seimata's scales as well as Kisame's. If this were really Kisame, then he would be tough enough to force the sword to stop hurting him. This impostor in Kisame's body could do nothing of the sort, thus it was not Kisame. Besides, Kisame was more than tough enough to take this. It felt as if Fu's skin was being slowly shaved off. This thing will flay me alive if I stay in this body. His own body would be useless if that were indeed the case. As such, Fu found it prudent to force himself back into his own body. And as he did so, he began sputtering and splashing, shouting in pain as he could feel and see the terrible wounds inflicted due to Seimata. But he couldn't dwell on this because he could hear Kisame growling. Over where he had left his body, Kisame was back on the surface of the water, holding his hands in the ram seal and glaring at Fu murderously. "You won't get that chance again," he muttered lowly. His Akatsuki cloak had been shredded off of his body, and the marks where Seimata had rubbed up against him were clearly bloody and visible. Suten, Daibaka Sui Shuha, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Once again, Kisame spit out a massive torrent of water that hit Fu, only this time it did not hit with crushing force the way his last attack of this nature had done to Torune. It had moved in a capturing motion as it began to form a massive orb that was able to keep its own shape. Fu found himself with an all-new set of problems as he was now caught in a full-scale underwater field. "You're going to suffer." As Kisame stated this, his body began to fuse with Seimata, turning him into a full human shark hybrid, Suru Sumiodori no Jutsu, water prison shark dance jutsu. There's no escape. He then noticed a grin on Fu's face as he seemingly tried to hold his breath with a pained expression. "What are you grinning about? You're trapped." "It hurts." Fu thought to himself, "It hurts so bad. But it's not my injuries." He looked down at his arm and noticed that part of his skin was purple and it seemed to be spreading. This was the effect of Torune's special insects. As he looked around, he could see his partner's dead body floating in the orb with them. Kisame had sealed his own fate. "What is this?" Kisame asked, straining himself painfully as his skin began to break out in purple spots all over. "What's going on?" Fu had to stay alive a bit longer, if only to see whether or not his partner's plan would truly work in his death. He allowed his nano-insects to scatter in the water with his death. They can't survive for long in the open air, but in a place like this they can live on outside of their host's body for a little while. It was one of the ways that they had managed to bring down the sizable Prajna group, using this method to poison their water supply. Kisame's body was almost completely purple and sickly looking at this point. He had swallowed the water. He had been around it, having it splash all over him more than Fu had. His dose would most assuredly be fatal. "Good work," Fu thought as he allowed his eyes to close, succumbing to the cell-destroying effect of Torune's bugs. Kisame on the other hand screamed until his eyes rolled into the back of his head. His demise had been far more painful than Fu's. There was nothing he could do after taking so much water into his actual body. With his death, Seimata separated from his body and the massive orb of water lost its foundation to hold, dropping and filling the lake that Kisame had already created even further. All three bodies, Kisame, Fu, and Torune, floated lifelessly on the top of the water as Seimata let out noises that sounded like crying as it floated along as well. The sun had long since finished setting, bathing the entire scene in white moonlight. XXX. Danzo vs Itachi. Danzo's eyes had turned to the slight distance away as a massive orb of water was visible on the horizon before it eventually dispersed. That was clearly where his underlings had been fighting their own battle, and it looked to be a very destructive one to boot. The thought of another battle to fight against an Akatsuki member made him look down at his right arm. I've got 6 Sharingan eyes left. Itachi took 4 to defeat. Hopefully Kisame won't take any. He thought as he noticed that 4 of the eyes on his arm were worthless now. All of a sudden, in the distance, the Baku, his summon, attracted Danzo's attention as it let out a wail of anguish and pain before dispelling. He saw no explosion or any sign of combat, and he could not see Itachi in sight. Itachi must have defeated my summon. Genjutsu, because it wasn't much of a fight. He's not dead after all. He hadn't even left a trail of blood from where Danzo left him. To move so fast without a sign of him doing so and to leave no trace, Itachi really had been worthy of his Konoha station as Onbu captain. Danzo made to head in the direction of the place where his summoned creature dispelled. The Izanagi. The Sharingan's most forbidden jutsu. Hearing Itachi's voice stopped him in his tracks, the power to remove the barrier between illusion and reality. Although it comes at the price of sight in the Sharingan eye that performs the technique. Danzo noticed Itachi standing up with his Akatsuki cloak cast aside, his wounds visible on his body. A small price to pay though for cheating death, isn't it, Danzo? After all, why face your fear when you can just avoid it altogether? You are correct, Itachi. Danzo admitted, I did fear death. I feared death for the longest time. I feared that without me Konoha would be lost. Konoha's right flank would be forever unguarded. That my death would end with the death of our village. Itachi seemed to have a satisfied look on his face, hearing Danzo say those things. That was until I realized that such a fear was foolish. Itachi simply blinked at the seeming change of heart in Danzo. Something he hadn't expected out of the notoriously stubborn elderly man. What are you talking about? The village existed before I ever gained the power to organize Root, Danzo stated, drawing a kunai and breathing his wind chakra on it, giving it a temporary appearance of a scimitar coating. It takes both sides, both the light and the dark, to maintain the balance to keep Konoha safe. Hiruzen secured the light half, passing down the will of fire we were all taught to all of the youth. And I have secured Konoha's protection from the shadows with my future generation of operatives. The village will survive on after I die. My faith has been with the future of the village, as its next Hokage will be Naruto Uzumaki. And you truly believe this? Itachi said as Susanoo began to form around him again, his body beginning to twitch due to the chakra he had used to continue the battle thus far. You really believe that Naruto can become the Hokage and keep Konoha safe? I would bet my life on it, Danzo said before forming 2 hand seals. As a matter of fact, I already have. Fu-Uten, Shinku Taigyoku, Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. He inhaled deeply and launched a massive single ball of wind at Itachi, only for Susanoo to block the easily scouted frontal attack, something you failed to do when instead of letting your brother move on with his future you forced him to dwell in the past. Itachi's eyes reflected hatred as Susanoo lunged forward with its sword. Danzo lifted his right arm and a massive tree grew from nothing in the sand as a defensive measure. However, the sword was not truly physical and phased right through before stabbing through Danzo. Do not speak of things you don't understand, Itachi said tersely. When Danzo's body faded again out of his sight, he didn't even allow him the chance to materialize anywhere else, as when he saw Danzo's body again, the yellow eyes of Susanoo glowed brightly for a split second prior to a large scale of area that Danzo stood in spontaneously combusting. You know nothing of why I did the things I did. You manipulated your brother worse than I've ever manipulated anyone. Danzo's disembodied voice said before he reappeared a ways away from Itachi and Susanoo, breathing slightly heavily. The powerful series of jutsu that he had been using were not intended to be used by someone with his genes. The Sharingan alone would have been taxing enough on his chakra reserves, but using the 1 in his head and the 10 in his arm in conjunction with Izanagi, as well as the Makuten genes he needed for him to use Izanagi in the first place, was draining him steadily. You really are a student of Madara. You have a gift for twisting others to your will just like he does. Not even Shisui's Dujutsu could have so completely warped Sasuke the way you did. That's enough out of you, Itachi roared as he brought Susanoo to bear, driving forward to end Danzo's life. He had never been so angry in his entire life. The only time that ever came close was when he believed that Naruto had killed Sasuke in the middle of their three-way battle. The sword swept across the top of the sands and caught Danzo cleanly. Itachi merely kept Susanoo swinging its sword despite the fact that the constant action and the strain of using Susanoo was aggravating his sickness. He needed to end this now. With that in mind, he wound up cleaving Danzo 2 more times. Danzo reappeared in the air above Susanoo's sword only for its eyes to glow yellow again while looking at him in the sky and force another instant explosion that engulfed the Root commander. Itachi knew that Danzo was not dead. If he hadn't died yet, then he would not be dying from such an attack. Even if it was just as impossible to dodge as Amaterasu, Danzo still had more Sharingan eyes to use Izanagi. And right when he thought this, Danzo returned right on cue, appearing from thin air as Izanagi cancelled itself once more. Susanoo was truly imposing. Danzo just could not get to Itachi a second time. Even when he was able to cut into Susanoo, he simply wasn't able to cut deep enough to kill Itachi. He was most certainly feeling the effects of using so many of his Sharingan eyes, but he would not use the one inside of his head. He would not use Shisui's eye for the Izanagi, it was far too valuable to simply waste. Itachi started to think as he coughed violently, I need to conserve chakra. Winning here at the cost of all of his chakra would do him no good, but Danzo wasn't really giving him a lot of options here. Thinking about what he would have to do after the battle if he won, Itachi deactivated Susanoo. If he had used it for too much longer, he wouldn't have walked away. There was no need to ensure his demise tonight. Danzo was not Sasuke, it is time we bring this to an end. Danzo looked at his right arm and grunted. He had left Izanagi active for too long while dealing with Susanoo for that last sequence of attacks. He no longer had any Sharingan eyes to spare, so has it really come down to this? He asked Itachi, after all you've sacrificed, are you really willing to ignore all that you have worked for? Itachi did not answer Danzo. There was nothing more that needed to be said. One of them would die, either Itachi would clean part of his mind and conscience with Danzo's blood, or Danzo would keep Naruto and Konoha safe for a little while longer by taking Itachi's life. Danzo let out a sigh as he stared Itachi down with his chakra-imbued kunai in his hands. If this is what it has truly come to, either the end of you or me, then I want to say just one thing to you, Itachi. Thank you. You have sacrificed more than your life, you have sacrificed more than any shinobi, even myself, would ever have. Your will of fire never burned out. That was something that had never been said. For all he had done, for every sacrifice made, for every Uchiha life that was ended by his hands, for every bit of Itachi's future that was destroyed by the urging of 3 old shinobi that couldn't find an alternative, for all of that not a single person had ever expressed gratitude. What had Itachi gotten out of his sacrifice? He had lost his family, he had lost his lover, he had lost his career, he had lost his reputation as a stellar and loyal high-ranking ninja, he had garnered the unconditional hatred of his beloved younger brother who for the better part of a decade had existed solely to put him 6 feet under. He had become an international criminal that was destined to be pursued to the ends of the world until his demise. For all of that, he had never even heard one person offer their appreciation, not one single time. And to hear it at this moment, he didn't know how to feel. But he would not stop, things were too far gone to change now. This battle had to end, no stalemate would do. But as Itachi burst into a flock of crows to initiate the combat once more, Danzo's Sharingan caught the slightest of movements. For a second Danzo swore that he could see a tear fall down Itachi's face. And that sight made him realize just how tired he truly was. Perhaps it would be nice, after 60+ years of tireless work and fighting, to finally rest. Let the new blood handle protecting what was now their world. This is for Sasuke. Itachi's voice sounded out from behind Danzo, forcing his eyes to widen as he heard loud chirping consistent with only one attack that he knew of, Chidori, 1,000 birds. There was no time to turn. This one was coming right for his heart. He knew it. He was not fast enough to turn and counter Itachi, not even on his best day he would not have been able to turn fast enough. With his mind running at 1,000 miles a second, Danzo flipped his wind chakra-coated kunai reverse style and stabbed himself through the stomach just as Itachi's right arm drove itself through his chest from the back. Danzo took one deep breath as the pain tore through him from being impaled twice, but he also heard Itachi let out a sound of pain as well. Danzo moved the blade to find that he had managed to stab Itachi deeply, just as deeply as he had stabbed himself. Danzo could already feel his control over the implanted Makuten cells in his arm slipping. It was a race now to see whether or not he would die from Itachi's final attack or from losing control of the Makuten and turning into a tree. He might have preferred the latter, leaving a lasting impression on the world by being a tree in the middle of the desert, but he still had a job to do, and as he twisted the blade deeper and freed a hand to grab a hold of Itachi's arm through his chest, he would have to settle for the impression made by training the next Hokage. Itachi's arm was stuck, he couldn't yank it free. The wound in his own torso was sapping his energy as well as holding him in place just as well as his arm through Danzo. "This is the end, Itachi," Danzo said, struggling as he reached up past the seal on his chest towards his Sharingan to destroy it for safety. "There is nowhere for you to go. You may have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but you don't have Madara's ability. You can't avoid this. Ura Shishu Fuinjutsu, reverse 4 symbol sealing jutsu." 4 black double bars released from his body around himself and Itachi before forming a large black sphere around them. It then swiftly started to suck everything caught in the sphere into Danzo's body. It took the sand around them in the shape of a semicircle, leaving quite a crater, but more importantly it took Itachi's body within as well. Itachi merely shut his eyes and accepted his fate. "Mother, father, Sasuke. I'll see you all soon." As everything found its way absorbed into Danzo's body, he lifelessly dropped to the ground, blood pooling around him. His body merely sat there in the moonlight for the longest time until Zetsu emerged from the ground right next to his corpse. "Well, would you look at that? Apparently Itachi Uchiha can be beaten not once but twice." The black side then spoke up. Even with the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan heightening his abilities, Itachi's heart wasn't in the battle. His will to fight has been gone since the Kyuubi Jinchuriki encountered him. They both moved towards Danzo and gathered him up. "Well, we couldn't touch that nasty infested water to get Kisame's body, so Madara will just have to make do with Seimata." As they sank back into the ground with Danzo's body, the Black One spoke up. "Besides, Leader Sama wanted us to bring him Danzo's body as well. I wonder why," he said out loud before his body completely vanished into the sands. XXX. With Naruto, Mount Myoboku, Naruto's mindscape. In the middle of the night, instead of launching into a dream of some sort, Naruto found himself back inside of the sewer mindscape he had yet to set back to normal. Naruto sighed and stomped his way to the bars of the cage, knowing he would only be there for one reason. "What the fuck do you want?" The eyes of the Kyuubi had yet to open as it found Naruto standing in front of its cage. Of course he was. The Kyuubi had been the one to call him there in the first place. "I believe we need to talk," the massive creature said in a sociable manner that Naruto hadn't come to expect from it. "Really?" Naruto said, a skeptical look on his face as he chewed on his lip in an irritated manner. "I thought we'd said all we needed to say to each other the last time we spoke. I already told you, if you're going to keep shaking in your sandals every time you see someone with a weird eye pattern, then I don't need you dragging me down. I'm fighting for both of our lives here." So far nothing had changed to make Naruto believe that the Kyuubi had changed. "I have something that you need to know that may change that opinion of yours," the Kyuubi said matter-of-factly. "Your old toad teacher's plan of fusing with you for activating your sage mode will not work. You are already fused with me. Any other attempt to do so by another would fail miserably." Naruto had to hold back from making an outburst. If he couldn't fuse with Fukasaku or Shima, then that meant he couldn't use sage mode in a manner that would be practical for battle. The time he had spent on the mountain preparing himself until this point was all for nothing. If that were the case, how would that change my opinion? All that would do would be to piss me off even more, wouldn't it? He asked calmly, despite the fact that he was indeed very upset by this turn of events. "Normally yes. But then again, where do you think you get your incredible penchant for growth from?" Kyuubi said as it opened its eyes to look at Naruto for the very first time since the conversation had started between them. As it looked upon Naruto's slack-jawed stare, it couldn't help but feel some satisfaction at surprising so thoroughly the shinobi that had made a living out of surprising absolutely everyone else. "I see you get my point. So now that you've been sufficiently shut up for the first time in quite a while, what did you say about you not needing me? After all, who would have expected the Kyuubi to learn how to channel sage chakra?" Naruto snapped his jaw shut in an attempt to regain his composure. He definitely hadn't seen that outcome as a possibility. The outcome being the yellow eyes of the Kyuubi with the telltale bar-like pupils in them and the orange pigment around its eyes. "Total sage chakra, okay. I admit that I may have had a bit of a temper problem last time," he said admittedly before pointing seriously at the demon, "but now I'm definitely using the Sharingan when we finally fight." XXX. Kaze no Kuni. With the moon high in the sky basking over the area, a group of Suna ninja came across the bodies of Fu, Tsunade, and Kisame, all in the contaminated waters made by Kisame for the battle. By now, however, the insects had died without an actual living home, having been caught in the open for too long. thus making the water safe to retrieve the corpses from. So what do we do now, sir? A random Suna Chunin asked after they had inspected the bodies. It had been quite a struggle from the looks of things. A Sunagakur Jounin looked at the dead bodies in scrutiny. 2 of the bodies were the bodyguards of the Konoha elder Danzo Shimura and the other was clearly Kisame Hoshigaki. But Danzo was nowhere to be found despite the blood found quite a ways away. Still, people needed to be informed of this turn of events, gather the bodies and will return with them to the village. The Jounin ordered the other 3 Chunin with him. We need to tell Kazekage-sama about this. Konoha will need to know what has happened here. Chapter 52, Time to Kill. You're full of so much crap, Gaki. What a way to say good morning. Of course Jiraiya's comment could be understood once he heard what Naruto had told him last night about his little discussion with the QB. Are you sure you weren't just having a really specific nightmare? Naruto let out a scoff as the 2 of them walked to the usual training waterfall of oil, not that they would be using it today, it was just where they had been used to training while they're on the mountain. I don't have nightmares, Uro Kyofu. And I know the difference between a dream and my mind, especially when I woke up after the talk already with the chakra running through me. The QB was not lying. Jiraiya could only shake his head at the thought of what was being presented to him. How could the QB even learn to use it? A shrug came from his young blonde godson. I don't know. I learned to use it. You said a massive reservoir of chakra was needed to do it. Well, that's all the QB is, chakra. It was stuck in my head with nothing to do but watch me train. It was going to get the feeling of nature chakra down too, same as me. And if you're talking about staying still to gather the chakra. At this point he switched to giving the older man a deadpan look. All the QB does is stay still for 20 hours a day at least. I'm pretty sure it has practice, more practice than me. That's really not very inspiring to hear, Naruto, Jiraiya said with a grimace. You're telling me the QB can use Sage Mode? No, Naruto said with eyes wide as he actually stopped walking for a moment. Hell no. Not functionally at least. He could actually hear the QB cackling inside of his head at the idea. If it could do that, then I'd say just let the thing loose right now because I can't beat it. It can't because it has to stay still to gather the chakra like me, and I can just take the nature chakra away from it like I was trying to get its actual chakra like normal. He shook his head just thinking about the idea and started walking again. Are you insane? If it really could, then do you think I'd be in this good of a mood right now? Maybe? Jiraiya answered unsurely. Naruto rolled his eyes before responding. If that really happened, then I probably would have jumped off of the highest cliff on the mountain. And slit my goddamn throat on the way down. Because there's just no reason to keep on trying anymore. That's a really negative sentiment, you know. Remarked Jiraiya dryly, but then he thought about actually having to fight the QB himself. And then to fight the QB with the ability to use Sage Mode. And then thought about a loose QB that could use Sage Mode functionally. And figured that he would probably do something similar. But there was nothing he could do but use the advantage that was granted to him and hope that the QB didn't find a way to make Sage Mode functional for itself. What if the QB somehow starts learning how to do Sage Mode properly? Then I'll stop using it. I have a second idea that's less convenient. Naruto replied with a frown, not by much, but if it comes down to it, then it's always good to have a backup plan. I had to get some help to come up with it, but that's what a support system is for, isn't it? Jiraiya gave Naruto a strange look. What support system? Naruto pointed at the communication tattoo on his shoulder. The best kind. The cute kind of support that has high-level sealing knowledge. He saw Jiraiya nod in understanding before a lecherous grin spread over his face. I don't like that look. What's with that? So you can talk to your servant, sweetheart, eh? Jiraiya said with a pondering inflection in his tone. Do you ever talk dirty to her with that tattoo of yours? Maybe that's why she's so happy all of the time even when you're not there? Yeah, sure, because sex talk in Morse code is just so great, Naruto said sarcastically. You're an idiot sometimes, do you know that? I see why Tsunade Bakken hits you more often than not. You probably could charm the pants off of her if you weren't always acting like. Well, you. A sigh came from Jiraiya. It's a long story, Gaki, one that you wouldn't get if I told you so. Let's save it for another manly bonding moment in the near future. The tone he used sounded serious, so Naruto dropped it for the time being. Now we're here, he said as they arrived in front of the waterfall of oil. Now show me how this would work. Naruto nodded and began to turn his attention inward. QB, you're on. Don't screw me over here. He thought as he put his hands in the ram seal to help himself focus, balancing the chakra that was about to run through his system. I can't screw you over, stupid. I'm behind the seal and you can already control nature chakra, so what exactly could I do? The QB fired back before it went silent and started generating nature chakra. After a moment, Naruto's face took on the signs of him using Sage Mode, an orange pigment around his eyes, and a yellow toad-like eye with a horizontal bar pupil in the eye that wasn't covered by his contact lens. Do you feel that? Yeah. Naruto replied out loud as he could feel the power going through him. Let's play around with this for a bit and see just what we can do. He turned towards Jiraiya, who already had a smirk on his face. If you're up for it, Uro Kyofu? He finished as he deactivated his contact lens, displaying his Sage Mode warped Sharingan. The response was not only Fukasaku but Shima appearing on Jiraiya's shoulders, all sharing the same looks that Jiraiya had. Yeah, why not? He said as his features started to change to that of his own when he took on Sage Mode. I've wanted to fight you for real for years, Gaki. Maybe now you can take enough punishment to make it fun. At a distance on a ridge overlooking the area, Gamabunta, Gamakichi, and a whole host of other toads of various shapes and sizes were watching what they were about to see. Are you sure this is far enough away? Gamakichi asked his father as he sat on his head, still small enough to do so. Naruto ni is kind of notorious for, well, fucking landscapes up. This is fine, Gamabunta insisted, smoking his pipe before an explosion below them threw dust and debris into the air high enough to reach the top of the ridge they were all watching from. Alright, maybe we should back up a little bit. XXX. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. The message from Suna had just been received only minutes ago about what had occurred on the outskirts of their jurisdiction. The bodies of Danzo's 2 bodyguards were found dead along with that of Kisame Hoshigaki. Danzo and Itachi Uchiha, Kisame's partner, were nowhere to be found, but signs of a great battle were found a short distance away from where the 3 bodies were located. This did not give Tsunade an easy feeling as to the fate of the missing delegate. Danzo was not the type to allow himself to be taken prisoner, and he was on his way to Suna to boot. If he had escaped, then he would have headed that way. That was rather bold of them to stick their necks out for someone that wasn't even a Jinchuriki like the other times they had been discovered and engaged in combat. It was probably a personal vendetta of some sort, clearly from what Naruto told her of the black op given to Itachi. Damn it, the Hokage needed to be briefed about crap like that when they took the hat. She should not have been told about this 3 years after she took over by someone that had nothing to do with any of it. Koharu and Homura got their wrinkled butts chewed out the second that clone Naruto sent to her dispelled for keeping that from her. She could understand some things being covered up and buried and kept from people especially like this, but not when there were still remnants of the damn scandal still out and floating around. If Itachi had killed them all, Sasuke included, then maybe he could have stayed. Maybe a lot of this didn't have to happen. But Itachi would never have done that from what Naruto told him. That fight Naruto intruded on was meant for Itachi to die. And with what actually occurred, there certainly would have been means for a grudge to be held. The only thing he wanted out of the whole Uchiha massacre was disrupted. I swear the brat needs to get his stuff together so he can take this damn job. Tsunade muttered to herself as she sat at her desk thinking about what to do next. After a moment she began to write out a return message to Suna for Gara. Alright, we're not going to get a better reason to do this now without something catastrophic happening beforehand. Iwagakure isn't going to join the alliance, so we might as well set the meeting date now. Akatsuki could make too many moves and spring about all over the map. The shinobi villages that had come into the alliance propagated over the last few months needed to get together to come up with a solution. XXX. Undisclosed location. A crater formed in a stone wall as Madara punched it angrily, hearing the news that was just given to him by Zetsu. Damn it, Itachi. The man was difficult to manipulate even with his spirit broken. When he said he would head to Suna so readily, he figured he was back to the drawing board to find a new way to defeat him, but would do Madara's bidding in the meantime. He never figured that Itachi was actually willing to go simply because of the man that had granted the go-ahead for the mission that ruined his and his brother's lives would be heading that way. Danzo simply was not a person of interest to Madara. He never had been. The only thing Root had ever done against his Akatsuki always happened to be inadvertent. Naruto, Danzo's top trainee, was merely fighting for his life as he was a Jinchuriki. The pale boy and the girl he had a run-in with were only meant to back Naruto up and keep him protected. The rather large amount of Root shinobi that had bailed Naruto out of Omegakure were there in the first place to take down Hanzo before he was killed by pain. Getting Naruto out became their main objective when that became impossible, and his and Jiraiya's battle became impossible to win. Danzo and by proxy the Root that he led were of no consequence to Madara. They were to Itachi though. And it was enough for him to go after Danzo himself. He hadn't even taken any time to try his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before engaging the man, to try and find any of his techniques beforehand. And now he was out a pair of spare Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. Danzo sealed Itachi inside of his body. There was no way to get him out to get at his eyes, and Danzo only had a right arm full of useless ones. He even destroyed Shisui's eye prior to dying. The bastard. All he had to take away from Danzo's death was his right arm that had the Makuten cells that he could find use for. Not exactly a victory. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back and all of that. After taking Danzo's arm, he let Zetsu take Danzo's body to Pain. The fool would do his little reanimation techniques and he would have a new anima path and would be back at full strength. No need to complain or sulk over the destruction of his spare bodies any longer, because Madara was tired of him sitting on his ass and doing nothing. There were moves that needed to be made, and right now Pain and Konan were the only one that could do so. With Zetsu sending Danzo's body, he also sent new orders to Pain from Madara. An order he wouldn't have any trouble adhering to, especially since he would want to test his new body and all in actual combat. Sasuke's little lapdogs still moving around and whining for their master were getting to be irksome. It was mostly that girl though that worked his nerves. Give Suigetsu a sword and he would immediately leap up the ladder in terms of being a threatening shinobi. All he needed to do was hypnotize Juugo and that would solve that problem. If there even was one, since if he still wanted revenge on Naruto, and that might be enough to get him to work. Karen on the other hand was only good for locating general chakra signatures and healing the others. She wasn't much of a fighter at all, and Madara needed fighters. Maybe he needed to seek out this Kabuto they were so intent on destroying. This man was meant to test them. Well, in that case they failed the test. They hurried into the fight and were embarrassed by Orochimaru's old right-hand man. Perhaps looking to employ the man was a better option than most right now? There was a need to stop the bleeding, so to speak. And then there was another option altogether. It was experimental at best, but if it was done right, not only would it buy him time to bolster his own forces, it would weaken the homes of his final 4 targets. XXX. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's Tower. Konan could tell by now when Pain was in a good mood. It was especially evident today, as he had been sulking for the last month since the interrupted battle with Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki. When Zetsu presented him with the body of Danzo. Well, she didn't think she would ever again see the man actually smile before then, but he had put one on when Danzo's body had been laying at the feet of his remaining other bodies. She thought she would feel better at seeing the man that had conspired with Hanzo to kill them, to see the man indirectly responsible for the death of her dearest friend Yahiko laying lifeless on the ground. She didn't know whether it was because she didn't do it herself or what, but she just felt hollow. It didn't feel like any kind of victory she was led to believe it would feel like. It didn't feel like anything at all. And from what Zetsu said, it was time to move again. Time to adhere to Madara's will again. But whatever had been ordered by the man didn't seem to upset Pain at all. Konan. The Pain that looked like her old friend Yahiko spoke to her. I will be leaving the village for a short while. In the meantime, I want you to send out a few messages to the other smaller villages that are sick of playing as the buffers and the whipping boys to the 5 major shinobi villages. Konan nodded. Which ones would you have me send word to? She asked. All of them. Every single one. Pain told her, looking over at her with his ripple-patterned eyes. I want every minor village to be contacted. I want you to tell them to keep their eyes open, and to tell them that the time of the 5 dominating the many is over. They will see what I mean soon enough. It will soon be time for their pain to finally be reimbursed if they choose to join Amigakure. Her eyes widened at the implication of what he was saying. You want an alliance? Yes. Pain admitted freely. Of course his closest confidant would be able to tell what he was thinking. The 5 great shinobi villages are doing the same. What they have neglected to do was to include or even consider the thoughts of the smaller villages that populate our world when they did so in the first place. The arrogance of the 5 nations that did so. Of course they wouldn't consider the consequences of what their little alliance would do to the smaller villages. They are probably already on edge over the matter and willing to take preemptive action. They can see what will become of the alliance and their fates once it is truly consolidated. As the lesser of the equation, they will slowly but surely be phased out altogether. The smaller villages worked in the areas where the larger villages wouldn't tread out of fear of stepping on another major village's toes and starting a major war. Places such as borderlines, countries that stood between the major ones, places like that. It was a considerably smaller living compared to the larger villages, especially since their funding from their daimyos were far smaller than their larger counterparts. But it was a niche that helped them survive once the pecking orders of the villages became clear-cut decades ago. If an alliance took place and there was no tension over operating zones for the major shinobi villages, then there would be no use for the smaller ones that were before an important part of keeping the balance of power set. So with the alliance, everyone that started all of the major wars would finally be getting along. That wouldn't do the smaller villages any good at all. No tension meant that the larger villages would have expanded operating zones, which meant that quality and quantity could be taken over mere convenience for the clients out to hire shinobi. And if push came to shove when pressed, the smaller villages would be unable to do anything significant about it. After all, they couldn't win a war against one of the big five. Only one of the 5 major villages could defeat another, as had been proven in multiple past wars. Other than having fighting take place on their lands, there was really no disadvantage to the minor villages when the big villages got into their wars, unless they were directly aligned with one of the warring villages, in which case they were the cannon fodder for their larger ally. During wartime, missions for minor villages saw a surging uprise due to the fighting between the larger villages keeping them busy. The longer the war, the stronger that the minor villages grew. Since the modern system of villages first began to take shape, no minor village grew as much as the 2 strongest, considered to be right on the cusp of being one of the big 5. Those 2 were Kusagakure and Amigakure, with Takigakure a distant third. Uzushiogakure used to be right there before the war that wound up destroying them. That put minor village growth in check after seeing what happened to the powerful village of Sealing Masters. If they could be destroyed, then it could happen to any small village that didn't know their place, so to speak. They were more or less bullied under the guise of treaties with the larger villages. No village stepped out of line to challenge the 5 great shinobi villages, or else they would be destroyed. It had happened already to multiple smaller hidden villages over the years. But to be bullied, you had to have some fear. And bullying wasn't effective without the muscle to back it up, which all the big villages had. Because the lesser villages were all scattered, they were more or less on their own when it came to their relationships with the larger villages around them. The fact that they routinely outnumbered the major village that hovered over them at least 6 to 1 meant nothing, since they never tried to get themselves together. The quality of their ninja was also lacking when compared to the major villages. They needed the muscle to make them believe that they had a chance. That was something easy enough to prove when it came to something like this. With the world the way it was right now, all Pain needed to do was push it along just a little bit. The 5 great shinobi villages will fall. Pain asserted with full confidence in this fact. Their tactics of staying on top of the heap for so long will be what comes back to bite them once the smaller villages believe that they have nothing to fear. He and his amassed bodies walked outside to the ledge of the tower into the rain. I will give them that belief that there is nothing to fear. Tell them that the man inheriting the power of the Rikadu Sennin is sending out the call for their assistance. As the 6 bodies of Pain vanished from the ledge, Konan's hands tightened into fists under the sleeves of her cloak. So you're going to start a war? Have you truly forgotten the reason we started this in the first place, Nagato? XXX. With Naruto, Mount Myoboku. The toads that had been observing the friendly battle between Naruto and Jiraiya finally came out of ducking and hiding for cover as the sounds of destruction finally stopped. Hours of explosions and land being upturned finally brought things to a close. Is it over? Gamatotsu asked shakily, hiding in the back of his father's vest. The contingent of spectator toads had long since abandoned standing at the edge of the ridge once all of the explosions started kicking higher and higher. Since it became clear very shortly that being above the action didn't keep them from being drawn into it. Gamakichi hopped down the side of the ridge to check on the 2 combatants that had been fighting below. Let me check. I'll be right back. He walked over a ruined landscape. The only thing that was really still pristine was the waterfall of oil and the statues around it. Apparently the 2 had made a truce to not fight anywhere near it to keep it from taking damage. Gamakichi eventually came upon Naruto and Jiraiya laying in a large crater with Fukasaku and Shima hovering over them. Hey, are either of you 2 dead after all of that? Because it sure seems like someone should be. Jiraiya let out a cough and sat up shakily with the help of Fukasaku. I have not had my ass kicked like that in a long time. And I'm not really counting the pain thing. I technically beat half of his bodies. And then he ripped your arm off. Naruto chimed in before a frown came over his battle-marked face. Contact lens activated again now that the battle was over and his Sharingan wasn't needed. And you and the elders still put the boots to my ass for a lot of that fight. You're definitely handicapable for sure, Uro Kyofu. He finished, getting a laugh out of Jiraiya. Gamakichi grabbed the beaten-up Naruto and placed him on his back. Okay Naruto ni, I've got to catch up to you after seeing that. Maybe I should try to start training in Senjutsu too? The young toad mused to himself. Naruto nodded, not that Gamakichi could see it with him on the toad's back. Sage mode is a monster. I think I'm tired. Me. I'm actually tired. I never get tired, at least like this. It's not just an I got beat up kind of tired. Side effect of using Sage mode for a long period of time, Gaki, Jiraiya said informatively. That's why it's only for when you need to bring out the big guns, he said, gesturing to the toad elders that look slightly drained at having been channeling chakra for so long. You feel the exhaustion when you let it fade. How you feeling, Kyubi? Naruto mentally asked his tenant as the Kyubi had been channeling chakra for Sage Mode just as long as they had been all by itself, and Naruto's list of ninjutsu only became more and more taxing on the chakra count. He had especially been abusing Hertsu Seigen, Burst Limit, to stay out of Jiraiya's reach when he could. Sage Mode turned that powerhouse into a whole different kind of threat. I'm not weak like you humans are, Kyubi stated derisively at his human container. Do you really think that your puny amassed ninjutsu could put even a dent in my own chakra reserves? Yes? Naruto thought and reply only to get a scoff from his large red inner demon. Ignoring that conversation for the time being, Naruto turned his attention back to Jiraiya. So am I done? Is my training finished? Jiraiya couldn't keep the smile off of his face. Yeah. You're done. It's time to go home. He then blinked and looked at their current situation. Right as soon as we can both stand up and walk in a straight line. He got a thumbs up from Naruto on Gamakichi's back in response. Shima watched as Fukasaku showed surprising strength for such a little toad as he picked Jiraiya up to help carry him. Well, in that case I guess I'll make you two boys some home cooking for the road. Naruto and Jiraiya looked at each other and shared terrified looks before pushing themselves off of their toad assistants and used each other to stand up, balancing against each other to make sure they both stayed up. No, that's not necessary, Shima-sama, Jiraiya insisted, Naruto waving his hands in a gesture to show that it wasn't needed. We need to get back to Konoha, who knows what's happened to that place since we've been gone. They both then rapidly tried to hobble away, trying to disguise their injuries in vain. Fukasaku just stared with a deadpan face. Right. I guess I'll just go on ahead and take the portal to Konoha to get ready to summon them back, he said, grabbing his confused wife by the hand and dragging her away from the area. XXX. Kirigakure no Sato, Mizukage's office. Kujuru stood in front of the beautiful Mizukage Mei Terumi, unable to meet her gaze directly as he did so. What on earth could she have called me here for? He thought to himself, I'm all by myself, what's going on? It was clear that he was fidgeting. Kujuru, I need you to focus, okay? Mei said warmly in an effort to get him to calm down. The boy was so jumpy most of the time, nervous about messing up anything, and things got worse whenever he was around her. He was chosen to take on the mantle of current 7 ninja swordsman of the mist because he was talented, but that would only go so far without confidence. She seemed to be the only one that could make him get his nerve up. This is important. There are raids taking place all over the countryside on Kirigakure outposts and there haven't been any survivors in 9 different assaults. The young man gulped but nodded anyway. So you want me to go and search for whoever is doing this? Yes. Mei confirmed for him, I need you to take a team out to deal with whoever is doing this. I'm asking for you because you're the best of the current crop of potential 7 ninja swordsmen. You've already mastered using Haramkare and you've been the best at using Kubi Kiribushu since it has been returned to the village. You're the most talented swordsman in the village. Why is it me that you picked to go? That was the heart of his trepidation for going, but he would take the mission regardless. He simply wanted to know the criteria for him leading the team. Do we know anything about the attacker that makes me the right person for this mission? Mei nodded and reached into her desk to pull out a file that she put down in front of him. These are pictures of the wounds inflicted on our shinobi that had been attacked. She watched Kujuru intently as he looked at the pictures, adjusting his glasses on his face as he started to get the picture as to why he was being sent. Do you see why you're the one that must go? Kujuru nodded with a stone-like look on his face, but the man that owns the weapon that did this. He's supposed to be dead. Sunagakure sent word to every village in the alliance that Kisame Hoshigaki was killed in Kaze no Kuni a few days ago. And Mei knew this. She had already returned a message to Tsunade and Konoha stating that she would attend a meeting in their village to go over the issue of the Akatsuki threat that seemed to be more than just a regional problem. If they were killing delegates and freely taking away Jinchuriki, then it was high time something needed to be done. You know what injuries from the weapon Seimata look like. Even if it isn't Kisame, there is someone out there with one of our swords killing our ninja. And as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it's my responsibility to bring them down and retrieve our weapons. Kujuru nodded firmly now that his task was laid out in front of him. I'll find who's doing this, Mizukage-sama. I swear I'll bring them down and bring Seimata back. Mei smiled at hearing Kujuru sound confident and fired up to go retrieve what belonged to the group he proudly represented. You have free reign to select whomever you believe would be best for assisting you on this assignment. You can leave once you've done this. Good luck. I know you'll do a great job. Returning her smile full force, Kujuru bowed before hurriedly making his way from the office to prepare for his mission. After he left, Ao poked his head into the office and looked back at the way that Kujuru had gone in order to leave. So do you think the kid's got what it takes to deal with whoever this is? If whoever's doing this is using Seimata, then it might be a step or two out of his league. Just to be able to wield that sword. Whoever is doing it has to be a monster. Mei frowned at Ao. I wouldn't go counting him out just for that. He's the only person in training that has met the criteria to take a place as this generation's next set of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If there's anyone that can match up with whoever is using Seimata, it's him. Ao sighed as he walked inside of the office and leaned against the doorframe. I'm still not convinced. For a mission like this you need to send a ninja with foresight. If I had to say anything, it's that a real man is what you need for something like this, Mizukage-sama. Sadly for Ao, however, in his little rant/statement only certain key parts of it were heard. Send. For a real man. It's what I need? Mei simply put a pleasant smile on her face as she cut Ao off as he continued to rant. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. That stopped the ranting man in his tracks. What did I do? XXX. Elsewhere in Mizu no Kuni. I've got to say. Madara certainly does know how to reward hard work. And Zetsu delivery service is mighty handy. Standing up from a low crouch outside of a recently sacked and destroyed observation point in the northern islands of the nation, Suigetsu sighed and looked around at his handiwork. 50 dead Kiri ninja lay all around the area. Geez, why do these guys always attack first? Suigetsu asked himself out loud, scratching his head. All I'm trying to do is send a message that I want the other swords Kiri has in their possession, he said before shrugging. Oh well. At least I actually get to kill the people I fight again instead of just holding back. If Sasuke were here all he'd say would be leave them alive or some crap like that. It would totally cramp my style, right Juugo? He asked. Juugo? Suigetsu turned to see Juugo repeatedly punching a downed Kiri ninja with his piston-like right arm, pulverizing the rock underneath the ninja's head. Die. 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 He howled in a manic tone of voice as blood and stone flew up with every strike. The white-haired swordsman gave off a casually deadpan look at the barbarous sight. Yeah. I don't think you really have to worry about that. People usually don't live when you turn their skulls into slurry. He then noticed Juugo stopped punching and his arm turned back to normal as he hurriedly backed away from the shinobi he had been decimating. I'll take it you're back to normal now. Juugo nodded slowly, looking at his hands shakily. Good. I don't get why we're out here waiting for your stupid sword. Karen chimed in as she walked over with her hands on her hips. You already have one so. She was then cut off when Seimata was put right in front of her face. Don't say stupid things like that, okay? Suigetsu said with a bored look on his face. Because you were in such a rush to go after Kabuto to avenge Sasuke, you got our asses kicked because we weren't ready. Not only am I getting better at using Seimata with all of the fighting we're doing, if I can get one of the other swords then that would be all the better for the next time we fight someone strong. Karen backed away from the young man holding the creepy weapon. What if we get killed out here while you're on your little scavenger hunt? A feral grin with his shark-like teeth came from Suigetsu. Haven't you ever heard of trial by fire? If we get taken out by any jabroni that winds up coming after us, then what kind of chance do you think we have at fighting a Jinchuriki, not to mention a Jinchuriki like Naruto Uzumaki? He isn't just sitting on his ass twiddling his thumbs. I'll kill that bastard, Karen exclaimed angrily at the mere mention of Naruto's name. I'll tear him apart for what he did to Sasuke-kun. Suigetsu shook his head. Then you might want to start not sucking in a fight. The way you are, he can kill you with eye contact alone. He then laughed at his own little joke. If the guy knew any genjutsu then he just might be able to, literally. He set Seimata on his shoulder. I'll take either Haramkare or Kubikiribushu at this point. Both would be outstanding though. Karen shook her head at seeing Suigetsu get all caught up in daydreaming about his stupid freak swords and looked over at Juugo. I think we should get out of here and hide again. Juugo's freaking out at what his other half did and someone's going to be here soon after all of the ruckus you two made. Suigetsu stuck Seimata to his back with a smirk. Yeah, we made the ruckus because you never fight. He pointed over at the now docile Juugo. Crazy serial killer Juugo is more useful than you in a fight, he teased. I was the one that cast the damn genjutsu over the people here so the idiots didn't see you coming until you two were right on top of them. Karen replied heatedly. She was damn sure a useful member of the team, she was just the support. Suigetsu would realize that if he ever got messed up badly enough to need help. But then as long as he lived through it he would just put himself into a body of water and heal there, and Juugo was so unstable that healing him came with the risk of impossibly snapping while you were working on him. A shrug came from the water-manipulating member of the team before Juugo spoke up. Maybe we should get moving again now you guys. Suigetsu nodded, yeah sure. We need to find another outpost to set up it just in case the murderous you decides to peek his ugly head out again so we can get some use out of your crazy side. He looked back at the completely ruined outpost they had just run through like a hot knife through butter. Eventually they'll send someone with a sword knocking once they realize Seimod is the one doing this. And I'll be waiting. XXX. Kana Hagakura no Sato. So this is little Naruto-chan's house, Shima said as she was led into Naruto's new cliffside accommodations by Hamako, who had been previously acquainted with the old female toad. Didn't get to see much of this place last time I was in Konoha, she said in passing as she hopped down the stairs from the entrance into the main room that overlooked the whole village due to its placement on the mountainside. Hamako followed behind placidly, I'm sorry, there was just so much going on the last time you were here that there was no chance to show you Naruto-sama's home. To be honest, he hasn't even been here yet either. Shima hopped on the middle of the table in the living area, well that's about to change in just a moment so hold on. And in a matter of moments, a puff of smoke filled the room, clearing to reveal Naruto and Jiraiya standing there, and there you go. Back home. She waved to Jiraiya and Naruto, feel free to stop on back in any time either of you, you're both always welcome, she said as she disappeared to head back home herself. Home my ass, Naruto said, looking around with a confused expression on his face, this isn't my apartment at all. He hadn't been gone long enough to forget what his own place looked like. It had only been for a couple of months. First of all, this is way too big to be my place. Second of all, you can see the entire Hokage monument from my living room window. He gestured out at the sunset balcony view he had of the entire village. This is like looking at the entire opposite thing. Nice view though. He had to admit. Hamako raised a hand to interject as Naruto kept looking out the window. Actually Naruto-sama, this is your house. He turned around abruptly to give her a wide-eyed look only to be met with a smile. You told me to keep your affairs in order. Well, between the work with the academy that I do and the sealing tags that I sell and with all of the money you have from Sasori's bounty and the high-level missions that you kept taking, we had money. A lot of money. Enough money to easily buy this entire house. That wasn't even mentioning that he got paid at regular intervals while he had been on this long mission around the bulk of the ninja world as well. Getting paid for an S-ranked mission routinely did not give one empty pockets. Plus Kirigakure awarded Konoha financially for the return of Kubi Kiribushu. And some of that went to Naruto's account as payment for his efforts per the Mizukagae's request. Jiraiya draped his lone arm over his stunned-looking godson's arm. Yep, and I live here too. Rent-free of course. I'm on the cusp of retirement and I'm taking liberties with my social security gaki. I'm a veteran. A nod came from Hamako to confirm this. Oh, but there's plenty of space. It's actually no problem at all that Jiraiya-sama lives here as well, honest. Naruto's facial expression still hadn't gone back to normal, so let me get this straight. You bought me a house while I was gone and moved all of the stuff in? Hamako nodded happily to verify, so this place with all of the space, and the huge view over Konoha, and whatever amount of bedrooms this place has. 8 bedrooms. Hamako helpfully added. 8 bedrooms, Naruto said, taking back his last statement. All of this is mine? As in it belongs to me? Yes, Hamako said cheerfully before being met with Naruto's silence, putting a frown on her face. Is that a problem, master? Did I do something wrong? You're not upset, are you? She asked before she found herself swept into a kiss. Quickly letting her go after his display of affection, Naruto threw his hands up in victory. Thank you, Hamako-chan. Yeah. I own a house. A big house. Not an apartment, an actual house. A smirk was on Jiraiya's face as he looked over at Hamako, touching her lips serenely and blushing lightly. Hey, I know you're excited and everything about getting a house, and once you actually look around this place you're going to love it even more, but I'm telling you right now, if you try to kiss me I'm going to throw you out of the window. Naruto stopped celebrating long enough to give a dry look to Jiraiya. Big deal, I can walk on air, remember? Do you really want to start that? Because I know that you can't fly. Now can I please celebrate? I haven't had much to feel good about these days. That's another thing that I was meant to tell you, Naruto-sama, Hamako said, speaking up in a rather quiet voice as her mood seemed to take a 180. The happiness in her face had disappeared as she couldn't look Naruto in the eye for what she was about to say next. I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll just come out and say it. Sai, there's some news that came to us while you were gone. I'm afraid Danzo Shimura is missing. Hokage-sama thinks he's more than likely dead. Jiraiya's eyes quickly panned from the servant girl to Naruto, trying to observe whatever emotion there was crossing the young man's face. There was none to be seen at the moment. Come on, kid, don't do that freezing up crap you do whenever something's messing with you. Say something. Do something. Anything. Naruto's eyes turned to the couch where he just went over and sat down. Hamako walked over and sat down next to him, putting an arm around him in a hug. He just sat there staring at nothing until he finally spoke. So how did he die? Naruto asked solemnly. At least he's willing to say something about it. Jiraiya thought, thinking that this was at least better than the time he thought he couldn't beat the Akatsuki. Hamako gave him whatever answer she had on the matter. His guards were found in Suna, one of them a Yamanaka, the other an Aburame, both of them dead. Kisame Hoshigaki's body was found as well. And then there was the place where it was believed that Danzo had been fighting. Apparently it looked like a mess. Naruto smirked weakly. Hey, the old man didn't go down easy, I guess. Even if they were all dead, at least they took one of his more powerful enemies with them. You always were watching my back somehow, weren't you, Danzo Gigi? At least you went out in a fight. I think it would have hurt me worse if you died in your sleep or something lame like that. He turned his blue eyes towards Hamako's amber ones. So how are Sai Kouhai and Maki-chan? What's going on with them? Sai-san and Maki-san need to speak to you, Hamako said with a serious look. Naruto could only guess that there was a power vacuum of sorts en route now, and he knew that in the event of Danzo's death there was supposed to be a total recall of all dispatched root operatives. He could only imagine the mess that probably was. I'll handle it soon. He told her, patting her on the thigh. I'm fine though, really. Naruto stood up from his place on the couch and decided to go look for his room. He hadn't slept in a bed that could be considered his own in months, and right now he really needed the rest. His mind was tired. I need to go around tomorrow and get my butt chewed out. I guess that'll just be part of my tour. Jiraiya had been quiet the entire time. It seemed like hearing of Danzo's death sapped all of Naruto's remaining strength from his body. Rest really was the best thing for him at the moment. He had been on the move nonstop with no downtime for quite some time. It was one hell of a campaign across the continent he had just been running. Wait, why do you think you're going to get chewed out tomorrow when you meet up with your friends? Naruto turned and gave Jiraiya a haggard look as he started to list the reasons. People thought I was captured after the fight with Pain. I never came home and continued my mission that we had taken earlier without even taking a team of people that anyone knew about. I globetrotted while people thought I was dead in a ditch somewhere. I've got secrets galore that my friends should be suspicious of by now. The team that no one knew about actually met my friends and then escaped from them so I could finish the mission without going back to Konoha with them. And oh, how about this? He asked, turning his contact lens off to show off his Sharingan. Keeping this a secret for as long as I can is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, he'd have to run the gauntlet. Between personally reporting to Tsunade, facing down the friends that had gone on the mission to assist him, answering the questions about his fight with Sasuke and Itachi, and everything else, he would definitely need to be well rested for that. I see your point, Jiraiya said before walking past Naruto and putting a hand on his shoulder as the old toad sage went to his room. Well, good luck with that. A sigh came from Naruto as he continued back. Hey Hamako-chan, I don't know where I'm going or which room is mine. Do you want me to show you? Hamako asked him, tilting her head inquisitively. That'd be great, Naruto said as he waited for Hamako to get up and walk over to him, grabbing his arm against her chest as she pulled him down the hall to show him. Do you want to take a nap with me? I could use the company. He asked. Just a nap? A delicate tilted eyebrow from Hamako belied a rather mischievous tone behind her words. Spending only a few hours with Naruto and Kumo was not enough to make up for the months that he had been gone for. Talking through the tattoo was a far cry from actually being there with him. Maybe when I wake up we can do something then if you still feel like it, Naruto teased her back, using a regular tone of voice so that she couldn't tell if he was kidding or not. Who knows how long that'll be though. So mean, Naruto-sama. Hamako pouted playfully as she led him into his room. She could tell he was in one of his moods again, though he was doing a much better job of playing this one off. Danzo's death actually did hurt him more than he showed, but out of respect for the man he felt he had to simply move along. He simply wouldn't outright grieve even if she or Jiraiya confronted him directly on it, so the next best thing she could do would be to cheer him up somehow. Oh well. You can tell me all of the things about your trip that you couldn't recount through our connection. And I was so looking forward to seeing what you thought about your new bed. On second thought I might have enough energy for just one shot. With a serious face, Naruto quickly about-faced in his outlook clearly towards the positive after being presented with the same opportunity and having it shoved in his face. He had not had relations with a female in at least 2 months, give him a break, maybe more than one. XXX. Shimo no Kuni. Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost, was a buffer nation that sat between Hai no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni. This nation also bordered Kuni, land of hot water, and both of these minor nations had hidden villages. So hiding oneself only meant that you had to find a concealed place at the border that others had to get permission to so much as venture anywhere near. It also helped when there was no one that knew where you were going in the first place, but being somewhere that most others wouldn't readily venture was a big deal as well. Which is why finding Kabuto Yakashi proved to be a tougher task than most would readily admit. Still, after his run-in with Naruto, it was clear that the boy at least was willing to keep him at arm's length instead of just turning him in and reporting to Konoha brass at first sight. If he had, then Kabuto's stay in his safe house wouldn't have been nearly as comfortable as it had been. He probably would have been forced to flee a long time ago somehow. The way things had wound up being, it was more like he helped Naruto for his own gain, and Naruto reciprocated the favor by not sending anyone after him. A smile had to come to the man's face at that. It was strangely akin to Naruto's trainer's relationship with his master Orochimaru, though Orochimaru managed to kill that little working relationship very early on by making clear his intentions to destroy Konoha. Kabuto had no such impetus to do such. He had other things he wished to do, and Konoha had nothing to do with his goals. This time spent just keeping to himself in the meantime did give him plenty of time to get down integrating the rest of Orochimaru's cells into his system. Even the little intrusion of Sasuke Uchiha's little gang didn't do anything to stop his growth in that department. It was actually invigorating to test himself for even a little bit against the trio. He figured that he had at least doubled in strength since fusing himself with the remains of his fallen master. Yes, Kabuto considered his little amount of time spent in his safe house to be something of a vacation. He could even experiment at his leisure as long as he was very selective with the people he took to do so. The thing about the smaller nations was that it was certainly easier to spirit people away with no questions asked, especially if one could do it correctly. At the moment, however, Kabuto was merely basking in the quiet and tranquility of his own company, sitting in his large hooded cloak that kept most of his face out of sight. You know that even for someone as powerful as yourself, cornering me isn't exactly the best idea, especially on my own turf, don't you? Madara? From the darkness of the large room that Kabuto walked in from, Madara did indeed step out. So you knew I was here. That's really very impressive, Kabuto Yakashi. A grin spread over Kabuto's face. So you know of me. That's not really good. You know enough of me to actually come and seek me out. I don't really like that, you see. I'm something of a recluse, not much of a people person, honestly. He shook his head seemingly in amusement. I'm not even going to try and get into how you actually knew where to look for me. Madara pointed at the sides of his mask. You've just got to keep your ears to the ground, you see. And listen for rumbling footsteps. I made a living out of making a ghost of myself. Do you think I wouldn't know how to find anyone that'd like me? And therein lies the question I'm really curious about. Kabuto replied amicably for a man that had just had his location discovered by someone he didn't have any dealings with whatsoever, the question being, why are you here? Did sitching your rabid Sasuke fans on me no give you the desired results? They are of no major consequence to me. Madara admitted freely as he observed Kabuto's pale white scaly-looking arms beneath his cloak. You, however, are a man of great interest to me. I have a need of skills like yours. They will come to help me in the coming days. Kabuto let out a laugh and gestured around himself. Do look like I really care much for fighting and delivering Jinchuriki to you, even for a price? Money? I don't have any kind of need for it. Land? I can just take that, and even then I prefer the smaller, more concealed areas such as this. He could take over an entire country if he was bored enough and felt like it, though that was probably just the Orochimaru in him talking. There's really not much of anything that you can give me that I would actually take in order to work with you. And when I say with you, I do mean with you, because I won't work for anyone ever again. Madara's single visible Sharingan eye narrowed behind his orange swirl mask. You're awfully blunt on matters, aren't you? I expected you to at least try to scheme something towards your advantage instead of dismissing me outright. Kabuto merely shrugged. You would have expected that, clearly. And who says I'm dismissing you? I never said I wasn't for hire, Madara Uchiha. I just said that you probably won't have anything that interests me enough to work with you. He then smirked as he added something as an afterthought. By the way, fear is not anything that would get me to work with you. You have no helpers. Madara noted about Kabuto's workings as he had found his way here and hadn't found a single underling. Underlings only get in your way and bring you disappointment. Kabuto noted glibly. If there were any underlings actually competent enough to work for you and your ambitions, then they wouldn't work for you at all, they would work for themselves. I learned that myself under Orochimaru-sama. He was actually a walking example of that. Yep, he and the entire village of Otogakure were both shining examples of opposite ends of both spectrums. Madara had to agree with that statement. It was why Akatsuki had only been comprised of the very best, and why even when he had gotten it down to its 10 main members he had only allowed them to work as Akatsuki openly after he had already laid the groundwork for his plans himself. Large organizations with too many members and too many pawns would end up collapsing around you quickly in a cloud of incompetence without getting a single thing done in the long term. You may not wish to work for money or status or even your own safety, Madara said rather slyly to Orochimaru's former right-hand man and Sasori's former spy, but you do wish to discover things, do you not? Tell me, how would bodies of the prime clans of the world suit you as a price? He offered, not just of Konoha, though of them I of course have access. No, I mean of all villages of all nations around the world. You must have inherited your former master's ambition for power. Kabuto let out a chuckle. If that's what you're offering, then let's just say that it's a start. He turned his head up at Madara with his glasses gleaming in the low light. Let's haggle about for a bit, Madara. If that's your starting price, then I'd love to see what we can actually work out in the end. But I do have to ask, or I'd be remiss, what exactly do you need a man of my talents for? This was something that Kabuto could work with. To play two sides against the middle instead of just dealing occasionally with the one to keep himself out of the line of fire. Yes, he would have to look into this opportunity that Madara had presented him with. Roughly the same reason that I originally desired Orochimaru for Akatsuki, to be honest with you. Madara admitted before continuing to speak, though you perhaps are more dangerous than he is. You have more talents than just that, I'm certain. And I doubt that any reason you'll actually will yourself to work with me will be on the level. Kabuto's face twisted in a smile. I'll take that as the compliment that I'm sure it was meant to be. He then let out one last laugh as he thought to himself, about me working with you. Not everything is as complicated as I try to make them seem, Madara, as you'll see soon enough. Not every man has an agenda to do certain things. Some of us aren't looking for anything logical in the things that we do. We can't be outright negotiated, bought, or reasoned with. Men like me and Naruto Uzumaki are at opposite ends of this spectrum, you see. Some of us are this way because they believe in a cause, because they have something that they feel is greater than themselves that they are willing to die for. And then there are men like me, that sometimes just want to watch the world burn. Madara Uchiha could bring the world to the brink of ruin. He wanted to see just how far along the man could get with a foil that was growing in strength every day and had the resolve to do what he needed to in order to end him. It would definitely serve to be a fun little show as far as Kabuto was concerned. Sort of like a make-your-own-story kind of book. Complete with an ambiguous set of endings to boot. Chapter 53, Storm on the Horizon. The day after his return to Konoha, Naruto went to the only place he figured he would find easy to contact Sai or Maki. He headed to his oldest stomping grounds, the Root hideout he was trained in that served as his mother base back during his formulative years. He hadn't been in the Konoha base since he had found it abandoned after his first attempts to locate Danzo 3 years ago when he had first broken the seal on his person. The gray and colorless walls brought back a wave of nostalgia that he let himself get swept up in. He was even subconsciously striding along silently on instinct. Walking in those halls and allowing Danzo to effortlessly hear your footsteps would get you disciplined. Sadistic old fart. It was going to be weird without him always hovering in the shadows somewhere. Even when he wasn't in contact with him, he could always just feel Danzo around somewhere. He could afford these thoughts now. Danzo was dead, and even though the man would have wanted him and the others en route to move along, it was Naruto's choice to think of him and try to keep him in the back of his mind. Even if the man's death never became the major news around the village it should have been, probably the way he would have wanted it, it didn't mean that he should just be forgotten in time. He had done too much for his village to be a footnote at best. Naruto's feet carried him to the old dimly lit training section of the base, and as he walked through the door and stepped inside, he let out a sigh as he started walking towards the room that he remembered as his own little personal space. It was actually his and Maki's, but it was his first. He trained there mostly alone under Danzo's watch for over a year before he was ever partnered with her. And since it actually did wind up being their training area, it didn't surprise him to find her there sitting down, seemingly meditating. He walked into the room without alerting her or disturbing her serenity and leaned against the wall, just basking in the tranquility of the more or less empty base. One day it would be up and running, and full of life again. Once he became Hokage, Naruto would have Root operate the way it was meant to be used all along, as the extension of the village's defenses. The real Black Ops unit. Only the very top of the food chain in the village would know they existed as originally intended, and the operatives would live amongst the populace, some as registered shinobi, others as sleepers posing as mere civilians, all with the same overall goal, to do what needed to be done. Do you know how I wound up en route in the first place, Naruto-senpai? Maki said quietly from her meditative position. Eyes still closed, I don't think you do. We never really talked about how we all wound up here. Naruto shook his head. He didn't know, but it wasn't that hard to figure out how. Either they came to Danzo of their own will once they learned of him as active shinobi, the way most of his adult forces did when Root was a legitimate branch of Onbu, or they were orphaned and recruited that way. Most of the children that wound up in the academy had some kind of legitimate family background as a shinobi. Civilian children could of course join the academy, but it required them to be enrolled by someone related to them. Without a benefactor sponsoring them, parental or otherwise, children couldn't join the ninja academy as it wasn't a decision that a child should have been allowed to make on their own. So the reason that Maki and Sai joined Root was obvious, especially now that Naruto knew that most of Danzo's forces had been wiped out by pain back during the last Great War in a mission along with many of Sanshao no Hanzo's Ame shinobi. They were both orphans, much like him, with no one to sponsor them in the academy. With their only route into the conventional forces blocked, Danzo reached out to them and recruited them for training to eventually rebolster Root. The most talented of the youth were enrolled in the academy eventually, much like Maki and Sai were with Danzo as their backer. This was done to keep some members of Root in with the main forces so that Danzo was kept aware of everyday happenings that he might have missed while keeping his gaze in the shadows. The others that weren't sent to the academy were kept as Root's go-to force, the ones that accomplished most of the general missions. I don't know for sure how you ended up here, Maki-chan, but I can guess how, Naruto said, still leaning against the wall in the room. It's not that different from me. It's not that different from any of us around this age. It's how we all joined. We all wanted to join the academy, we weren't allowed. Danzo Gigi found us and we jumped at the chance. He shrugged his shoulders. I was 4. How about you? 4. Maki replied, my parents were killed on the highways back when Ta no Kuni was more lawless than it was even now and left me alone when I was barely able to walk and talk. I was just a dirty little orphan when I was blocked from joining the academy. I can't even blame them for not taking me, I probably looked like I'd keel over any second. Naruto blocked a cringe as he remembered that all orphans weren't as well off and taken care of as he had been. Even then his pedigree, unknown at the time to him and the vast majority of the village, shone through and assisted him. Maki just continued to speak though. I got 3 weeks of basic introduction and then Danzo-sama threw me to the wolves, she said as she opened her gray eyes and looked across the room at Naruto. You were very brutal in our first spar, Naruto-senpai. Naruto let out a chuckle. In my defense, I didn't know you were a girl. Actually, that probably wouldn't have made a difference anyway. It still wouldn't. I was 6 years old when I joined, Sai said as he entered the room from the hallway. Until then I just lived at one of the orphanages, the one based on the north side of Konoha closest to the academy. I wasn't really leaving much behind when I joined. In the end, joining Root allowed me to meet my older brother Shin. I don't know whether or not to be grateful that he died of illness before we were to fight to the death, but were it not for Danzo-sama we never would have met in the first place. He looked up at Naruto and Maki and smiled. None of us probably would have met either. For once, Naruto returned Sai's smile as it truly did not look fabricated. He had either been practicing with his study on emotions or he had legitimately felt the need to convey the needed emotion for a smile to surface for once. You're right, Naruto said as he stood off of the wall and began pacing around the room. Danzo Gigi was a bastard. I'll admit it to anyone. I'll be the first to admit it. He kicked the crap out of me personally, made my life hell more often than not as a kid, and he made sure the rest of you got the crap kicked out of all of you too. He gave us the chance to do what we wanted though, and all we had to give was what was left of our crappy childhoods. Standing behind Maki, Naruto rested his hands on the seated girl's shoulders. Rough training. Dangerous missions right from the very start where we were in serious danger. Yeah, we dealt with that by choice. But that's the thing, it was our choice. He began walking again and looked over the 2 Root operatives. I would have been a ninja no matter what, it's just who I am. But the both of you and the others our age wouldn't have had the chance at all to do what you all wanted to do with your lives. We're an entire generation of shinobi born to parents that died during the last war and everything that happened in its wake, and we would have never been given the chance to do this for a living if Danzo hadn't been there. As an example, Fu and Torune had been a younger pair of shinobi older than Naruto who had lost parents in the period between the last major war and the Kyubi attack. Due to the tumultuous times they were living in, their clans had too much to deal with to represent the pair of them, too young to be allowed to make such a decision to become shinobi like their parents, too old to be fully taken in by their own clansmen to be raised as foster children. They might have wound up left behind to wither in obscurity had they not found Danzo. He served a purpose. Naruto finished as he began walking towards the open door of the training room and out into the hallway of the training area that was once vacant and now full of every last Root operative, over hundreds of young shinobi and a handful of older remnants left over from its years as an actual functioning part of Konoha's regular forces. He made sure the rest of us served a purpose. We mattered because we did what no one else could be caught doing for our country. Because we joined Root, we were able to do more than just stand on the outside looking in. It was probably dragged out of you in your emotional conditioning, but the fact is this is what we all always wanted to do. So if nothing else, I'm going to remember Danzo Gigi for that. Because he gave us the shot when there was more or less no other way for most of us to ever get the chance at all. And Root isn't dead just because he's gone, because the rest of us are still here and we can't just stop now. Sai walked out behind Naruto followed by Maki as they all looked at the crowd of Root Ninja, and the pale teen spoke after Naruto's last statement. If the roots falter and wilt, then the tree will die no matter how great it is. Almost immediately, the entirety of the Root Ninja dropped to one knee to bow obediently to Naruto and Sai. After his last meeting with a massive amount of Root Ninja, he sort of expected it, but as he saw them bow, Naruto noted that not only was the entire hall of the training facility filled, the halls outside and the rest of the base seemed filled with ninja trying to get as close to the training facility itself as they could. It really was everyone. Someone had to say something to them. It was either Naruto or Sai that was supposed to, as that was the way things were meant to be. If Naruto had to compare the situation to anything, it was like a king and his two bishops surrounded by everyone and everything directed to be under them. Maki elbowed both of them in the back gently to urge one of them to speak. One of them had to say something. Naruto looked over at Sai. He was the one that was supposed to run Root in Danzo's stead in case anything happened. Naruto wasn't supposed to do it, he was still working towards his final mission to become Hokage. That didn't mean he couldn't show them that he was for them as well as the regular forces. Sai's in charge, Naruto said with full confidence in his voice, isn't that right? He said, turning towards said young man. Sai nodded, yes. Sai reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. Danzo-sama left me with these orders in the case of his death, his authorization of his direct successor to run Root. Naruto-senpai is correct. It's me. He threw the scroll forward to be caught by one of the Root operatives so that they could verify it for themselves, but remember that our next Hokage is among us as we speak. Orders, sirs. Ma'am, one Root member said, asking Naruto, Sai, and even Maki since it was clear she was directly with them. Once again, Naruto and Sai looked at each other, with Naruto turning his eyes towards the mass of ninja in attendance as if he was indicating Sai that it was his job to deliver the orders to them. Thus that was what Sai did, for right now there are no standing orders. This will once again be the main base of operations until things get fully up and running again. I'm going to need to talk to each and every one of you to be briefed on what current operations are still in motion so that I am fully briefed to take over. Until then I wish for you all to remain around the village as if you were on leave. For now you are all dismissed. Yes, Sai-sama, Naruto-sama, Maki dono. The unanimous chant preceded the emptying of the halls in multiple directions once the Root Ninja all got out into the main hallways of the base, more than likely to leave from the different exits situated in and out of the village of Konoha. As the three were left alone in the hall, there was only one thing that any of them can say, since when am I dono? Maki asked quietly. She was actually quite flustered having been put on the spot like that, not used to being the subject of authority over anyone, let alone all but two of the remaining Root members. Sai simply stared down the hall that was once filled to the brim with Root Ninja before speaking up, do you think we can do this, Naruto-senpai? Yeah, Naruto said confidently, you've got me and Maki-chan to help you, and even more when I become Hokage. Everything's going to be fine. Sai nodded, I'll try, he said, only to get rapped on the back of the head by Naruto, huh? Naruto was looking at Sai with a stern look on his face, there's no try here. There's either do or don't do, so make it happen. It's the mission, he said with finality, I don't say I'll try to be Hokage. When I accepted Danzo Gigi's mission I said I would do it, and that means that I'm definitely going to pull it off. It's the same here. We don't try, Sai, it's a given that we're going to try, it's all we know how to do. We just do or we don't do, because not doing usually meant that we would die. After taking a second to think about it, Sai realized that Naruto was right. This was no different from any other mission given to him, it was just that it was the most important mission he had ever been given. I'm going to go check Danzo-sama's office in this base. Perhaps he left something behind? With that he left to locate Danzo's old office. He'll be fine. Maki told Naruto, putting a hand on his shoulder as she could see the stony look on his face as he tried to kick Sai's butt into gear. I'll be here to help him where I can. It's going to take some time to get things back together before Root can run again. I know. Naruto replied with a sigh. A big part of him wanted to be there with them getting all of the affairs in order, but that would require him to be gone and out of the open for far too long. Still, that didn't mean he was just going to leave them to their own devices and merely wish them the best of luck. If you think you need my help, you can always come find me. You both know where my new house is, don't you? A small smile appeared on Maki's face. It's understandable, you're a public figure. She seemed to be, if nothing else, grateful for the sentiment that he would assist them. Even if the Sandaime Hokage couldn't prove this place existed when it was fully up and running, you can't risk disappearing without an alibi. Naruto gave a nod, then go ahead. Sai-senpai and I need to sift through everything, and he needs to get used to being the actual leader of Root. Even if they were trained to have as little emotion as humanly possible, they were still human, and as versatile as many of them were, there were just some things that people needed time to adjust to. Naruto was sure Sai would get his stride when it came to running things in Root. He just needed some time he was freely getting with all operations halted for the moment. Maybe after debriefing all of the operatives there would be an idea of where to go from there? XXX. Jounin standby station. Before he could go and locate any one of his friends to give them the lowdown on what had occurred on the mission to find Sasuke, Naruto had to first fill out a report on his entire compounded experiences after his and Jiraiya's defeat in Amigakure. It was only when he sat down in the lounge and began putting pen to paper that he realized how long he had really been gone. Between all of the travel to make sure Akatsuki was off of his tail, the actual mission to find Sasuke and the fight against him and Itachi, the time it took for him to heal from that battle, and his time training for Sage Mode, he had been gone for 2 months. Naruto. Naruto turned his head up from his seat to see Neji standing nearby. Hey Neji. Good to see you again. Taking the greeting as an indication that his presence wasn't a hindrance of any sort, Neji sat down in the vicinity. We almost managed to locate you around 1 month ago, but your team prevented that from occurring. Neji was still rather sore that Sai and Maki had managed to fool them with an ink clone under a henge. If he had been more suspicious of the pair of Konoha ninja he had never met, then it wouldn't have happened, but they had also been escaping from an S-rank threat at the time, and Sai and Maki had been assisting them until that point. You didn't want to be where I was. Naruto assured him, remembering how horribly destructive the entire battle between himself, Sasuke, and Itachi became. If he ever wound up having kids, then the stories of that fight would probably be a bedtime favorite. Even the preceding conflict with Deidara was heavily intense. How's Tuya-chan, by the way? Neji was well aware of the damage that Tuya had suffered during the mission. Though she was able to continue for a short while longer, she had taken some nerve damage from Sasuke's attack that no amount of on-the-spot healing from Sakura could just get rid of. She's had a month to heal, and think about how your ass screwed us over and left us running around in the fucking woods chasing shadows. Neji's reply was cut off by the voice of said girl as she appeared at Naruto's back behind his lounge couch. Naruto tilted his head back far enough to get an upside-down view of her. Hello Uzumaki. Duck butt didn't maim you after all? Not for life anyway. Naruto replied flippantly before a smile appeared on his face. It's really good to see you're alright. When my clone left you in the woods you didn't look good at all. Tuya moved around to the front to sit down with Naruto and Neji, notably right next to Naruto. Oh come on, a little cardiac arrest can't stop me. Now who was that guy and that girl dressed like you claiming to be your teammates before they ran away from us? Naruto shrugged as he split his attention between his friends and his report. They were my actual team. Sai and Maki are registered. You can find their records. He was trying to make it seem uninteresting so that they would drop the issue. At least Maki and Sai's existences could be proven in the regular forces, unlike most other Root members. Holding a fist in front of Naruto's face, Tuya growled out threateningly, I wanted to kick the crap out of you for just running off without ever even talking to us in person. But then again, you saved my life out there, so I guess that's worth something. Thanks for that, by the way. Anytime, Tuya-chan. I'm glad you two are here though. I've got something kind of important to tell you guys anyway. Kind of important? Neji repeated with a raised eyebrow. What's so important now? Is it more important than you being left for dead by one of the Akatsuki, or running off all over the world and letting everyone think you were dead for 2 weeks? He jibed in reference to Naruto's disappearing act after the loss to pain. Tuya let out a small laugh and ribbed Naruto with a good-natured elbow. Yeah, what is it? Did you finish off Uchiha team? Kind of. Tuya's eyes went wide and Neji even had a visible response to hearing that. They had not known the aftermath of Naruto's fight with the pair of Uchiha and only knew that he had survived it. More often than not, when strong forces oppose each other, Despite the level of danger that exists in the shinobi world, neither opposing force really kills the other unless the difference in power is incredibly noticeable. Death was a part of any battle, but to hear about the death of someone you could put a face to and in some cases could even say you had known was something else altogether. You killed him? Tuya said, part question, part trying to get the thought through her head as she knew two girls on a personal level that might take that a little too deeply. You killed your old friend like that? He wasn't any friend of mine, Naruto said, voice full of conviction. He was a comrade, but then he threw that all away by running and nearly killing Rock Lee 3 years ago. You guys are friends of mine. I have friends in other places. Sasuke wasn't my friend, he said before releasing a sigh, but I was told when I was in Kiri after the battle that Maki and Sai saw the bodies of Itachi and Sasuke. The last attack sent me flying, and their bodies aren't as tough as mine to deal with so much stress, so I guess they just couldn't take any more. Neji now really wished that he had been there. If not to fight then simply to watch it himself in person. You were able to defeat them both. Sasuke was skilled even back before his time training with Orochimaru as far as Neji was concerned. Adding Itachi to that equation seemed like a disastrous endeavor to undertake. That's incredible. Unable to do so the last time she saw a clone of his, Tuya took in Naruto's appearance. Through the unzipped collar and upper chest of his sleeveless root vest it was unzipped, and at the exposed midsection it gave him she could see the edges of a tattoo on his person hidden by his clothing, yet she couldn't make out what it was. On his exposed arms she could see numerous new tattoos that were clearly seals. Multiple storage seals on one arm and a strange-looking one that started at his elbow and went down to his forearm. You've had a shitty few months, huh? Tuya finally said. No one would put those things on their person if they didn't need them, and from the sounds of things he needed each and every one he had. You don't even know Tuya-chan. Naruto thought to himself as he merely nodded and kept writing his report. I want to be the one to tell everyone else myself about what happened to Sasuke. If anyone is upset about it then I'm the one taking responsibility for it. I was the one that took the mission from Kiri to find the sword that he and his team took. No one out of the entirety of the group of younger ninja would necessarily hate Naruto at all for his clash with Sasuke. One had to do what one had to do after all. Sasuke had professed his intention of severing ties with Konoha and joining its most prolific enemy, going so far as to gravely wound one of them during his escape and leave him for dead. He did not owe Sasuke any mercy or reprieve. One person that had to realize this as well, and most certainly did, was also in the station elsewhere in the room, out of sight of Naruto as he hadn't gotten the opportunity to come over to the younger pair of male Jounin and the female Tokubutsu Jounin currently speaking about his wayward former student. Kakashi simply sat off to the side and listened without letting his presence be known. So you were able to do it after all, Naruto. I can't say that I would have been able to do the same if I were in your shoes. He wished that it could have gone down a different way, but there was nothing that could be changed now. As Kakashi thought these things to himself, Naruto finished his report and stood up out of his seat. Are you guys going to come with me? I'm going to find everyone else and tell them about what happened with Sasuke. The way you two reacted, I guess that means that it never really went public and they don't know either. Both Tuya and Neji thought that it would be a better idea than any. If all of the people that they knew personally were going to find out about the fate of someone that had been rather prolific in their lives for one reason or another, then they couldn't just choose not to go because they had already heard what would have been said. This in mind, both Neji and Tuya stood up and followed Naruto out to turn in his report and round up their other friends. XXX. Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Jiraiya let out a low whistle at hearing the recent news from Tsunade. 4 out of 5 in one place isn't a bad little meeting of the minds at all Tsunadeheim. Exactly, Tsunade said, sitting at her desk as Jiraiya sat on the windowsill of the office looking out of the window onto much of the village. It's better than us going about trying to deal with Akatsuki on our own without stepping on each other's toes. Look at what that's gotten everyone so far. Only 4 of the formerly 9 Jinchuriki around all of the elemental nations were left, one of whom was a Kage. In the past it had been clearly shown that members of Akatsuki could infiltrate any country and even the hidden villages within almost effortlessly. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, more or less had an entire borderline top 5 village of shinobi at his beck and call, and now Tsunade had been told that Madara Uchiha was still alive and was the benefactor of the terrorists. Who knew what else could possibly happen? So the plan was to hammer out some sort of true method to deal with the remainder of the threat. It was no longer just about hunting down a handful of powerful shinobi with treacherous plans, now there was the issue of one nation possibly provoking a war with the Myoboku. While the country the village sat in was small, the village itself certainly was not. If it was required, it was believed that even back during Hanzo's reign the entire country could have been overthrown by his amassed forces. The title of daimyo was more of a formal position in that country than anywhere else in the world. The power of the ninja forces as well as the population had only increased since that time, and with the smaller outlying portions of the village filled with shinobi as well due to the report received from Jiraiya, it was seen that a militarized Amiga Corps was a threat to any of the other nations, more than Oto Gakure was back during their invasion by a major amount. The defeat of Jiraiya didn't instill much confidence that Amiga Corps would be easy to defeat if it actually came to blows either. The secret of Pain's 6 paths still had a hitch to it that needed to be addressed and then exploited in battle. Thinking of his loss and the severing of his arm, Jiraiya decided to put his thoughts to a more proactive purpose other than dwelling on something that couldn't be changed. So what's the plan for the meeting? You're going to let me in on it, right? Tsunade turned around in her chair to face him as he had been behind her. The meeting will take place in the assembly chamber. Guards will be stationed on high alert around the entire village since this would be a prime opportunity for our enemies to attempt something. They visiting Kage are all allowed an entourage of bodyguards and the like, but as a show of good faith and since the meeting will be taking place in my village, I'm only bringing 2 into the actual meeting room. The way she said that told him that he wouldn't be one of the ones in the room. Why Tsunade Heim could it be that you're finally casting me out of your life? How could you? Jiraiya said dramatically, nearly swooning his way towards a fall out of the window until he narrowly caught himself from doing so. I keep forgetting I don't have the other arm to keep me from falling out when I lean that far. He grumbled to himself. Keeping herself from letting out a laugh at Jiraiya's near-catastrophic attempt at humor, Tsunade managed to get serious enough to tell him her reasoning. You're going to find out everything that goes on in that room anyway after the meeting is over, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Jiraiya sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as if he had somehow forgotten his status as Tsunade's closest confidant. I'm taking Naruto and Tenzo. Tenzo? Jiraiya said in confusion, the Onbu that ran that mission to sack the Oto Gakure bases 6 months ago? Why him? If I brought you, it would either put the others on edge since they know who we both are, or they would think us weak since I brought a crippled man as a bodyguard. Hearing that from Tsunade put the proverbial storm cloud over Jiraiya's head. Oh, you big baby, you know you can still run circles around 90% of the healthy shinobi in the world. You're hardly handicapped. Jiraiya quickly perked back up at that. You're right, I'm still 3 times the man anyone else in this village is. I'm the ultimate handicappable ninja and a bona fide bad motherfucker. That will not be attending the meeting. That will not be attending the meeting. Jiraiya finished, repeating after Tsunade, noticing that he saw the smirk on her face. Ahem, so. Naruto and Tenzo, huh? Why those 2? He asked, trying to switch gears. This was a question that Tsunade was more than ready to answer. Every report I got from every ninja that was sent on the mission that ended half a year ago to sack Orochimaru's bases said that they worked like a damn pair of machines. They're familiar enough with each other, and besides that Naruto is famous and has something of an inch with every Kage at this meeting. If he's there, then they'll at least listen to everything I have to say. I'll tell him when I get back to his house later, Jiraiya said, getting a nod from Tsunade. You know he's still dealing with Danzo's death. He commented, getting a frown out of the Hokage. No matter what you think, the kid holds him in high regard. I think he holds him higher than he does Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade's delicate brows arched highly in surprise when she heard that. Remember what sensei and I did to him. I couldn't be any happier that he forgave me and let me still be a part of his life. He never even got to hear anything from sensei on it. Tsunade let out a sigh and shook her head, but it's Danzo. I know those old crone elders love the old man, but a kid like the brat. Going with the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi came very close to ruining Naruto and the fact that Naruto was originally trained by Danzo, those things obviously stuck with the boy. Why wouldn't it? At least he wasn't vengeful over the matter, so how'd he take the news in the first place? Jiraiya shrugged, he didn't really talk about it. It reminded me a bit of the way he was when he got beaten up in Suna by Hidan and Kakuzu. That little servant girl Hamako is a gift from Kami for the kid though. It didn't take much from her to get him out of it this time. Jiraiya didn't even have to kick his ass into gear this time. I'd give him some downtime for the moment though. Let him get stir crazy before you decide to send him back out into the field for something again. I'll take that under advisement, Tsunade said, agreeing that after the stretch of the last couple of months getting a second to catch his breath could only do Naruto some good. I should probably take a minute to talk to him again too. Jiraiya let out a chuckle. You can stop by his house anytime, Tsunade Heim. The kid adores you like a mother, he'd treat you like royalty if you came to talk to him there. He then looked away somewhat haughtily. I think the Gaki likes you more than me. His eyes then slowly drifted towards Tsunade again, more specifically her chest. I can clearly see where the initial attachment came from though. Tsunade's gaze darkened somewhat. "Oh really?" she said in a tone that warned Jiraiya that his next words had better be correct or not even having one arm would keep him from getting punted off of that windowsill across the entire village. "And why would you say that?" Jiraiya began to sweat slightly, wondering if a fall from that height out of the window would be a better fate. "You're very maternal," he said, blocking his own sigh of relief when he saw Tsunade calm down. But this being Jiraiya, he just couldn't let himself get ahead. "Yeah, looking at your rack when you first met probably made him subconsciously wish he was a baby again so he could have." After kicking Jiraiya off of his windowsill perch for his stupid last remark, Tsunade absently wondered if her aim had been good enough for him to land in the forest of death. XXX. Root Base. After clearing out the base, the only thing left behind in Danzo's office were inconsequential things like the desk and chair he sat at, the bookcase for aesthetics, the bulletin boards on one wall that would have housed things currently in operation, things like that. The scouring of the bare office of the former leader of Root led Sai and Maki to eventually wind up looking in the most unconventional places for anything. With this mindset they destroyed the desk, bookcase, and chair. One would think this to be unnecessary, but there was no such thing in this case. Anything they thought needed to be seen at this point was prudent to be found. And this method of thinking was appropriate, because inside one of the legs of the chair it was found that Danzo had hidden a small microfilm to fit in for posterity. One would have had to completely pulverize the chair to even find it in the first place. It was of course codified so that anyone that found it would be unable to decipher it at first glance, but it was also in the method that Root used to transport written messages to operatives. Therefore Sai nor Maki had any difficulty in reading what they found once they obtained a way to project it in a larger size. What they found actually directly affected them, although it was far outdated. It was a series of projected events that would take hold over the course of time with them and Naruto as the main subjects of focus. It had been made during Naruto's year-long stretch of infiltration of Otogaku several years prior before everything placed on the microfilm became useless. The first few slides covered things that had already happened in a timeline, things like the kids winding up in Danzo's employ, their training, things like that. It was simply recapping what had happened before the actual plans began to take hold. It was once Naruto left on his mission that the timeline began to plan for things that would occur while he was gone and what would happen once the boy returned. Maki, Naruto's partner, began to be specially trained to cover the holes in Naruto's game, namely his issue with genjutsu that was a glaring disadvantage at the time. Sai was chosen from the best of the younger recruits to serve as the third man in a squad that would be influenced by Danzo to be formed down the line. After Naruto's return they would be placed in the academy and would quickly graduate and become a Genin squad led either by Danzo himself, or if that were not possible they were to go completely dark and work as full members of the conventional forces until Danzo found a way to contact them. This still managed to happen though not the way it was intended to. A sealed Naruto was placed in the academy, and Maki and Sai were conversely entered to keep an eye on him and determine if there was anything of him that could be salvaged. Maki was the only one that was able to truly take the assignment though, and she had determined that there was nothing that could be done. In the meantime, Sai had been placed in a separate class and quickly graduated by age 9 to avoid wasting more useless time in the academy so that Danzo could apprentice him and he could get back to work. Maki remained back to keep an eye on Naruto. Danzo's plans did not stop with the entering of the kids in the academy and their subsequent graduation however. From that point Sai was to be specifically instructed on the ways of handling root operations. Naruto would be molded towards outright politics and the like. The reason was that when Naruto became Hokage Sai would run Root and the two could actually work together behind closed doors to maximize the effectiveness of the unit and Naruto's eventual position as Hokage. They knew that already due to Danzo's declaration of Naruto's final mission months after his unsealing. What they did not know was Maki's role down the timeline. Maki and Naruto were intentionally meant to avoid the final test of root conditioning that meant for one of them to defeat and kill the other in battle, allowing them to keep the bulk of their normal emotions and ways of interacting with others, something else they already knew. The reason why was the real issue however. The two were meant to rely on the other more extensively than Sai. As Sai was being trained directly by Danzo on his important tasks Naruto and Maki would still be close together at all times when it was allowable, eating, sleeping, the whole 9 yards, and especially on missions. The amount of time the two would have wound up spending together would have eventually forced them closer together than they normally would have had Sai been around constantly as well. As the years passed this reliance would turn to attachment, the attachment would turn to something more. And the something more would eventually end up in Danzo's grand plan of things with Naruto and Maki in an actual relationship. Somehow no matter what they would have wound up married, which would have given Naruto's political career a shot in the arm, since by then he would have been seen as an important village figure for one reason or another. Maki would then be Naruto's closest and most important confidant and the go-between for most of the things that he and Sai would communicate with each other for. This was an important role since suspicion of Sai would be high at this point, as his personal training from Danzo would be well known and mistrusted by the older guard that knew of Danzo and his philosophies, and if the two seemed to be in overt cahoots it could stunt Naruto's ascent to the top. Sai would be the scapegoat for the suspicion cast by the rest of the village's players. All the while the real pupil of Danzo that needed to be watched would be accepted to the alternative of Sai. Naruto would be free and clear to continue to climb the ladder. As they continued to read, it was actually very impressive how long-term and flexible the overall scope of the plan turned out to be, spanning decades with certain footnotes of things that could have been done at points to improve Naruto's chances of taking the hat one day. There were multiple branching scenarios, but they all lead to the end result of Naruto being Hokage and Sai running Root. There was one branching scenario, however, of the instance of Naruto dying in the field due to his status as one of the conventional forces elites. It resulted in the widowed Maki somehow taking up Naruto's place and using his own developed credibility and reputation to become Hokage herself. It was very impressive. By the end of the notes, all Sai could do was turn to Maki to see the faint amount of red on her cheeks, and that told the whole story. It was probably killing her to try and act so normal during the whole presentation, and he knew it. He probably would have been laughing his ass off if he had emotions like that, because he honestly found her reaction to be more amusing than if she had gone off on a tangent like a normal person might have. Well, neither of them particularly knew what to say in this instance, but the silence was actually starting to get awkward for even Sai. So, that's quite something, isn't it? Maki only gave a stiff nod in return, apparently not trusting her voice enough to try and speak through the embarrassment. Are you going to say anything? What could I possibly say about that? Maki asked quietly in an incredulous manner. She was supposed to marry Naruto had everything gone off without a hitch, and she could say that she could see why Danzo would have planned for that to happen. I mean, I care about Naruto-senpai a lot. I always did, but still. She said, turning away and scratching her cheek. I probably would have ended up with him if he had never left. Sai's smile was directed at her full force. You wish you could marry senpai, don't you, Maki-san? What? Maki said, fully red-faced as she stood up from where she had been sitting. I did not say that at all. How could you even ask me something like that? It's completely inappropriate. The smile never left Sai's face. You haven't said you didn't yet. With that, Maki turned and abruptly left the room, leaving Sai by himself as he collected and prepared to burn the microfilm. And here I thought that good-natured teasing of one's comrades was a way to build stronger positive relationships. XXX. A few hours later, Naruto's home. All of the 9 ninja that Naruto had graduated from the academy with and Team Guy with Tuya were in Naruto's home, seated all around the living room area. Being a good host, everyone wound up being content and fed as something of a minor you didn't get killed while you were gone party. Kiba swore that the get-together was just Naruto's way of saying, look at my big-ass house and feel the jealousy. And he was. He was feeling it full force, especially since Naruto's self-proclaimed servant Hamako was the hostess and was more or less treating this not like a servant but more like Naruto's wife. Okay Naruto, it's good to see you again dude, but she's really getting to me. He finished pointing at Hamako over in another area of the room, talking with the females in attendance. I still can't believe she lives with you, lucky bastard. Why can't anything cool like that happen to me? I don't think you could take the karmic backlash that would come with it. Naruto remarked from his place in the kitchen, getting himself something to drink before he walked back into the main party area. I'll be honest. When life is good it's really good, but when it rains it pours. He finished, rubbing the back of Akamaru's ear as he spoke to Kiba. Speaking of just seeing you guys again, I wanted to talk to you about that. Sakura's attention quickly cut from the conversation she had been having with the others over to her former teammate like a bolt of lightning. Did you run into Sasuke-kun? She asked, knowing that was why he had been there in the first place. The tone she used to ask the question got a scoff out of Tuya, sounding slightly distressed. That's a legitimate question. Naruto walked over to Tuya and put a hand on her shoulder. It's alright Tuya-chan, this is the real reason I invited everyone here anyway. You know that. Tuya begrudgingly nodded in agreement and let the matter drop, choosing to let Naruto deal with it. She still grumbled about it even as he walked away though. You invited everyone here at once to talk about the mission? Shikamaru asked, having been on the mission to assist Naruto and bring him home. Something happened didn't it? He was making a statement more than asking a question. You really did fight him didn't you? Naruto leaned against the countertop in the kitchen and let out a sigh. That was a rough day. I fought one member of Akatsuki, Deidara. Got hurt against him, and then I managed to trail Sasuke and I found where he went off to after beating Tuya-chan and Sakura. He went to fight Itachi. Ino nearly jumped up out of her seat. So Sasuke-kun really did fight his brother after all? What happened? Let Naruto-kun talk. Tenten admonished the younger girl for cutting off the point he was trying to make. Do you think he'd say all of that and wouldn't tell us what he saw? Naruto gave a grateful smile to Tenten and got serious once more as he kept speaking. Sasuke did end up fighting Itachi. And me. We all fought each other. Even thinking about that fight made him flinch subconsciously. He officially had that filed as the third worst day of his entire career. We ended up blowing up an entire fortress during the fight. Sasuke was so strong, I almost couldn't believe he could pull off one of the attacks that he did. And Itachi was just as scary as I always thought he would be in a battle. He wished he could describe just what he experienced better. On the other hand, Sakura was listening to this and was putting the pieces together of what was being said. The tone of speech Naruto was using, the fact that Sasuke was not currently there with them, the fact that Naruto was using past tense to describe anything. If Naruto had lost that battle he probably wouldn't have spoken about it. Did you win? Naruto's blue eyes cut towards her sharply and met her own emerald ones, nodding slightly. Well, what happened in the end? She had a feeling in the pit of her stomach about what happened, but she needed to hear it even if she didn't want to. Well, it was definitely moment of truth time now as he had everyone's undivided attention. He might as well tell them what happened. Sasuke's seal on his neck housed Orochimaru's spirit while his body housed some absorbed parts of Orochimaru's remains. When he fought me and Itachi he copped out first, reached his limit before either of us. That let Orochimaru take over his body and turn into a monster. Itachi and I stopped it, but Sasuke had nothing else left to fight with. I tried to use my best jutsu to finish him off and Itachi jumped in to stop me with his own best jutsu. He didn't want me to take Sasuke out. So he blocked your attack? Sakura said, sounding hopeful, hopes rising further when she saw Naruto nod. But, Naruto said abruptly, I already hit Sasuke with the same jutsu once before when he had turned into the Orochimaru monster. My attack completely tore apart his chakra network. The fact that he was still moving was something of lasting boost from turning into Orochimaru's monster that turning back to normal hid from me. My last attack was blocked, but my team told me that Sasuke died afterwards. I had done too much damage to him to keep forcing his body to move forward anymore. Shino took in listening to everything that had been told and just decided that being blunt was the best course of action at this point. So you're telling us that you managed to kill Sasuke Uchiha in battle, he stated in a straightforward manner. I see. Yeah, Naruto said, more or less understanding what the sentiment in the room was right now. I would have at least recovered his body if I could have so that I could bring him back, but I wasn't able to stay awake any longer after Itachi blocked my last attack and it blew up in my face. I never hated him, but I wasn't about to pull punches in a fight like that after what I had seen. Both brothers had been out for his blood from the start. Silence permeated the room as the information was given time to sink in. Most were of the opinion that Naruto had done what he had to do. Ino begrudgingly admitted such despite the fact that hearing the news was like a punch to the stomach. Still, she most certainly couldn't fault him for doing his job. On the other hand, Sakura understood. She understood completely. She understood from every angle of the situation and there was a part of her that wished she had been strong enough to do the same when she and Tuya had been faced with him. That still didn't stop the feeling that someone had stuck a knife into her heart and twisted it as far as it would go. She stayed in there for as long as she could, but her limit was only a minute or so after having the truth dropped upon her. All that she had actually trained for ended up being for nothing. She had blown her only chance to get Sasuke back due to her own hesitance, and now she would never get another opportunity. He was lost to her forever. I'm sorry, Sakura. Her tear-filled eyes turned towards Naruto again to find him looking at her intently. I know what it's like to lose someone important to you. Even if it's someone that no one else really feels any sorrow over losing, that doesn't make them matter any less to you. If Danzo hadn't been killed recently then he probably wouldn't have been able to relate in much of a way at all. The apology was legitimate in what it was trying to convey. She could hear and feel that he meant what he had said. That didn't make it any better at the moment though. Tears were streaming down her face in silent lament before she could get through the room and up the stairs to exit through the front door. Ino moved to follow after her, but stopped for a moment to spare a few words. Naruto, I'm sorry but someone's got to stay with her right now. And it was clear from Sakura's reaction that she had always felt far stronger about Sasuke than she did. She herself had almost been brought to tears, but that was more along the lines of someone familiar to her being revealed as dead. Sakura's grief was more heartfelt. Apologizing to everyone that she ran past upon leaving the house to chase after her friend, Ino quickly went after Sakura to find her. Doing things to hurt others close to you even when you believe it's what's best for the majority of the people you desire to keep safe. There was probably a better way to handle Sasuke. As a matter of fact, Naruto was sure that there was, but he was on the spot and he made a decision to fight as hard as he could to defeat Sasuke and end all of the potential threat that came with his prolonged survival. Now he could see where the Uchiha massacre might have come from, and from where his sealing came from. Those in charge didn't have the time to sit out and think of everything that could come into play to make a better decision. They made the best decision they could in urgent times, and mistakes were obviously going to be made, mistakes that were more important to some than to others. At the time, these actions would seem like the best way to go about business. Damage control. And of course, in hindsight, one could see all kinds of different ways to handle a scenario that wouldn't be visible at the time of certain incidents. The good cheer that had been abundant before Naruto's telling of events was clearly all dissipated at this point. Being Hokage was definitely going to turn his blonde hairs gray if just talking to his friends about things like this made him feel like a real heel. XXX. The next day, gates of Konohagakure no Sato. The Mizukage, accompanied by a squad of her elites led by Ao, walked through the gates, sans hat and robes as she took in the sights and delighted in the double takes she received from male passers-by. Ara? It looks like they're not used to seeing a foreign cage up close like this before. It probably also had to do with the fact that she was very beautiful, but she neglected to verbally state that fact. This is a very beautiful village though. She commented to the Konoha guide leading the way. Yes, Konoha is the guiding light of Hai no Kuni. Mito Guy said as he led the way through the village enthusiastically, showing the entire country exactly how to burn with the flames of youth. I'm certain that your village is much the same since your civil war ended. Ao couldn't help but smirk at the eccentric shinobi. In his own experience, Konoha usually had the weirdest collection of personalities. It sure didn't make them weak by any stretch of the imagination. As amusing as he was, if he underestimated this man for even a second, it could be the end of him in battle. Fortunately, they weren't here for anything like that. This was purely diplomatic. The rebuild over the last few years has been steady to say the least. Your own dignitary could have told you that much though. Guy blocked a frown from coming over his face at the mention of Danzo, not taking this moment to comment on his demise. That would come later if it was prudent to bring up during the cage meeting. I hope you enjoy your stay here. If you require anything, then feel free to ask for Konoha's infamous sublime green beast of prey, Mito Guy. I'll keep that in mind, Guy-san, Mei said with an amused giggle before switching tones. You're quite the specimen though. She commented on Guy's obvious good shape. Guy merely turned towards her and gave a thumbs up and a grin, complete with shining teeth effect. Ao himself even had to comment on it. I have to admit, Guy-san, Mizukage-sama is right. I could say that we certainly need more men like you around in the village. Mei, however, only heard a few certain parts of that statement. Mizukage-sama needs a man like you. Having heard that from Ao, Mei turned towards him with a deceptively sweet smile on her face. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. Huh? Ao said in confusion. I can't get away from it. Even in a completely different country. Wait, she can't do that here, can she? I really hope not. XXX. Mizu no Kuni. An extremely disheveled Suigetsu looked down while breathing heavily. You were tough. But today just wasn't your day, my friend, he said, a satisfied look on his face. As if it were an old friend, he held Kubikirabushu in his grasp as he held Seimata in the other. He had never taken the harness he had fashioned from before out of his usual mode of dress, always knowing that he would get the massive cleaver back one day, and now I've got 3, he said as he bent down and pried a scroll with the kanji for Haramkare on it from the hands of a fallen, blood-stained Kujuru. You're finally done? Karen said, walking up behind Suigetsu. She had some marks of battle on herself, but was otherwise fine. As she arrived, she looked down at Kujuru and shook her head. You sure took your time with him. Suigetsu turned and began to walk away. The guy wasn't weak at all. He actually knew exactly what he was doing with both swords. It was really impressive, he said as a smile came on his face, remembering the battle. So how'd you win? He didn't have the stamina to keep going. Suigetsu remarked, pointing to Seimata, which was somehow stuck to his back over Kubikirabushu that was back within its sheath. Karen nodded in understanding as Seimata was a terrifying weapon even if you knew what to expect from it, and it had been gone from Kirigakure for so long one would be hard-pressed to know too much about it in this current generation. He tried switching weapons on the fly too much. Big mistake. He wasn't nearly fast enough to pull that off. Karen could clearly see that Suigetsu was quite pleased with himself, and the fact that he now had 3 of the 7 swords that he sought to gain possession of meant that the trip was worthwhile. Right now they had to get back to Juugo. They had left him to take down the rest of Kujuru's accompanying squad on his own. Karen had left him by himself so that she didn't get caught up in the slaughter, so now what do we do? You still want Uzumaki, don't you? Suigetsu asked, getting an angry growl at the mere mention of the blonde shinobi. Well then we train. Someone like that isn't going to be easy to beat, even if I do have these weapons with me. You're still all but useless in a fight with the guy. Having almost half of the swords he required, Suigetsu was content for the moment to focus on the wants of his teammates, at least for now. I'll break him with my own hands. Karen muttered darkly. He took her beloved away from her. I'll never forgive that murderous bastard. Ever. Feel free, Suigetsu said, happy that there was finally something to drive Karen to not attempt to keep to the bare minimum of the shinobi arts. Madara's going to call us soon enough for something new. And we'll be waiting. By the time they would be summoned by the mysteriously devious Uchiha, they would be more than ready for whatever was next. XXX. Forests of Hino Kuni. Gara didn't like to travel with an entire entourage. He never got to leave Suna very often due to his position as Kage, but when he did, all he required for company were his siblings Kankuro and Tamari. This was his choice of accompaniment for the meeting in Konoha with the Hokage, Mizukage, and Reikage. The only one he had ever seen in person was the Hokage, Tsunade, but he was more excited than nervous to meet the others for the first time. As they traveled though, there was something that just seemed to nag at the back of his mind. Tamari took notice of this, stopping their movement through the trees to talk about it. Gara, what's bothering you? Most people would be unable to decipher any issues with the stoic young man, but then again this was his sister who had been around long enough to pick up on the subtle nuances of Gara's more restrained moods. It is nothing, Tamari. Gara attempted to assure her, it's just something that I'm certain is normal when a leader leaves their village alone. He left Baki in charge, and he knew that the man was a fantastic leader to keep things moving in his stead, but there was still something eating at him for some reason. He had no reason to think of, but he just couldn't help but have a sense of foreboding about something. Chapter 54, No Such Thing as True Peace. Naruto's new house was cooler than he first thought after he was introduced to the room that was actually carved into the mountain his house sat on the side of. It was large enough to serve an active purpose, such as a dojo of sorts for training, though it had served as Hamako's workshop prior to Naruto's return. Luckily she was neat enough with her research that there was plenty of space left for Naruto to train, not that he needed all that room anyway for what he was doing. Mostly because all he seemed to be doing was swinging his sword repeatedly at air as if he were waging an invisible war with the ghosts haunting his house. I love watching you revert back to your old crazy sealed self as much as anyone. Jiraiya commented dryly from the sidelines as he watched Naruto continue swinging his sword with his Sharingan active, but you've been doing this for 2 hours and other than looking moderately insane I don't think you've gained much from it. What are you doing? The same thing I was trying to do while we were training with the toads. Naruto informed Jiraiya as he kept swinging away, I'm trying to see the fucking rip in time/space that's supposed to happen when I swing this sword but nothing works. I even used the Sharingan in Sage mode and I've got nothing out of it. Are you sure you didn't misread what you found on that tablet? Jiraiya asked, only to get Naruto to stop swinging his sword and turn his head towards his sensei mechanically to give him the dullest stare he could possibly muster. What's with that look? Even if I did misread it, Naruto said slowly and deliberately to accentuate the fact that his clone most certainly did not misread a thing, the tablet is right here in Konoha. I can go back and look it over whenever I want to. And that damn tablet said that this sword cuts through space/time with every swing whether I try or not. It hasn't done anything cool without me trying to do something cool since the day I picked it up, so obviously just cutting the tier in space/time doesn't do anything and I can't channel my wind chakra into it. Maybe if I see it I can do something with it? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, you mean you don't know? Shaking his head, Naruto sheathed the sword. The tablet wasn't very plentiful with details on the sword other than the fact that it had Madara Uchiha's chakra trapped in it to give it the weird abilities that it has, more like the chakra bends the sword's potential towards the conditions of the user, but that's just the released form. I can't just will myself to notice tears in space and time. When I stab and cut stuff with this thing nothing special happens. Other than the dismemberment and impalement of course. Jiraiya chimed in wryly. Of course, Naruto said with a shrug of the shoulders, It's a sword Kyofu, not a hickory stick. Though I'm pretty sure if I hit someone with one of those it would hurt too. Naruto looked around at the room that looked like a very well and even cave with pillars and low lights in the ceiling giving the place a dingy feel. This house just keeps getting cooler and cooler. This room makes me feel like I'm in basic training all over again, just without the feeling of getting beaten up by someone way stronger than you. A deadpan look came across Jiraiya's face. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Don't make me kick your ass all over the cave just like I did after my training was finished. You don't have Fukusaku Jiji or Shimaba to cover your backside this time, Naruto threatened lightly. Both he and Jiraiya smirked at the possible challenge, and the one-armed sage even looked like he was prepared for combat before both of them frowned and Naruto's trick contact lens hid his Sharingan from view once more. Nah, we probably shouldn't. I'm not sure how much punishment this room can take. I know it's sturdy as hell, but there's got to be a limit. He wasn't sure if he could damage how deeply rooted into the side of the mountain his house was, and he didn't want to test it even though he was certain that it was at least as good as the evacuation shelters within the Hokage monument. The room they were in was for light training only. Jiraiya settled down from nearly coming to blows with his godson with the looks of a pout on his face. Yeah. If we kicked it into high gear enough to make it fun we would probably mess each other up too badly, and Tsunade Heim would kick my ass to the border if I injured you before the big meeting today. With that over with and done, Jiraiya and Naruto filed out of the training room back to the main part of the house halls. Where'd your little servant girl go? You can call her by her name, you know. Naruto muttered with a tick mark on his head before he stood in front of the large window in his living room and looked out onto the village. Hamako-chan has errands to run. She does tons of things all over the village to take up her time. She works at the academy helping Iruka-sensei, she's Tsunade Bakan's aide sometimes to help out Shizune Nichin, and she does other stuff that she doesn't even tell me about. Because I keep forgetting to ask about all of the stuff she does. If I really wanted to know where she was I would just use my communication tattoo and talk to her. As Naruto opened the window and stepped out onto the ledge, Jiraiya scratched his head curiously. So that's why she was out and about so much when you were gone? Well, I'll be damned. Someone keeps busy. Naruto hopped up onto the safety railing in a crouch at that point. So you're going to head out now? No reason not to. Later Kyofu, Naruto said, giving a partial wave to Jiraiya before hopping off of the ledge and using his Hertsu Seigen, burst limit, to casually hop his way down to the ground safely, eventually obscuring himself from Jiraiya's view in the trees. Bring back something alcoholic Gaki, Jiraiya yelled out the window as he was sure that Naruto heard him unless he was actually trying to rush to Tsunade's office. After a few moments of getting no reply he let out a sigh and grumbled miserably, he didn't hear me. Grab the scroll in the pantry, dumbass. We stole like 6 full cases of sake from Gamabunta's storage before we left the mountain. Hearing Naruto's voice boom over a rather far-sounding distance, Jiraiya perked back up curiously. Huh. I guess he did hear me. A grin then formed on his face. Well, seeing as I have no relevant purpose to serve during the meeting time, I believe it's high time I get drunk on super strong sake and pass out somewhere strange. With a devious chuckle he slammed the window shut and headed towards the kitchen to find his choice drink. XXX. Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Apparently Tsunade had no problems with Naruto's favorite entrance to her office being open, as he jumped right through the open window right over her head and landed in front of her desk before turning around to face her. I'm ready to roll, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said, operational mode turned on for the sake of the meeting. Down boy, Tsunade joked with a small grin on her face as she shut the window to the office. Did you have fun showing off just now? You look like you had that move planned out for a while. A small smile appeared on Naruto's lips at the Hokage's prodding. No way, showing off is totally unprofessional. Besides, someone else would have needed to see me and pay attention to me for it to be showing off. Nobody saw me jump into here but you. I actually saw it too, Naruto. The attention of both Naruto and Tsunade turned to the corner of the office where Tenzo stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Instead of wearing his Anbu armor the way he had been the last time Naruto saw him, he was wearing the normal shinobi outfit for Konoha forces above the level of Chunin, long-sleeved black shirt, black pants, and the flak jacket, so it kind of counts as you showing off. Mukuten no Tenzo, Tenzo of the wood release. It's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto said as the man walked over from his spot on the wall and shook Naruto's hand. Good to see you're still doing alright. Being stuck with the man for months at a time during their mission together made Naruto see Tenzo as something of a friend. He was generally good-natured if not a little stiff, but dealing with Sai made dealing with Tenzo seem like working with the friendliest guy ever. I haven't been straying too far from Konoha on missions these days, so I've been keeping safe. And because I'm technically not an Anbu on this mission, I'm not using my Anbu codename, so call me Yamato instead. He requested of Naruto, getting a curious look from the young man but a nod nonetheless. But I knew Yugao's real name without even asking for it. She just went ahead and told me after we worked together for several months, you're still all secretive about it. Naruto thought dryly of his last mission with Tenzo/Yamato when he worked with the purple-haired lady Anbu Yugao Uzuki during the raids on Otogakure bases. Okay, sure. So are we all set to go? Tsunade told Jiraiya to inform him to be there by noon. Well, it was 20 minutes until noon. Tsunade nodded and stood up from her seat at her desk, grabbing the robes and hat meant to be worn by the Hokage as she put them on. Let's get this show on the road, she said once the hat was situated on her head. Alright brat, you're not just here to look pretty, you're going to have to listen closely and learn something here if you really want to take this job from me eventually. I know, Naruto said as he and Yamato started leading the way outside of her office towards the meeting room. So no Tsuchikage? The man didn't seem like one for meetings from what he had seen of him at Suna's tuning exam. A frown came upon Tsunade's face as she was led through the halls. He never sent a message back. That old lawn gnome doesn't think that Iwa has any stake in this besides the pair of Jinchuriki that they lost and can no longer recover the bijou for. And since there's no real chance of any benefit from actively trying to engage Akatsuki, and because he's certain Akatsuki won't do anything else now that the Jinchuriki from their village are taken, he isn't going to come out here. He wants to keep the status quo. Both Naruto and Yamato both frowned. The status quo was a precarious balance of power that only shifted when a few sides of the major players of the shinobi world overstepped a bound, thus leading to war. Naruto personally didn't have any experience with this, but Yamato did. Conservative figures that understood the way things worked out seemed to like this way of operating because it was usually clear when war was brewing. It gave villages time to prepare before something happened to ignite the powder keg. The winners of the war would see a major boon of business if they were able to get through in well enough fashion, and war was almost like a seasonal rain in the grand scheme of things, with the peace operating much of the rest of the time. This was how the first two world wars waged internationally began between the villages. The third one came by way of a combination of the aforementioned periods of build-up and the exuberant searching of Tsunagakure for their Sandaime Kage after his disappearance. Too bad that great way of working things won't exist at all if all of the bijou are captured. Naruto thought to himself sarcastically as they eventually came to the meeting room doors. The two random Konoha ninja guarding the door moved aside and allowed Tsunade and her two escorts entrance to the large room that had been specially set up with one very large table for the four separate village leaders and their bodyguards. Tsunade took her seat at the farthest chair back in the room with Naruto and Yamato on both sides of her, and as the time ticked down to noon, the first of the foreign village leaders entered through the doors. The Raikage was the first to arrive, led into the room by Shi and Daru and followed by even more ninja. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that before realizing that Tsunade probably didn't say how many people any of the other cage-level shinobi could bring for security. There were 5 more that followed him in, but only one of them actually caught Naruto's attention in any significant manner. Yugi-chan? Naruto said to himself quietly once he caught his glimpse of said girl bringing up the rear of the Raikage's entourage. As the Kumo group finished entering the room, Yugito managed a healthy smile and waved Naruto's way that managed to get a smile out of Daru and a roll of the eyes and a scoff out of Shi. Who then caught an elbow to the ribs from Daru, who said sorry, though unapologetically. After taking a moment to glare at Shi for his unneeded wordless interjection expressing his dislike of how Kumo's Jinchuriki liked Konoha's Jinchuriki, Yugito turned her attention back towards Naruto. Her eyes softened on her fellow demon container when she saw him smiling back at her. We can talk later. She mouthed to him silently, getting a grin and a nod from Naruto as the Raikage took his own seat. The next to enter was the group from Kirigakure. The Mizukage gracefully made her way to her own seat as she was followed by Ao and her own entire Kiri contingent numbering 7 strong. Without a word, but with a pleasant smile on her face underneath her hat, she took a seat. Tsunade was rather pleasantly pleased to get the chance to speak with a fellow female Kage in person, and from just her entering the room and the way she carried herself, it was evident that the woman had no lack of faith in her strength. As far as Naruto could see, Mei was the same as she was when he had first met her. Trying to look the woman in the eyes forced a feeling of trepidation to settle under him. Most lesser people that tried to make eye contact with her probably either found themselves unable to do so, allured by her pretty features, or intimidated by the power just radiating from the shine of her eyes. A combination of both would probably be the safest bet though. Soon thereafter, Gara, Tamari, and Kankuro made their arrival, and despite the fact that they were rather happy to see their Konoha-born friend Naruto in attendance, there was a time and a place for socializing, and this was not the time. There would be plenty of that later. I'm glad to see that everyone who responded positively to my request for a meeting arrived safely, Tsunade said in an amicable greeting. I hope your stay in our village has been and will be pleasant, but I believe it's time to get down to business. She looked around the room and brought up something else. While I left no directions on how many were allowed to be brought along for security purposes, I would like to request that only 2 of your selected bodyguards remain inside the room for the meeting. They can remain just outside and the door will stay locked, but this is a rather privileged conversation. The mustache of the Raikage wrinkled momentarily before he barked out his order. Daru, stay here. Yugito will stay as well since this meeting partly revolves around something involving her in the first place. The head of A gestured towards the door and his other underlings began to head towards the door. Ao and Tsurugi, Mei said calmly. The rest of her group then headed towards the door as well. Ao stayed by her side and another man moved to her other one. Tsurugi was a man wearing the Kirihiti-8. He had long dark hair, a beard, a scar over his left eye, and wore clothing that looked similar to Ao's, only Tsurugi wore a flak jacket. Because Gara only had 2 with him anyway, there was nothing for him to say other than to begin the meeting when the door shut once again. Well, I'd like to say first off that it's actually quite pleasant to meet another fellow Jinchuriki and Yugito-san, he said with the smallest of smiles. You as well, Kage-sama, Yugito said with a slight bow. Yes, well anyway, I said, getting the attention to direct towards him. I guess it was high time something needed to be done about these terrorist Akatsuki. Uzumaki's intervention in Kumo and keeping Yugito out of their clutches was a wake-up call. They've infiltrated our village to reach Yugito and we still don't know how. Tsunade frowned and nodded. Yes, they've done the same here in the past just before I took the title of Hokage, but we believe this could be due to the fact that in the past members such as Itachi Uchiha and Orochimaru were among their ranks, former Konoha shinobi. Someone else as well, but we can ease into that bit of information. She persisted with her original point, however. With that in mind, they could have obtained entry to our village that way. I can't explain how your village was breached though. Gara pressed his hands together in thought as he attempted to speculate. Akasuna no Sasori had his own network of spies and sleeper agents hypnotized to only react to Sasori's presence himself. We didn't discover this until after his demise, when their brainwashing wore off and agents were found all over our village. He was a missing ninja for around 20 years prior to his death, so it wouldn't be that far-fetched to assume that he had sleeper agents in most if not all of the shinobi villages giving information to Akatsuki. The thought of any of his ninja having been possible spies for Akatsuki made A's blood boil, but another subject came to mind. The thought of a group of criminals with the strength to defeat and apprehend Jinchuriki from right under their village's nose was a hard thing to take seriously until it almost actually happened. Who are they all? Tsunade's eyes turned towards Naruto. Naruto, if you wouldn't mind. You've fought the most of them, so your input could be used here. In response to his leader's command, Naruto rubbed his nose and prepared to speak up. Out of all of the members so far I've fought each one of them except for one that I still don't know anything about, not even his name or appearance. He started listing names off on his fingers. You already talked about Sasori. I fought his partner Deidara as well and killed him. I fought Kakuzu and killed him. I fought Hidan and we still have his head in interrogation. Hearing that, I let out a laugh and all of the others in the room not from Konoha looked at Naruto in a confused manner. Once Naruto's expression didn't change in response to the others, I stopped laughing. Seriously, Naruto said in a dry tone, his head's in interrogation right now. All he does is curse at everyone and we can't pry into his brain with any ninjutsu. But aside from him there was Kisame, who is dead, Itachi Uchiha, who I defeated a while back. And then there's the leader and his partner. Mei listened closely to the entire rundown of Akatsuki's ranks and decided to speak at that point. All of those ninja are some of the most infamous names in history. Who could possibly lead a group like that? A man that can take down Hanzo apparently. And Jiraiya and Naruto as well, at the same time, Tsunade said with a serious look on her face. A shocked reaction swept through the room at that fact. Yugito and Tamari had known of Naruto's defeat due to the missing in action notice that had gone out shortly after the botched infiltration of Amigakure, but they hadn't known exactly what had happened. Someone could defeat Naruto and Jiraiya at once, and that was disconcerting news to say the least, because Naruto himself was supposed to be something of an army killer and Jiraiya was a well-known juggernaut. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the reminder of the most crushing defeat of his life. One of them is named Konan, a kunoichi from Ame with the ability to fight using paper as her primary weapon. The leader himself is named Pain, at least that's what he calls himself, and I don't know what his powers really are. I didn't fight him long enough to get a good look at all. And every single shinobi in Amigakure follow them like God and his angel. Thank you Naruto, Tsunade said. placing a hand on his shoulder to get him to step down before she started to talk again. Naruto didn't fight Pain long enough to take anything from the battle, but Jiraiya did. Pain has 6 separate bodies with their own abilities that range from summoning, to the ability to negate and absorb chakra, to control over gravity and who knows what else? He did learn one thing of importance though. The bodies are all reanimated and under the control of the real Pain, who isn't one of the 6 that would be in actual combat. He controls the bodies from a separate location during any conflict. Hearing Tsunade's rundown of Pain, Naruto felt a growling inside of his head from his tenon and picked up on what the Kyuubi's issue was on hearing about Pain. Tell them about the other thing that I know you were told about too. Pain has a dojutsu called the Rinnegan. A pin probably could have been heard dropping in the room after that revelation. Gara and Kankuro had heard part of this from Naruto before, but he had conveniently left that little aspect out of the short explanation he gave them during his stopover in Sunagakure. Eyes turned to Tsunade once more to confirm whether this was true or if Naruto needed his head checked after taking one too many heavy blows in his lifetime. Unfortunately for them, this was not to be, as the blonde female hoax nodded to back up Naruto's comment. Mei wasn't a fool, none of the leaders in the room were, and their escorts in attendance knew their history well enough to grasp why this was a big deal as well, especially the Jinchuriki of the meeting. She was the first to speak on it. However, the leader of Akatsuki has the most powerful dojutsu in existence. The eyes of the Rikadu Sennin. The eyes of the god of the shinobi world. Muttered under his breath, adjusting his hat to hide his view from the others, son of a bitch. So we're fighting the descendant of the greatest man that ever lived, the savior of the world himself. That's fantastic, he said sarcastically. He's no savior, he's not all-powerful, and he's no god, Naruto said, a sharp growl in his voice as he started to feel just as angry as the Kyuubi in his head seemed to be getting at the moment. He's just another megalomaniac with a pretty eye pattern mutation. After saying that, Naruto figured he was really starting to inherit the Kyuubi's outright dislike of any and all dojutsu Kekkei Genkai. Despite the fact that there was a Sharingan planted in his right eye. What kind of hypocrite did that make him? Temari hadn't remembered seeing Naruto get upset before, and it was a new experience. He tried keeping his cool, but the tightness of his taped fists expressed suppressed rage. Are you really that angry at this Pain person? Then again, she was more than certain that he left out most of the serious portions of the beating he had taken in Ame when they last spoke of it. On the other hand, Yugito looked at Naruto in concern after his slighting comment on Pain. The thought of the Rinnegan made even the usually docile Nibi in her body stir attentively, so she could only imagine how Naruto's own inner manifestation of anger and hate was dealing with the thought of the eyes, especially since Naruto had apparently fought against the Rinnegan before and had failed. He wasn't shaking in fear, it was anger. You really want to fight him again, don't you? She said softly, as if she was on his wavelength while she thought something else. I don't like the idea of that at all. Naruto's blue eyes panned towards Yugito's dark ones before he addressed her. If I do, great. If I don't have to, great. Either way, as long as he gets dealt with, it's fine. But since you asked me, yes. I'm nobody's stepping stone to world peace, Naruto said world peace in a scathing, mocking manner because he knew of Pain's endgame. Tsunade decided to take the aim of the meeting into a different direction, and that's not even the most startling part of all of this, she said, getting Naruto to calm down now that the attention was back off of him and Pain wasn't the main subject any longer. You people are aware of who Madara Uchiha is, are you not? XXX. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's tower. Konan stood silently in front of a shadowy astral projection of Pain as the legendary Rinnegan eyes looked right at her. Konan, it is time. Let me speak to my people about what is to come, he said in his usual stoically confident manner. Let them see and hear God. As you wish. Was the reserved reply from the blue-haired woman as she made a small set of hand seals and the projection of Pain disappeared from her sight. It reappeared outside of the tower above it, this time 20 feet higher than the projection inside. The attention of everyone in the village was taken by the all-encompassing sight of the Deva path of Pain's concealed silhouette above their village. I know that you are all hurting, Pain said to begin his speech in a loud voice that could be heard even outside of the village. The destruction caused by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has taken some time to fix, and the loss of life occurred during the same event still leaves scars in the hearts of many of you. But it was a pain that you all needed to experience. Now that you have felt that power, it should be clearer than ever that a force such as the Bijou needs to be kept in the hand of those that will ensure peace. Our hands. A cheer among the more battle-hardened members of Ame's shinobi force went up at the concept of finally having the power to mold things in the ninja world after years of just existing and surviving through the wars and battles of the other villages. Those that weren't ninja cheered at the thought of having battle no longer touch them ever again due to Pain's peace. It is time for the world to change, time for the power-hungry and short-sighted fools of the 5 great shinobi nations to take consequence for their past actions, and if it is necessary they will feel the wrath of God firsthand. Pain's ripple-patterned eyes narrowed over the village, getting another loud cheer from his people. The suffering I have received in life has turned me into a being of divine power, and if that is the case then this village is full of the chosen. No other village could possibly show the rest of the world the true pain that comes from war and conflict, and thus this will be the village that will lead the world into the new age of true peace. Another thunderous roar of approval went up from the Amiga Corps populace in response. As Pain's speech continued, Conan stood right at the exit of the upper levels of the tower to listen to the speech and to take in the response from the villagers. The eyes of Pain closed as he continued speaking. I would be remiss to lie to you and say that it will be easy. I must be honest to my people. Many of you may die in our endeavor, such a thing will happen in any struggle. But you are the driving force behind the future, and nothing worth doing is ever easy. I can assure you all that peace for the entire world is well worth the effort and sacrifice. We will not be alone. The world will see the power of God, and they will either tremble as our enemies or they will bow and assert a place as our allies. Pain left his people with one last comment: help me bring about a utopia. Together, Amiga Corps will lead the way. With that his appearance faded from view and raucous cries of approval went up all over the village, even in the outlying areas surrounding the village. And Conan merely walked back inside of the tower as something of a celebration broke out in the streets below. War was just declared once again, and this is how it occurs. With thunderous applause, she said almost in disbelief. XXX. Kana Hagakure no Sato. As Tuya walked up the stairs of her apartment building holding a few bags of groceries, she let out a yawn. Fuck, I'm bored. She muttered. Having just completed a shift of patrolling the village to keep it under guard, she was heading home to get some rest. Normally she wouldn't have been requested for that job, but today was the special meeting with the other foreign village leaders. She reached the top of the stairs and let out a sigh. Things were much more fun around here when I lived next door to Uzumaki. A laugh of remembrance then came from the girl. At least the landlord finally got the security seals off of the place. It was funny seeing the prick get shocked when he tried to inspect the place though. Her smile then dropped when she saw someone sitting out in front of her door with her knees pulled to her chest. Pinky. I don't see you around my place very often. Sakura lifted her head up high enough to lock eyes with Tuya's. The news of what had occurred to Sasuke was still rather fresh, having only really happened the day before. Tuya was honestly surprised that she was willing to even leave her house so soon afterwards. Can we talk? Please. Oh no. Tuya thought with a frown on her face. Don't tell me she's going to come in and get all weepy and emotional on me. Ugh. Why Kemi, why? Still though, Sakura was a friend of hers, and if nothing else Tuya had learned enough that friends helped friends during her time in Konoha. Thus she pulled Sakura up to her feet and unlocked her apartment door. Yeah, sure. Come on in, she said in a defeated voice. Not even considering turning the invitation down, Sakura did just as Tuya asked and sat down at a table in Tuya's kitchen as the former auto ninja started putting her things away. I just bought this shit, so don't think I'm going to offer you anything to eat or drink. You're shit out of luck today if you thought that I would. Sakura just stayed silent while Tuya set her groceries away. Not wanting to pry, or even really talk about Sakura's feeling in the first place, Tuya just let her be and let the silence between them stand. Finally Sakura spoke up as Tuya was stocking things into her refrigerator. Are you happy that Sasuke-kun is dead? He was the entire reason that you wound up caught in the first place. No, Tuya said, not turning to face Sakura before correcting her. Uzumaki is the entire reason I'm here in the first place. I could have beaten the lazy-ass Nara kid and his Akimichi buddy and moved along. I never really liked the prick though, but then again I never really liked anyone I was forced to work with in Otogakur. Hey, I barely like the friends I even have now, she joked before getting serious again, and I won't lie and say that the bastard stopping my heart with electricity made me like him either. I'm not petty enough to think that a random death would make me satisfied though. I really thought I could do it, you know? Sakura said lowly. I thought I could find a way to bring him back to the village, but he wasn't willing to even listen at all. And when it came to it, I couldn't stop him either. I'm sorry because you got hurt when I was too weak to do anything. Tuya let out a groan. Enough with the apologies, sugar princess. I already forgave you after I finished healing. If he didn't want to go then I don't think either of us really could have stopped him even if you had fought perfectly. Orochi Pito probably worked that jerk to the bone, training his body up and pumping him full of drugs to get him to the way he wanted to be to take him over. Why did you care so much about bringing him back anyway? I was in love with him. At least I think I was. Sakura tried to explain before shaking her head, I don't really know and I guess I never will now. It still wasn't very clear as far as Tuya was concerned. Yeah, but why? She asked in a more urging manner, the guy didn't give you the time of day. I heard that he never said any more than 10 words to any girl in this village a day, even you, and he was on your squad. I hated my team but at least we spoke. And the lack of interest never turned you off of him? Things started to feel akin to an inquisition for Sakura, something she wasn't entirely good with, thus she turned it on to Tuya. Oh, and what about you and Naruto? I know you care about him, so why do you feel that way? She said, hoping that Tuya would deny it and begin an argument the way she expected she would. All that happened was Tuya giving her a small smile and sitting down across from the table with Sakura. She didn't seem to take offense to it at all, she actually seemed happy to talk about it. Do you think that I have a problem with admitting that I'm into that idiot? Not even a bit. I've had more than 3 years to come to terms with it. Well, despite being rather brash and violent most of the time, Tuya was at the very least comfortable with herself and who she was. It was kind of a stretch to believe that she'd be in some sort of denial or have some sort of embarrassment about who she had a crush on. Plus there was also the fact that she had no trouble mentioning the fact that they had sex in passing. So, why do you like Naruto that way? He beat you up twice and almost killed you before, didn't he? Shouldn't you hate him? It's a part of the job, Pinky, and we were on opposite sides, Tuya said dismissively as she pulled at her shirt to show Sakura a scar on his shoulder. I'm part of the reason he has that nice little scar on his eye, and he cut me pretty badly on my shoulder where I still have a mark. But when he captured me, he went out of his way to make me feel comfortable, to talk to me and keep me company. When the backlash of losing the curse seal hit me, he was there to try and make me feel better. He was the one that got me out of lockup by putting his name on the line to vouch for me, and he helped me get used to Konoha. Yeah, I gave him information on Orochimaru to spite the bastard, but Uzumaki didn't treat me like a means to an end, and he didn't just abandon me after he got the information from me. By this time, and even at the time of her arrival in the village, Naruto and Tuya were actually pretty well-known figures in Konoha because Naruto was a Jinchuriki and Tuya was a defector from Otogakuer, thus it was also fairly well known exactly how close the two were. And because Anko had become a friend and training partner of Tuya's as well as having a big mouth, everyone found out when they hooked up the first time as well. Tuya pointed directly at Sakura, getting her full attention and getting her to stop musing over Naruto and Tuya's relationship. I can even tell you the exact moment where I knew it happened. Sakura looked at Tuya hopefully, making Tuya grin at her toothily for what she was about to say, but I'll be damned if I'm just going to tell you something personal like that. Sakura's head dropped on the table before snapping up suddenly. You won't tell me this, but more people know about the fact that you two had sex than people know that Asuma-sensei is the father of Kurenai-sensei's baby? I didn't put that out there, Tuya said, crossing her arms and turning away. That mouthy bitch Anko did. Me and Uzumaki got her back though. She turned one eye back towards Sakura at that point though. So do you hate him? Do I hate Naruto? Sakura asked, trying to confirm Tuya's question. No. I don't hate Naruto. He's stronger than I am because he can actually do what he has to do as a ninja. I would have to be ungrateful to be that way. He's the entire reason that I got training in the first place from Tsunade Shisho, and right after Sasuke escaped he warned me that he would kill him if he ever got the chance in the future. Besides, he apologized to me for it. Why me? Who else would he have said it to? Tuya said with a raised eyebrow. He sure as hell wasn't going to pray to the Uchiha prick for forgiveness for killing him, and it didn't matter to anyone else the way that it did to you. Do you really want my advice? Sakura let off a shrug. She probably would have voiced a no, but she was sort of envious of Tuya. She seemed to be more thoroughly at ease with herself than Sakura ever was, and she hadn't really changed her base personality ever. She knew how to do her job like an experienced vet from the day they had met when Sakura was still a rookie. She didn't need direction in her training because she already had her focus and had gotten stronger by seeking things out herself. Tuya was tough, it was as simple as that. Fine, I'll take the silence as a yes, Tuya said dryly. Move on for fuck's sake. Don't dwell on this Uchiha stuff for too long or it's going to crush you. Just like it did to your teacher back when her loved ones died. If you stick to the past and what could have been, then you won't be able to shape what will be, and then where'll that leave you? She then waved Sakura off. Now get the fuck out of my house so I can take a shower and get some sleep. A tick mark formed on Sakura's head as her eyebrow twitched. You're such a caring person, aren't you, Tuya? Smirking in response to Sakura's upset expression, Tuya answered her, I don't get paid enough to really care that much. XXX. Hokage Tower, outside the meeting room. I don't see why we can't be in there too. She complained quietly as the hall was filled with other shinobi from Kumo and Kiri. What does the Hokage think will happen if we're all in there, a massive fight between everyone? Another Kumo ninja spoke up, do you really think that isn't so impossible? You know how hot-headed Raikage-sama can be, and Mabui isn't here to keep him kind of in check. You're just pissed off because we're in Konoha. A laugh came from a third member of the Kumo party. No, she's mad because Yugito likes the Uzumaki kid that's still in there. You guys suck, she said, turning away from his group. It's not like Kumo and Konoha are friends. We all know about the fighting we've done. I don't trust that guy getting so close to Yugito, even if they're both Jinchuriki. And you having a crush on Yugito has nothing to do with it? I didn't say it didn't, she said with surprising honesty, but it isn't the big reason. He then turned towards the large doors. Right now I just want to know what they're talking about in there. XXX. Inside the meeting room. A's hands were gripping the table tightly enough that he was leaving indentions of his fingertips in it. So you're telling me one of the men that founded this village in the first place is the person that funds Akatsuki and masterminded it? They were all just lucky that due to Tsunade's own formidable strength and temper the tables were metal. That's what Itachi told Naruto during their fight, Tsunade said calmly, having had more time to mull it around in her head and get somewhat used to the idea. It was something Itachi wanted Sasuke to hear before their battle began, but Naruto was more or less the third wheel in the conversation, so he picked it up. Daru just had one cocked eyebrow as he listened to everything so far and only had one thing to say: is there something in the water around here that makes strong people in this village crazy? Because when it comes to Nukenin, you guys really don't half-ass it. Kami shook his head. Basically half of Akatsuki came from Konoha, and we believe that Kirigakura was the area of Akatsuki's formation years prior to this. This is just great. And apparently Madara Uchiha is immortal with the strongest Sharingan possible to obtain. He then slammed his fist onto the table. Then I suggest we march on Amigakura and end this right now. Send in a force to defeat this pain in Konan and keep the Ame shinobi around them occupied while we do so. Mei seemed to be thinking this over, and attacked directly on the village. Do you believe it would be so easy? It was a possible way to handle the situation. Rather brutish in her opinion actually, but it was still something that always had to be kept in mind in case no other options could be determined. A frown came over Tsunade's face at the concept of invading Amigakura. She had been alive long enough to know just how harshly the Ame forces would respond to such back when Hanzo was in control. Naruto, what do you think? You were the last one there besides Jiraiya and he isn't here. At the beckoning of Tsunade, Naruto tried to dredge up everything he had gotten out of his infiltration of Ame. A direct attack even with all four of us wouldn't be easy. I'm not even sure how possible it would be. Amigakura itself is surrounded by water 2 miles out from land, and that land had villages surrounding it on all sides with tons of shinobi stationed there too. No matter what, it would turn into a siege because they would see us coming the second we entered the country. It's locked down tight. Yugito heard him clearly. So you're saying we couldn't do it? Not even with all of us attacking together? Tamari crossed her arms over her chest from her place at Gara's side. That's kind of hard to believe, Naruto-kun. We would outnumber them 4-1. It would be a siege, Naruto said, explaining himself and his reasoning. It doesn't really matter how many of us there are because first of all we'd have to fight our way across the landscape to get there and they'd heckle us all the way. We'd have to clear out the outlying villages, which could take weeks or months depending on how set on keeping us out they are and if they have any long-range way to pick us off from the real village. Every village has a siege strategy to keep any number of attackers out, and Ame is a cusp grade 5 village. That sounded more than reasonable enough for Gara, who personally knew firsthand that Suna was at the bottom of the pecking order of the 5 villages. The only thing that had kept Ame from taking Suna's spot in the past was the isolationist attitude that the last leader of the village Hanzo held. If Ame truly is surrounded by water, then the only real force that could be assured a real chance to cross the waters to get to the main village would be spearheaded by Kirigakura. Ame's entire ninja population could then focus on defending against just them. Once they rebuke a few advances against attackers, it would turn into a battle of attrition that would end up hurting both sides equally. We have 3 Jinchuriki though, not even counting Kazekage Dono, I said, trying to stress that a direct attack could defeat them. He wouldn't let Kirabai leave Kumo to fight a battle on Akatsuki's turf, but none of them knew that yet. I do not believe that an attack would take that long, that it would degenerate into an all-out siege. Danzo Jiji didn't think that attacking in Hayashi no Kuni, Land of Woods, would end up being a battle of attrition either, but that campaign took an entire year for us to complete. Naruto thought, contradicting A's point in his own mind, the stronghold there is nothing compared to an actual hidden village like Ame. It's going to turn into a slugfest that we're all going to suffer from. Mei interjected with a frown. Raikage Dono, I think it's been proven at this point that a Jinchuriki doesn't necessarily assure one of a victory. 5 of the 9 existing have fallen, and you've even said yourself that Yugito-san here would have been taken without the combined efforts of her own resistance and Uzumaki-san. An attack on Ame is worst-case scenario completely. Tsunade chimed in with her own experience on the matter. They will have home field advantage in the purest form. Ambushes in the streets and alleys, house-to-house fighting in the sturdy skyscrapers that seem to make up the entire village. Even the civilians would attempt to fight back, and that's even if we get to the main village itself. I've seen it firsthand, and if these people actually believe in pain as a true god, then it could only get worse. Konkuro's brow furrowed in thought at that point. Well, if we take out pain to finish off the real power of Akatsuki, then won't that just start a war with Ame once it happens? A scoffed before coming up with his own argument against Konkuro's suggestion. If we keep together and show a united front, then Ame wouldn't move on one village without stirring up trouble with the rest of us. Madara Uchiha seems like the real issue to take care of as far as I'm concerned, not so much this pain character despite his Rinnegan. As long as he doesn't move on a Jinchuriki directly, then we shouldn't worry with fighting him until we have to. Many leaders have absurd dreams like this pain person, and goals of this magnitude can be stopped with a setback. With more pressure we can probably get Akatsuki to cease and desist. He then turned his eyes to Naruto after hearing him say something too quiet to make out, yet loud enough for Tsunade and no one else to hear clearly. What was you said that Uzumaki? Speak up a bit. Tsunade nodded her consent for him to repeat himself, thus Naruto did so. I don't think a guy like that would just stop once we put the pressure on him. I think it would make him shove back harder. Pain really believes all of his own crap, and he's got everybody in Ame taking it to heart too. Gara looked over at his friend and fellow Jinchuriki. Despite not being a village leader, he had the most run-ins with Akatsuki out of anyone alive. His input was very important. Why would you say that this man's ambition can't be broken without taking him down directly? According to Konan, they were broken by their pain years ago. Naruto looked at his hands and remembered his battle. The people in Ame threw themselves at me. I killed so many of them, and they knew that they were going to die. They were just trying to slow me down for Konan to get a shot in on me. I think while Pain's the one we can put a face to, unlike Madara who's still skulking through the shadows with whatever he's doing, Pain's the most dangerous man in the world because he really thinks he's God. He has the power to back most of his talk up. And he believes he can really get away with anything that he tries. XXX. Sunagakure no Sato. The entire village was abuzz as every active ninja frantically moved about the town. Civilians were being quickly ushered indoors, shops were urged to close up until further notice, and most of the rooftops were filled with Suna shinobi all looking up into the air seemingly ready for combat against a small figure alone in the air. It's just one man. Baki. One man shouted over to the Suna jounin that had been left in charge, what do we do? He's just hanging up there in the air. If Gara was here he could reach him just like that. By now it was known that the intruder was a member of Akatsuki, yet he hadn't done anything. Still, whatever the man in the sky's intentions were, it was not in the village's best interest, and anyone in league with Akatsuki had to be brought down. Baki immediately barked his order to all within earshot, I want all ranged wind specialists front and center. Anyone with an attack that can reach that bastard fire at will and bring him down. XXX. Skies above Suna. It's time for the shinobi world to wake up and face my reality. The Deva Path of Pain said to himself. The other bodies were nowhere around him because there was simply no need for subtlety or restraint in this instance. This was purely to send a message to the entire world. Their eyes would be firmly on this location after this one moment. Even the might of one of the 5 great shinobi villages cannot measure up to the power of God. The figure of the Deva Path hovered high above Suna. He was well aware that his presence was noticed and that the forces below were mobilizing for his neutralization. It was just too bad for them that they simply would not get the chance to do so. Though my lifespan will shorten, it is a small price to pay for the world to experience a hint of my pain. The Deva Path said as its hands extended down, taking aim at the village as a whole, it is a necessary sacrifice. If Konan were there she would have told him, no, she probably would have begged him to refrain from performing his forthcoming jutsu, but he wouldn't have listened to her anyway. As far as he was concerned, it was something far overdue that needed to occur. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent God. There was no village defense in place that could stop the direct destruction wrought in a mere matter of seconds as Suna seemed to be smashed under the pressure of gravity itself. Power of a god indeed. At the very least it was truly the power of an S-rank shinobi. Amid the rubble and carnage of the village that used to stand proudly in the middle of the desert, it actually began to rain. A rare rain, almost as if the land itself was weeping over the damage that had just taken place. This is only the beginning. XXX. Kaze no Kuni, a distance away from Sunagakur. Dust, sand and debris billowed up towards the sky from Suna over the domed structure that concealed the entrance to the hidden village. From the sands a man with a large Venus flytrap surrounding his body and wearing Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds rose up from the sands of the desert as he took in the sights from a distance. Leader Sama went a little too far this time, didn't he? The white side of Zetsu said as the black and white sides both frowned deeply. Went too far? That's putting it mildly. Tobi's going to be totally pissed when we tell him what just happened. The black half commented as the speck in the sky that was Pain's Deva path flew off to leave and return to Ame. The world's about to get really screwed up, isn't it? Zetsu began to sink back into the ground as the white half asked the black half the question that one could take as rhetorical. However, the black half answered it regardless. Gee, did the smoking pit of rubble that used to be Suna give you that idea or what? Chapter 55, Entry Wound. The first day of the meeting drew to a close and the 4 hidden village Kage in attendance left to return to their lodgings until the next day. In the end it left Tsunade with her 2 bodyguards for the meetings, Naruto and Yamato, and Gara along with Kankuro and Tamari in her office to discuss amongst themselves. So aside from you and myself, Naruto, Gara said, starting to speak, there are Yugito-san and the Raikage's brother as the only Jinchuriki left to take. We still have Kisame Hoshigaki's corpse, but we haven't learned anything from it yet. I do not think we will reveal any secrets of an Akatsuki nature from his body, so we are planning to release it to the Mizukage to do with him what she will. A gesture of good faith for the alliance. Tsunade nodded. Same goes for us as far as Hidan's head goes. Interrogation can't bring up anything from his mind. I knew that such a powerful group of shinobi wouldn't be easy to pull information from, all the same though. We've been stuck waiting for them to make their moves since day one. Orochimaru was easier to go on an offensive against than Akatsuki. Sometimes Naruto wished it would just be that easy, that there was just an instant win button, but the world didn't work like that and there was no such thing as a glorious march to victory in a war. He wished that there was some place to find and charge down to finish off Akatsuki. Even if he still wasn't able to do so, he wished there was one. Amigakura was the only place he figured there was that could be seen as an active Akatsuki stronghold, and heading there even with an attacking force would be a daunting task. Being reactionary had almost bitten them in the backside repeatedly, having to wait for very dangerous and scary people to make the first move, but there were no real alternatives. The one time anyone tried being active against the Akatsuki, Jiraiya lost his left arm and Naruto took the beating of a lifetime that neither of them should have walked away from. So there are no known locations of activity? Gara questioned. You haven't been able to pull anything at all from Hidan? Knowing enough about this situation since he was the one that brought Hidan's head to Konoha in the first place, Naruto answered, nothing but abandoned little hidey holes with nothing there. All Hidan ever got as far as information went were marching orders, go here and kill that, or go there and take that Jinchuriki. He was never told any plans in advance, which was probably for the best since out of all of the members he would be the easiest to take alive due to the difficulty in killing him. Hidan's a bust on the information. Talk about a buzzkill, Kankuro said, rolling his shoulders out, so now it's like all 4 of our villages met up at a joining path in the tunnels of a spooky cave. Just to face down a big dead end. Great. All 4 of us stumbling around in the dark trying to find our own asses. Sounds like fun. Tamari flicked her younger brother in the side of the head to get him to behave somewhat. He has a point though. All this alliance is doing at this point is just specifying that there's a problem out there we need to work together to solve. No one knows anything that the others didn't beforehand. That much was evident by the basis of the meeting that had taken place that day. All that had occurred was basically the laying out of the 4 attending villages' run-ins with Akatsuki. Still, it's better to have each other covered than going forward with a knife always at our backs. Yamato commented, even when Kirigakure didn't have to help us. With no Jinchuriki, they don't really have a stake to protect in this. As far as the day's events went, it was enough until tomorrow. The talks could resume then. There was no need for Konoha and Suna's leaders to talk amongst themselves as if it were a private conversation. Naruto, would you mind having the Kage and his siblings stay with you until the end of the meetings? It would probably be a more personal touch than letting them stay in a hotel. They didn't pay me back from the last time they stayed at my house, Naruto said with a roll of his eyes and a smirk. Yeah. No problem. Tamari-chan needs to watch out for Urokyofu, but I think Gara can scare him into behaving. Other than that, it should be great. XXX. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's Tower. It is done. The projection of pain said to Konan by way of the communication jutsu, Suna has been made an example of that the rest of the shinobi world will follow. Konan's eyes widened. It hadn't been 3 hours since his little rally with the citizens of Ame. He already finished in Suna. Wait, he didn't. There was no way he used that jutsu to finish in one fell swoop. Nagato, tell me you didn't use that jutsu too. An example needed to be made. Pain stressed with eye narrowing emphasis, the will of God must be carried out by any means necessary, Konan. As I speak to you now, there is nothing wrong with me. I will return soon, and I will be anticipating the response from our to-be allies in the coming days. This will reach the ears of every shinobi village in the world in a matter of hours, by sundown I would wager. They will know of my power and would be fools to choose not to side with us. This is the opportunity they have all been waiting for. You've started a war, Nagato. Konan finally voiced out in hidden concern, you've brought war to Ame. Isn't war what we were trying to prevent from happening to our people again? Yahiko said, Pain said, shutting his eyes as he continued to speak, that if the world is to understand the futility of war they must experience it in its full breadth. In his words, if we're to understand each other, first we must make them suffer as we've suffered. He spoke with complete confidence and belief in what he was saying, this is the only way possible. It is the best way. Amiga Corps will never be harmed. We have far too many buffer nations that will be on our side for them to easily advance on our village. They too must understand the true pain of war if anything is to change, and things will. And the Jinchuriki? Konan asked, almost dreading his answer at this point. No matter what he said, it seemed almost guaranteed to sound twisted. The plan hasn't changed, Pain said, as a matter of fact things will possibly be easier now that war will be rampant. And once all 9 have been captured we will use their power to end the war and show everyone the horror and desperation that needs to be felt for our goal to be achieved. With the most powerful ninjutsu ever conceived. There was still nothing reassuring about the current plan of action. And it actually seemed more disconcerting than ever in Konan's mind. Mass destruction was his big answer. Maybe the fact that it was so close at last was the thing that truly gave her pause. But this couldn't have been what Yahiko ever would have wanted. Peace wasn't real peace when everyone was dead by the time it took hold. XXX. Kawa no Kuni, Tanigakura no Sato. Sunset was at this point touching the village hidden well among the many valleys of the river-filled country. The village had the unenviable position of being set between 2 large nations with an alliance between their shinobi villages, Konoha and Suna. This meant that less work than otherwise for lesser shinobi villages came their way even from clients in their own country. Due to the lack of easily obtainable missions, the Tani ninja became something of specialists in espionage and the more clandestine aspects of the shinobi art such as trapping and ambush. Able to make it seem as if their targets were taken down by very skilled bandits instead of by trained ninja, something they had developed by design to keep from being scrutinized and eventually wiped out. Despite their dislike of their lot in the grand scheme of the ninja system, they knew full well their place. However, by the very strong urging of the clearly perceived as strongest minor shinobi village, a reconnaissance mission was set up to observe something mostly perceived as bluster, until the report had actually come back. The leader of this lesser shinobi village sat at his desk, hands shaking as he listened to the scouting reports from those he had sent out the day before to head in Sunagakure's direction. He had been sent a message directly from Amiga Corps, in the strange form of an origami bird landing in front of his village's main building. The combination of the previous message along with the report he was currently hearing brought a sweat to his face. You're serious? The village leader said as if trying to get the entire story straight, it's gone? I wouldn't lie, sir. The random Tani shinobi said, seeming to be shaken up as well, only less so due to the fact that he and his team had an entire day to come to terms with what they had seen. We made it there and it was a mess. The entire village was destroyed. Ruins. So many of them are dead. I think this pain was serious. Of course he was serious. The village leader said, staring at the note, idle threats like this. Idle promises aren't made for no reason from leaders in the shinobi world. But to actually have the power to pull such a thing off, in one day. It wasn't even one day, it was more like a few hours if that. The reconnaissance team in the room all looked at each other, wondering what the next plan of action would be. It was known to them that the message from Ame proposed an alliance of the dozens of small villages to stand against the 4 allied major villages, and one of them were already down. The entire village knew this as well, and they were buzzing. Chomping at the bit as if it was finally their chance to step forward. We're joining. The eyes of the team in the room widened at hearing their usually reactive leader, never really one to try to interject their village into the grand picture no matter what over the years, say that they were going to stand with Amigakur, sir? One of the men asked tentatively. Not out of fear, but out of hopeful optimism, they wanted to do this. They wanted the action. Finally, are we really going to get involved? A nod came from the village leader. This is the greatest opportunity that has ever presented itself, the chance to bring down the villages monopolizing business in the regions around us. Suna is fallen, never to rise to Big 5 status again. Konoha can more than pick up its slack though, and they will. If this falls on its face, then Iwa will just move in on Kaze no Kuni's vacuum of control and they'll simply take over and wind up splitting things with Konoha. We'll be lost in the shuffle again, the same as always. Not again. Tell the village of the decision and have them prepare while I send my answer to Amigakur. They didn't need to be told twice, as they immediately vacated the office and began spreading the word to the villagers. That night Tanagakur would excitedly prepare for war along with their god of a comrade's home village. The same scene could have been cut and pasted and would be cast across every minor village across the lands for their own reasons, all ready to take the brass ring of power with this shift in events. With the power of a man that could wipe out an entire village in less than a day, there was no way that they could lose, and they had numbers and positioning. Even without their tactical advantages, the Rinnegan was too frightening a power to ignore or doubt. The last time such a power was seen in the world, a revolution took hold that swept up everything and laid the foundation for the way the world was currently, and now it looked like there was time for a wholly different one to take place. XXX. Hours later, nightfall, Kanahagakur no Sato, Forest of Death. On the roof of the tower that once upon a time housed the preliminary fights of the Chunin exams, Gara and Naruto both sat in the moonlight, one meditating as the other tried to get into the practice. I do not see why you felt the need to come all the way out to this dangerous place in order to show me meditation, Gara said with his dark ringed eyes closed. There are far more spiders than I remember. And they seem more aggressive, even against me. Yeah. I kind of started killing them off when they attacked me instead of running away. It was good training, but it made them stronger, and that caused the other animals to get stronger or die. Naruto explained as he meditated and felt the nature surrounding them in the deadly training ground. Besides, you can't be touched by anything you don't want to be touched by. It didn't even take an hour to get out here, and you don't sleep anyway. That is not the point I was trying to make, Naruto, Gara said, basking in the strange tranquility provided by the forest in the night. Your home is quite nice. I never would have figured that you would have left that apartment of yours. A laugh left Naruto. Girls like status, and an apartment didn't really scream that I was moving up in the world. I don't know any Kage that lived in an apartment when they took the seat. Speaking of women, Gara said, slowly turning his head towards Naruto, you seem to be close to quite a few of them, my sister included. Or was the offering of the closest room to yours just coincidence? Offered nothing, Tamari took the closest room to his, and who was he to tell her not to? But Naruto felt that saying such would end with a sandy hand grabbing him and chucking him off of the roof like it had the last time he had been in Suna, and with his luck he would land right in a spider nest. In my defense, Hamako-chan is bound to me for life by old clan links and was my Fuuinjutsu teacher, Naruto said as a method of defense. Not much of one if he were to be honest with himself. Jiraiya just had to bring up Tuya, Yugito, and Tenten within earshot of Gara once Naruto shot him down off of Tamari. Jealous old man, please don't try to kill me. I can't kill you, Gara said in his normal calm demeanor. I wouldn't be able to blame it on the spiders in the forest. Naruto couldn't tell if he was joking or not and decided not to bring up the issue further. The two merely sat in silence for a while before Gara spoke up again about something deadly serious. So you have come face to face with this pain person. Have you seen Madara Uchiha? No, Naruto said, wrinkling his nose in thought. I only saw him for a bit in Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu. And then my team saw him when they told me who took Itachi and Sasuke's bodies away after our battle. I found out that Sai had fought him without even knowing who he was. I've never actually looked at him before myself. He could feel the Kyuubi in him stirring at the mention of Madara, but not much else than that. I know it's hard to believe, but there wasn't any reason for Itachi to lie to me and Sasuke. He didn't even have to say anything about it. I have no choice but to believe in you, Naruto. Gara responded, it may sound outlandish to consider that Madara Uchiha is alive, but you would not lie about something like this. Still, I believe the active threat that we can see is what should be focused on first. Both of them then tensed up when they sensed an arriving presence until Naruto settled down. No, I know who's coming, Naruto said, just as a swirl of ink appeared right by them. Hey Sai Kouhai. What are you doing here? It was kind of far out of the way for Sai to search for him. He could have just waited for him to get back to town or told Hamako, who would have then told him. Sai stood up from his crouch and looked over at Gara before paying attention to Naruto. Naruto-senpai, there's news. And none of it is good, I'm afraid. It's quite important. He blinked with his usually placid expression. Have you been out here all evening? Maki-san and I have been searching all over for you. We've been here for a while just catching up a bit, Naruto said. What did you need to come find me for? Is there trouble? Yes and no, Sai said to begin his explanation. Pain has been busy, senpai. He saw Naruto's eyes narrow at the mention of Pain being active. I don't know quite how to say this, and Kage-sama will find out the moment you both return to the village, thus I feel the need to tell you both out here. The fact that he was addressing Gara got both Gara and Naruto's full attention if they weren't giving it beforehand. Tell us what, Sai? There was a sick creeping feeling in Naruto's stomach. Anything involving pain and something important had to be massive. The normally emotion-devoid Sai even knew the gravity of what he was about to say, but it needed to be said. Kage-sama, Pain attacked your village today during the meeting you had earlier. He attacked Tsunade and destroyed it with the most powerful ninjutsu anyone had ever seen. The word has just reached Konoha. Both Gara and Naruto simply stood, shock clear on both of their faces at the news. You must be mistaken, Gara said, his voice shaking. How could? The entire village? That just can't be, he said lowly, not willing to fully speak the words himself. How? Naruto felt the need to ask first. He thought he was stronger now, strong enough to fight back against Pain the next time they met. But even so, he did not believe he could destroy an entire hidden village on his own in a day. Rasen Shuriken and Rasen Raiseki were incredibly powerful and destructive attacks that he would wager could take out anything, but to take out an entire village with them was beyond his imagination. How in the hell could he take down Suna in one day? Even 6 bodies that Naruto knew Pain possessed would not be enough to take out a village full of shinobi. It was hard to wrap his mind around. He just could not do it, it was beyond his comprehension. There are survivors, Sai said, getting a small measure of relief from Naruto over the matter. We were sent a messenger hawk from the remnants of the village. Whatever Pain did, it crushed buildings and everything into the ground. The destruction was complete, but the people that were close to the ground were saved by the soft sand they found themselves pressed into. It was the only thing that kept the death toll from being higher. Thousands have been found and pronounced dead, but there are still searches going on for people. Naruto started pacing around the rooftop. This is crazy. He attacked a hidden village and he got away with it. By himself. This wasn't right. Did he attack for Gara? Or did he already know that Gara wasn't there? This means war, Naruto-senpai, Sai said resolutely. This cannot stand. Hokage-sama is already mobilizing a force to go to Suna to assist, but you know what will happen, don't you? Of course he did. It was a premeditated attack on a village in the alliance that Konoha treasured more than any other. Not retaliating against a Megakure would be akin to letting them get away with murder, literally, previous issues notwithstanding. This just couldn't be swept away like the illusions of Ame's connections with Akatsuki in the past. Now it was clear that Megakure was the seat of Akatsuki. Their leader was the person that had control of the village. It was blatant. As Naruto turned to Gara, he then saw that the Kage was no longer standing where he had been. As a matter of fact, he wasn't even on the roof at all. Gara. Naruto quickly tried to gather nature chakra and reach out in order to sense Gara, only to feel him moving away from the tower at a rapid pace. Damn it. Gara, wait for a minute. He made to leave the roof before stopping and turning to Sai. Sai Kohai, go to Tsunade Bakken and tell her that Gara is leaving the village by himself. Sai nodded and took off in the exact opposite direction from Naruto as the blonde went to locate his friend. He couldn't just let Gara head off on his own. This could be what Pain wanted. He could be trying to lure Gara away as a trap. 3 days from Konoha to Suna, and there were plenty of points to ambush the distraught Jinchuriki that he would possibly never see coming in his current state of mind. Even with a minute head start, Gara was heading out at top speed right out of the gate. Naruto didn't think Gara would be so fast with his stationary style of combat, but he was a Kage, and he had yet to meet a Kage-level ninja that wasn't able to move quicker than anyone else he had met before. And now he had a reason to make tracks. Come on, Gara. This was going to be a long night. XXX. Shimo no Kuni, Kabuto's hideaway. Madara's fist bounced off of the wall of Kabuto's hideout, cracking the wall deeply from the impact. His fist still shook in anger even as it stayed against the damaged surface. Damn you, Nagato. Damn you to hell. This was not a part of the planning. It was not a part of the plan at all. Zetsu's report to him had not given welcome news. You are becoming more trouble than you are worth. On the other hand, Kabuto simply couldn't stop chuckling at the turn of events. Amazing. Simply amazing. I can't believe something so splendid is happening when I'm in my prime peak of power. What a stroke of good fortune for me. He seemed downright giddy with what was sure to come. I was wondering when the next big shakeup would happen. I have a feeling that this will be fun. The man was depraved. Madara had reasoned a long time ago, not that he himself could judge. He had his own laundry list of schemes and manipulations that he'd hold up against any treacherous act ever committed by anyone else. Still, Kabuto's apparent amusement at his plans being further muddled didn't bring him any amusement himself. You find this amusing, Kabuto? Madara asked with a hint of danger in his voice should Kabuto answer incorrectly. Still, the Orochimaru integrating shinobi didn't seem to care too much at the chance of threat. Yes, I do, I really do. He admitted freely, and why wouldn't I? Every era has been defined by the threat of war. The chance to make oneself legend on the battlefield. Each war has caused a shift of society in our world, a turning point if you will. The first war established the separate villages and who was meant to dominate, the second war set up the general distribution of funds and power to those villages, and the third war set the nations into the current stagnancy we have now. Madara was beginning to get impatient with Kabuto and his apparent ramblings. And your point is? That this is the end, Kabuto said gleefully, that everything we've come to get used to in our system is going to shift completely. He gestured grandly around them as if there was something to see or they were outdoors. No matter what happens, things will never be the same again. How could anything possibly go back to normal? Every minor hidden village sick of being overlooked will either win or find their livelihood taken from them once and for all. They'll be crushed into oblivion for their insolence. The large hidden villages must choose once and for all whether or not they truly want the world, or they will be destroyed for their complacency, and one already has been. It's fantastic. How could something like this excite you? Madara asked, legitimately curious on Kabuto's mind state. Maybe Orochimaru's cells were messing with his head? Either way, it was strange. You're talking about something akin to anarchy? Kabuto finished Madara's sentence for him. Yes, I am. And what's more exciting than that? Not knowing what will come next, always keeping your ear to the ground and your eyes to the sky because anything can happen. It'll be like the never-ending clan wars of the past all over again. If Madara's face could be seen underneath his mask, it would be evident that he was frowning. The days of the never-ending wars between the clans were the last thing he wanted to return to. He wanted the world. He wanted the world under his control, docile at last. No one ever trying to step up and change the way things were again. His true peace. And he would do whatever he had to in order to obtain that. But he needed the bijou first. He was sorry to say this to Kabuto, but by the time this war was over there would never be another war again. There would never be another madman like Nagato wishing to morph the way of the world again, because in order for true peace to exist there could be no free will to create such a wish. He would hypnotize the world. Until then Madara would use Kabuto for what he wanted, and he would let him bask in the insanity of the coming days. He would let him enjoy himself, since he would never enjoy anything again once his plans were complete. He didn't have to fight this war to have his own stake in it. But he did have an army that he was building up just in case to enforce in his new world. Nagato had to be disposed of prior to anything, however. He was no longer able to be manipulated. He no longer would take Madara's orders. That much was clearly evident from his maverick actions that could not possibly be defended. And he was absurdly dangerous. With his Rinnegan and abilities and Konan by his side, an approach for taking him down would be difficult indeed. Maybe this war would serve a purpose after all, getting rid of one large thorn in his side. It had to serve someone some kind of benefit, right? XXX. Daybreak, northwest borders of Hino Kuni. It had been a harrowing chase. Naruto was still in disbelief that Gara could move so quickly, but as the sun began to peer over the horizon behind them, Naruto eventually took higher ground on the trees he had been chasing Gara through and managed to cut him off by stopping on the branch he was about to hop to. Turning to face his friend, Gara, wait. Just stop for a minute, okay? Gara did as instructed, but he held his emotions on his face in the form of a cold stare directed at Naruto. Move out of the way, Naruto, unless you are coming to help me. Of course I'm going to help, Naruto said, taking the time to catch his breath. He had been chasing Gara since before midnight the previous evening, and it was now sunrise, but you could have waited for the group that were coming to help Suna as well. It's dangerous to be on the move all by yourself, Gara. It could be a trap. That's not the kind of help I'm talking about, Gara said, crossing his arms over his chest. Have you not been paying attention to the direction we've been moving in? This is not the way to Sunagakur. We are heading towards Omegakure. I am going to destroy them and this pain character on my own. Why you're going to? Naruto let that statement mull around in his head for a moment. Gara, don't be stupid. You can't go to Ame, especially all by yourself. Just sit aside and think for a minute. Calm down, we can sit and talk about. Before he could finish, Gara's sand emitted from his gourd and slammed into him, knocking him from the branch to the ground below. Gara just looked down at him and put his sand back inside of his gourd. Talking got us into this in the first place, Naruto. We took far too long to act on what you had told us about Ame, he said resolutely. If you are not going to help me, then either go to my village to assist them or go home. I must do this. He began to jump through the branches on his way to Omegakure's country once again until he was stopped again. Fuuten, Fuujin Seiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. A highly pressurized wind burst hit the branch that Gara was jumping to, forcing him to avert his movements to the trunk of the tree, where he jumped from one trunk to another all the way to the ground to come face to face with Naruto. What are you doing, Naruto? The blunt attack from Gara's grains of sand opened up wounds on Naruto's face, but other than the cosmetic damage he was still raring to go. I can't let you go to Omegakure, Gara, you can't win there by yourself. You just can't. Just because you were defeated doesn't mean that I'll lose in the same way, Gara said, sand billowing out from his gourd. You're right, it'll be worse, Naruto snapped back, trying to convince Gara to keep from going. You don't know how lucky I was to get out of there alive, and you won't have my backup. He'll take you the way I was supposed to be taken, and he'll rip the Shukaku right out of you. What kind of Kage will you be when you're dead? A shake of the head came from Gara as a tear slid down his face. What kind of Kage am I alive? When I wasn't even there to protect my village. This is all I can do for them now, Naruto, get their revenge. I understand, Gara, Naruto said, a sad look on his face as he really didn't want to deny Gara the chance, but he knew exactly what would happen if Gara went. Nothing good would come of this, and he would never let it happen if he had the power to stop it, and we will, but this isn't the way. You can't beat him in Ame. He beat me and Jiraiya both. That seemed to make Gara go still, and Naruto thought he had gotten through to him. Now come on. We can go to Suna. Your people need you there. Fight me. Hearing Gara's authoritative voice put a pause in Naruto's step. What? Naruto said, raising an eyebrow at Gara. If you want to stop me, Gara said, forcing more sand out of his massive gourd, if you want me to listen to you, then beat me, and prove that I can't win. How is a fight going to prove anything? Naruto argued back. If I can beat you, then that will prove that your warning holds no grounds for me because I'm stronger than you. Gara explained calmly, though Naruto could see his fingertips drumming on his biceps impatiently. When I win, I will go to Omegakure uninterrupted. If you still wish to follow, you can, but you probably will not be in any condition to do so. I want your word, otherwise I will still keep going, and I will keep you away until we reach that village. Naruto grit his teeth and clenched his fists. Gara. Give me your word. Fine, Naruto said, gritting it out. If he hadn't answered immediately, then Gara would have continued to go. At least now there was a chance that he could get him to stop before they were too far gone. But right when he consented to the deal, sand rushed at Naruto hard enough to smash down a tree that had been behind him before he managed to avoid it. Gara took notice of Naruto standing on the trunk of another tree, sticking to it with chakra in one hand for his own balance purposes. You are faster than you used to be. Even faster than when we fought together in the desert. But this is not like the first time we fought, Naruto. You cannot get past my sand. The sand wasn't going to do him any good in Ame. The second he set foot in the general area, pain could command it to rain, so by the time the man himself even sent out his 6 paths to fight Gara himself, the Suna leader would already be at a marked disadvantage. It's not me getting past your sand that you need to worry about, Gara, Naruto said as another wave was sent his way, but if I have to, I'll find a way. Gara's sand was far faster than when they had been younger, and it was also more durable due to the time training. The rush of sand sent at Naruto missed as he sprang off the tree that was hit with the sand hard enough to take a chunk out of it. Gara had yet to move since the fight began, as his sand took up a position in front of Naruto as if he were taking aim at him. Rendan, Suna Shigure, successive shots, sand drizzle. Multiple bullets of sand flew at Naruto as he tried to fire at him. The repeated shots of sand forced Naruto from jumping to and from tree trunks, dropping down to the ground to attempt an actual attack in response once he finished his hand seals, Raiten, Kaksen no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Live Wire Jutsu. From Naruto's hands flew lightning that trailed along the ground towards Gara. If I can't go through or around your shield, then I'll go under it. That can't be your best, Gara said as he proceeded to use his sand to lift himself off of the ground to render the electric attack useless. If you're not willing to fight me the way you're supposed to fight, then I'll just end this now and move along. Did you know that I can make more sand no matter where I am? As he asked that question, the ground began to rumble before it swirled around like a massive sinkhole towards a center. Naruto felt his balance disrupted as he saw sand beginning to file up from the swirling sinkhole as if it were a mixer. He was not about to risk getting sucked underneath the ground by Gara's sand even if Gara wouldn't finish him afterwards. He was not going to let himself get buried. Kage or not, he was going to find a way to fight against his friend if it would keep him from walking off to Ame to die. You are not safe, Naruto, Gara said before actually using his hands to try and guide all of the sand he had been creating under the ground at once. Ryusa Bakuryu, quicksand in the style of a waterfall. The sand proceeded to tower upwards and crash towards Naruto like a tidal wave. He needed a diversion to avoid a buried alive fate. Fuuten, Kamikaze Hashira, Wind Release, God Wind Pillars. Naruto spun around swiftly to kick up a quartet of steadily growing tornadoes that began to move together just as the wave of sand hit the combination of tornadoes. From the tornado, Naruto shot up into the air, avoiding the sand wave as it broke through the wind jutsu he had created. Gara looked up from the destroyed forest area, looking more like a desert now that his sand had knocked so many trees down and had manipulated the landscape. He raised a non-existent eyebrow as he saw Naruto just standing there in the air. You can fly? Kind of, Naruto said, staring down at Gara with his strange eyes, one yellow and toad-like with orange pigment on the outside while the other one remained as blue as the sky. It's my Hertzu Seigen, burst limit, but I have control over the air bubbles I stand on while in sage mode so that they don't burst from my body weight. So it's really just walking on air as long as sage mode is active. He didn't know if the QB had a limit to how long it could keep taking in nature chakra for, but he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. I see you are getting serious, Gara said as the sand underneath him began to rise into the air. This sage mode seems powerful. And you're here fighting me instead of helping me sack a Megacore to put an end to all of this. A motion of Gara's hand had the massive amounts of sand below him that had transformed the battlefield stirring up towards Naruto in a method of attack. Going to Ame won't do anything. That place is a fortress even when war wasn't coming. I had to sneak in last time and I did a crappy job of doing that. I was found out the second I entered, Naruto said as he jumped from his place in the sky to another in an effort to evade the imposing flying desert coming after him. There was no way they were going to get anywhere close by themselves in wartime. Naruto was literally running on the air. He had the exact same ability to move as he did on the ground, step by step, only he had more options while in the air to move up, down, all around, whatever. Still, Gara's sand could find a way to trap him even in the sky, especially with the massive amount of sand he was using. Sick of being on the defensive, Naruto had to find some way to get to Gara directly, something he was hard-pressed to do without resorting to overkill measures. If he had to throw a Rasen Shuriken or Rasen Raiseki at an ally, there was something wrong with him. Massive tendrils from the sand in the sky flew out at Naruto in an attempt to grab him, but he darted around them like a gnat, moving in and out and avoiding capture while steadily moving himself closer to Gara, who struggled to catch Naruto out of the sky. He's so fast. It's difficult to surround him with sand. He knows to watch his back as well to avoid getting caught. He was getting closer as well, something that Gara was not going to ignore. You can't make me stop, Naruto. Go home. Not without you, Naruto yelled back at Gara as he continued dashing through the skies, avoiding the sand as he got closer. His awareness while in sage mode was absurd. He would have guessed that if he had his Sharingan active he'd be damn near untouchable even by Gara's substantial sand abilities. Still, he hadn't landed a single blow yet. Gara's absolute defense was stronger than ever. As he thought this, the sand began to materialize around Gara. At first Naruto thought it was a thick defense preparing for whatever he had up his sleeve, but then the sand turned into a massive replica of Shukaku's head. Go home, Naruto. The massive head said in a distorted version of Gara's voice, this is your last warning or I'll show you exactly what I'll do to Ame once I arrive. Seeing this got Naruto to twitch his scarred brow in irritation. I swear I'm the worst Jinchuriki in the entire world. He wished he could partially transform any body part of the Kyuubi just like that. The mouth of the Shukaku head opened and a ball of pure chakra began to form in from of it, growing steadily larger. Oh Gara, you've got to be kidding me, Naruto said to himself as he stared at the forming attack. It wasn't the bastardized version that he used when in the Kitsune trigger, it was the real deal by Judama, tailed beast ball. Well, at least they weren't on the ground or else the landscape would be getting rearranged. XXX. A distance away from the border of Hai no Kuni. Despite looking like she had been crying for hours, Tamari was running as fast as she could to follow and find Gara before he got himself hurt. She, Kankuro, and a small contingent of Konoha shinobi had broken off from the main group meant to assist Suna so that they could find where Gara had gone. Her village had been destroyed, but there were multitudes of survivors and she still had her family. At least she would when they found Gara and were all together again. And he was the Kage. She could only imagine how he was feeling about everything that had happened. Naruto had gone after him first and she could only hope that he was able to calm him down or at least let them get there themselves. The hard look on Kankuro's face didn't do much to disguise the fact that he felt like crying until his makeup ran. Kankuro's eyes suddenly snapped skyward off in the distance. What the hell is that? Tamari looked up as well to see a giant Shukaku head, even as far away as they were the features of that nightmare's face were indistinguishable, and it then fired a Baijudama, tailed beast ball, even higher into the air with a booming explosion. Oh my Kami. That's Gara. What's he shooting that monstrosity at? Kankuro asked. Gara had trained that attack out in the desert where no one could be hurt in case he lost momentary control over the attack or the Shukaku, but the devastation that could be done with only a few seconds of control was clear. To use it in the countryside of a foreign nation was a big deal. What he was fighting wasn't clear, but whatever it was they turned up the speed double time to reach their brother and find out what was going on. XXX. With Naruto and Gara. The sand that comprised the Shukaku head transformed back to regular sand and fell back to the normal sand defense that Gara used to fight. The effort it had taken for such an attack was clear on his face as he breathed heavily. That was not a good idea. It takes a lot of chakra to force the Shukaku into cooperation for that attack. It wasn't even as strong as it could have been since he fired it so quickly. But where did Naruto go? He looked stunned and dumbfounded when Gara started forming the demon-natured jutsu, but there's no way he would have just stood still in the sky and let Gara hit him. There was nothing but air and opportunity to shoot at and Gara wasn't really aiming at him. It should have been easy to dodge, all he had to do was jump down from the sky and let gravity do the rest. A Baijudama, tailed beast ball, Gara? Naruto's voice yelled up from below him, getting the Ichibi Jinchuriki to look down at him. You really are strong. Stronger than when we were kids. There seemed to be a sense of longing in his voice that Gara picked up on. It used to be way easier back then, didn't it? I mean, you attacked our village but we fought it off and nothing too bad happened, not like now, right? It was. Easier back then, yes. Gara admitted quietly, though Naruto was still able to hear him, but I was weak back then as well. I only fought for myself. Only after that I found that true strength came from fighting for your loved ones. From using your abilities to defend others the way you fought me for your village's sake. Then why are you running off half-cocked to Ame, Gara? Naruto said with a hint of desperation in his voice. That's not going to do anyone any good. Lead your people. Go home. You're their Kage and they need you, they're hurt and scared. Going to Ame is just so you can fight and make yourself feel better trying to tear them up. But that's what pain wants. Right now you're being selfish. I failed them, Naruto. Gara screamed down at him before the dam broke and tears started streaming down his face. I hate myself more than I hate pain, more than I hate Amigakure right now, because if I was there it never would have happened. I would have stopped him. He wouldn't have touched a single person if I were there. And I'm going now because if I can't do to him what he did to them, I'm not worthy to be their Kage. Killing him won't bring anyone back, Naruto shouted right back up at him, the sun bathing the both of them in the light. Killing him won't bring back a single building. And that's if you even get it done. He'll beat you, Gara. He's got your weakness in his back pocket. What were the chances Gara would enter that country and it wouldn't be raining? Not good if one were to study Amigakure's meteorology, but you're half right about something though. If you do this then you're not worthy to be their Kage, because you're just going to run off and destroy shit all because you're mad. That's not going to help anyone and it'll get you killed. A heated glare came at Naruto from Gara as the sand began to whip around his body angrily before turning into one cascading wave that was meant to crash down on top of Naruto altogether. Give up on trying to stop me, Naruto. Hearing the manic tint in Gara's voice snapped something in Naruto. It was as if Gara wasn't even trying to listen to reason any longer. Maybe Danzo had been right, emotions were a pain, fine. Run off and be stupid just like Sasuke did, Naruto shouted up to his friend, go ahead and go to Ame to get what you want. Forget about the people that need you and your own responsibility just to go off and kill some asshole with a god complex. That'll make you just like your name says you are, a self-loving carnage. That remark made Gara's impending attack stop in the air as he looked down with a shocked expression on his face. It wasn't wrong of him to want revenge, was it? It was human nature to wish to harm the person that hurt the ones you cared for. Didn't Naruto understand that? It seemed like Naruto had always been someone that could understand, so why didn't he understand this? I wish I could tell you I knew how you felt, Gara, Naruto said honestly. I'm not a Kage, and Konoha's never had anything happen to it like what happened to Suna. But don't do this. The people come first, and they need you more than they need revenge right now. We'll get it, I promise, but it's not the time and Ame definitely isn't the place. Gara's hands shook as he tried to battle with himself over whether to go or whether to stop. I shouldn't have to be told things like this, Gara said, visibly struggling with the decision. I'm the Kage. I should already be able to make the right decisions without being advised, especially by a foreign shinobi. With that being said, the sand dropped to the ground and Gara took care not to drop the sand on top of Naruto himself. Able to sense that Gara's chakra was no longer controlling the sand, Naruto gave the cue for the QB to cease sending him chakra for Sage Mode, turning his changed eye back to normal. You alright in there, QB? I have had an itch on my nose for the last 10 minutes. I don't know how you can sit still for as long as you do to gather this crap for your training. The QB griped as it shut down the connection between their chakra networks. You should have blown that sand rat to hell since he wanted to challenge pain and go so badly. Whatever. Naruto thought back, ending the conversation as Gara drifted back down to the ground, his sand back inside of the gourd now that the scuffle was over. Are you okay now? He asked the seemingly docile Gara. No, Gara said honestly, but the Shukaku was influencing my state of mind at the time and tried to take advantage of my desire to tear pain asunder. I am still angry and I still desire his death, but right now I will go to my village. Or what's left of it. A village isn't a bunch of buildings, Gara, Naruto said as they began to walk in the direction of the Hai no Kuni / Kaze no Kuni border. It's the people that live there. And there are still supposed to be a lot of them there that need you. I know, Gara said before looking at his hands that were still shaking. I just want to kill him so badly. There was a moment where I just wanted to crush you and move along. I'm not entirely sure I can even blame that on Shukaku either. He shook his head and let out a desperate sigh. Gara. Both Temari and Kankuro came into sight, yelling for their younger brother upon sighting him. As they got close they noticed all of the sand that was definitely out of place in that area of Hai no Kuni's geography. Whoa, Kankuro said as he looked around, what happened here? Anger management, Naruto said, patting Gara on the shoulder a few times before shifting the sword on his back and walking away from the young Kage. Temari walked over to Gara and wrapped her arms around him in a hug as Kankuro walked over to do the same. Deciding to give them the moment that they hadn't been allowed together the previous night due to Gara's impulsive flight from Konoha, Naruto just sat off to the side while the three siblings grieved together over the fate of their village. They would see it up close and personal for themselves soon enough. XXX. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Sai knew that it wasn't the best idea to go to Tsunade on his own, but it was an order from Naruto to inform her that Gara was gone to head off by himself. But when she asked him to stay after sending Shizune off to mobilize a squad to head off with the siblings of the wayward Kazekage, he knew there was something up. So there he sat, right in front of her as she had her own place at her desk just appraising him. A normal person would probably have been intimidated or at least somewhat unnerved, but then again Sai didn't feel emotions like that. Or so he said. It had been hours and the ever-patient shinobi had to wonder just what Tsunade wanted with him at a time like this, even though there was not much she could do at a time of duress such as the one currently taking place. Tsunade finally opened her mouth to speak after quite a while of saying nothing. I'll just cut to the chase and say what I need to say. You don't seem to be the type to beat around the bush, so I'll just get right to the point. I know of your connections to Danzo just like I am aware of Naruto's and your other teammate. Sai said nothing, something that Tsunade would have guessed as much about. But she continued, are you able to speak for yourself, or has Danzo done something to keep you from doing such? This is an order from your Hokage, you know. Sai blinked but nodded, yes I can speak, but only because Danzo-sama is truly dead. If he were alive then the seal he placed on all operatives would have kept us from speaking freely of him or Root. He believed it was for the best that our existence isn't known by all, the less the better. I am willing to cooperate though. What is your purpose? Tsunade asked. To protect Konoha from threats both foreign and domestic in the most complete and discreet manner possible, Sai said with a practiced ease that had to have been drilled into his head years ago. We are not your enemy Hokage-sama, but it was better that our existence was merely speculation to you and yours. At least until Naruto-senpai took the seat. That caused Tsunade to raise her eyebrow at his words, and then what? Root would be Naruto's private army, his bodyguards? It was hard to consider that he would do such a thing, but Danzo had called Naruto his greatest success in the past, so it wasn't that far-fetched, was it? Of course not, Sai said, getting a slightly perturbed look on his face at the mere thought. Naruto had more sense and honor than to use Root like that, even if Sai didn't run their day-to-day operations. Like I said, we handle the problems that could threaten Konoha, problems that most of the time you as Hokage are never even privy to. Somehow Tsunade took that as him referring to her as incompetent, not privy to, eh? She said with a slight growl in her voice that Sai only smiled at her pleasantly in response to, only increasing her ire further. You've got quite the tongue on you, don't you? It was not a manner of disrespect, Sai said, waving his hands in front of himself. We simply solved the problems before they became big enough to catch your attention. The same for your predecessor Sarutobi-sama. If everything was brought to you, there would be more work than you would be accustomed to, and you would be so concerned over things abroad that you would not be able to focus on what was important near our borders. So, Tsunade said, trying to wrap her head around what Root was, you're like some international attack squad? Like some army without borders. What a rudimentary way to describe them. The smile fell from Sai's face as he tried to register a way to explain, not particularly. A lot of us stay around Konoha. Some of us are a part of your normal forces like Maki-san, some of us just aren't. If you need a way to rationalize it, then consider us Konoha's version of Kage-Sama's automatic defense. We will act in the village's best interests whether you are aware of our actions or not. He noticed her narrow her eyes at him and sighed, not a threat, Hokage-sama. How can I trust you? Do you trust Naruto-senpai? Sai asked in return to Tsunade's question, because we will always answer to him if the need for his input arises. We will actually obey you as well, but we are not yours to command as if we were conventional forces. We're not meant to go on your normal missions, we're not normal shinobi. How many of you are there? Enough, Sai said before letting out a sigh as he heard Tsunade's fingertips drum on the top of the desk. Our numbers are decent, but there aren't nearly enough of us to usurp any kind of control of the village from you if you are still paranoid. Knowing that Danzo had created a paramilitary group underneath the nose of the village and actually finally finding out about it firsthand after his death was like a splash of water in her face, a wake-up call. The fact that it was established enough to try and continue operating without him was something else altogether. As loath as she was to admit it though, for the coming war there would possibly be a need for Root. Are you prepared to place forces towards assisting in the war effort? We already were, Sai said matter-of-factly, much to her surprise. Danzo-sama has kept eyes on multiple minor villages around the borders of the country for years. Spies have sent some very concerning news. He had Tsunade's full attention since she had actually sent Jiraiya out for a quick trip to pick up some word on the rumblings in nearby areas. Every minor village in Hino Kuni's immediate vicinity are preparing for war. And it's not against Ame. Our allies don't particularly exist anymore, Sai said before she could question the loyalty of the allied minor villages. This is their chance. They don't want to sit under Konoha's thumb any longer and get the scraps of our business. Takigakure and Kusagakure were among the first to line up and throw their lot in with Amigakure after news of the attack on Suna broke, and many others nearby fell in line right along with them. Are you serious? Tsunade questioned in disbelief before massaging her temple. Damn kid, if you're right about this then you are seriously useful. Yes, she might need them after all. They seemed to work just fine as a standalone group and hadn't gotten Konoha in any trouble in over 20 years of operating, so why end a good thing when it was so necessary for the coming days? There was no reason to issue a cease and desist order. Especially since they would probably pull a Danzo and keep doing it anyway. Fine. Just keep up the good work, I guess. And if you do anything that would endanger the village. Sai stood up and began to walk towards the door to leave. We would never, Hokage-sama. Maybe one day we'll prove how useful we are to Konoha, but until then we'll just keep working. He opened the door and turned back one last time. It was the promise we all made when we joined in the first place. We'd do what we had to in order to keep the village safe from the shadows. He gave one more of his pleasant-looking smiles. You'll pick up some rumblings from us here or there, he said before shutting the door behind himself. With that little meeting over, Tsunade turned around in her chair to look out the window at the village in the early morning. Every little bit helps, I guess. A tree can't really thrive without strong roots in the end. She would need to wait for word from Jiraiya to confirm what she had just been told, but with their allies turning to take their shots at Konoha's throats, there was no reason not to take on a comrade like Root, especially since they were technically already on the same side and their foreign friends seemed to be prepared to fight them for the lion's share. The treacherous, ungrateful fools didn't know what they were getting themselves into. But they would sooner rather than later. A part of Tsunade wondered how many wetwork operations Root had planned even at that moment. She hoped there were enough to make those turncoat bastards pay. No loyalty among the thieves, murderer, and spies in the end, it appeared. It was a good thing the other Kage decided to leave a few delegates behind once they decided to head out for their own villages at first light, just in case something similar would happen to their villages in their absence. There were plans that needed to be drawn.